What's up, everybody? Andy from the Star Wars Show, thawing out here at Buckingham Palace. Today is the third and final day of Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016, and we have saved some of the best for last. It all starts on our stage with the Star Wars Fan Film Awards, where the best and brightest fan filmmakers will be presented with the Golden Stormtrooper Award live on the Star Wars Show stage. Then it's time for the always unpredictable and downright amazing Carrie Fisher to take the stage with her show, The Princess Diaries, where she'll share likely uncensored stories from her Star Wars past, and maybe, just maybe, her trusty companion Carrie Fisher will join her on stage. I really hope so. I love Gary. We're following that up with a view inside the new era of Lucasfilm, where the leaders from the company will gather together to share tales and answer your burning Star Wars questions during the Lucasfilm The Art of Storytelling panel. Plus, a look at all of the fan costume groups on the show floor, more guests stopping by our stage, maybe a droid or two, and so much more. Finally, the always entertaining Star Wars Celebration closing ceremonies commence, where Warwick Davis, Peter Townley, and myself will join others from the various stages seen here during Star Wars Celebration Europe to bid a fond farewell to the weekend in a way only Star Wars can. So get a quarter portion or 3 ready and a gallon of Bantha milk, because the third and final day of the Star Wars Show Live begins right now.
Welcome to Star Wars Celebration.
Day 3.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, and welcome to the third and final day of the Star Wars Show Live here from Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016. I'm Peter Townley.
And I'm Andy Gutierrez. And even though Celebration is winding down to a close, we are far from done here on the Star Wars Show Live.
It all starts this morning with the Fan Film Awards, where we will be presenting awards to, and best of all, playing some of the best Star Wars fan films from 2016.
That plus Carrie Fisher panel, which may or may not be safe for work, so you know, fair warning. And the Lucasfilm Art of Storytelling panel, Ray Park, and the always enjoyable closing ceremonies.
Plus, guests galore will be spending time here on our stage and in the Millennium Falcon Lounge for some unforgettable Star Wars moments that can only happen right here on the Star Wars Show Live from Star Wars Celebration Europe.
So stick around, we have that and so much more today. The fun starts right after this.
Ahsoka!
Battles leave scars. Some you can't see.
I will never let my friends get hurt again.
The holocron. I'm afraid it's changing him.
What if there are secrets we can learn from it that'll help us destroy the Sith?
Ezra, the secrets in that thing almost destroyed you.
There are Imperial cadets at the Skystrike Academy who wish to defect to the rebels.
This is Ty SS-25. You can call me Wedge.
Welcome to the rebellion.
Still can't believe we're here to break this guy out of prison.
My friends, I give to you Reclaim Station.
If we could steal a squadron's worth,
They would be key to building a strike fleet.
Let's go get him.
Everybody ready?
Yep. Let's go. One last glorious day in the Grand Army of the Republic.
Flying stormtroopers?
Worse, Mandalorians who serve the Empire. You haven't forgotten our ways. That has earned my respect.
so what's in it for you two?
Riches untold, that sort of thing. So we'll split the treasure. Split the treasure. Oh, that's a classic.
Governor Price, these rebels have proven particularly stubborn. How do you intend to solve this problem?
I need someone who sees a bigger picture.
The Empire is getting better at anticipating our moves. I underestimated the commander. Previous attacks were clumsy, but this one was swift, precise.
To defeat an enemy, you must know them. Not simply their battle tactics, but their history, philosophy, art.
Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Caravast. Embrace your destiny.
Jedi and Sith,
the light and the dark. I'm the one in the middle, the Bendu. Once a secret is known, it cannot be unknown.
Your anger gives you strength.
I will pull the rebels apart piece by piece.
I must become more powerful.
They'll be the architects of their own destruction.
Ezra, turn away before it's too late!
The key to destroying the Sith.
Oh my god, I love that trailer. You know my next guest is the voice of Sabine on Star Wars Rebels. Please give a gigantic Star Wars celebration welcome to my friend and yours, Tiya Sircar.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, welcome, good morning.
Thank you, good morning.
So we just saw the season 3 trailer again, and it's absolutely incredible. There's people cheering behind us as it's going on.
I was cheering as well.
What was it like being in the panel, in that room while
First
that
of all, I purposely, this feels weird. I purposely didn't watch the trailer or any of the clips we were going to show beforehand. They gave me the option, and I was like, actually, I think I want to wait and watch it with everybody in that room with that sound and that screen, and I'm so glad I did. It was like mind-blowing. I thought that the last season's trailer was mind-blowing, but then I feel like this is like next level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just turning it up every season.
And the music and the animation and Thrawn, let's talk about Thrawn.
Right? I saw a lot of people out here like fist pumping and cheering.
The reaction that people that we received after that Thrawn reveal was like nothing I've ever seen at any Star Wars event, I think, that I've been at. Yeah.
It was absolutely incredible. And I mean, Sabine had some pretty breakout moments during the panel too. They showed that amazing clip of you and Ezra, and you have your jetpack.
Jetpack!
Finally! We've been waiting for you to have a jetpack.
Yes, me too. I have been like sort of prodding Dave Filoni about like, so like just being, I mean, she's a Mando, she should probably have a jetpack. And he's always like, yeah, just take it easy, like in due time.
And she knows how to use it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
She's very good with it right away.
I mean, I feel like I haven't seen her like pick up any kind of like weapon or sort of, you know, like anything that a Mando would use in battle and not know how to like.
She's very tech inclined.
She's very savvy and she's very handy, you know.
And she's
awesome.
there was a bit of her holding the darksaber, which is another super exciting moment.
Okay, I gotta be honest. I thought people were gonna be like, I thought that the reaction was gonna be different. People were like, oh, and I was like, guys, it's the darksaber. Why aren't we all like, what is happening? Why does Sabine have it? How did she get it?
There was a guy behind me dressed as Darth Maul who goes, "That's not yours." That was pretty incredible.
That's awesome. That's great.
So you said you had a little bit of prodding to Filoni to give you the jetpack, but he also said that you had some input on her design this year. What sort of direction did you give him?
Well, as I said in the panel yesterday, I thought, well, after season 1, Dave came to me and he was like, hey, so season 2, we're going to change up her look. What would you like her to look like? And I was like so flattered and touched that he would ask my opinion. And I told him exactly what I thought, you know, like wanted her hair to look like. And he was like, cool. And then I saw her mock up and I was like, okay, nothing like what okay, cool. Like he like asked me and then went like a totally different direction, which is totally his call because he's the boss. But this Sabine is basically the Sabine I wanted for season 2, and she looks even better and cooler and more sort of rad than I even had imagined her to look. So I think she looks so cool.
And that's such a cool aspect of her, that her armor and her kit keeps changing. She's got some new details, and I mean, aside from just the hair changing, she's always kind of growing and gearing up.
Totally, yeah. And I think she just is more mature and sort of becoming, like sort of coming into her own even more than before. And sometimes I get questions like, why does Sabine always change her look? And I'm like, why not? She's an artist. She's got this aesthetic sense, and she's a warrior, so she's got armor, and she kind of changes her. And let's all remember, she's still a young woman. You know, she's like maybe not so much a teenage girl anymore, but she does what she wants. Yeah. And you know, I think that's kind of a fun aspect to her that you know, ladies like these can. It's fun, like to sort of
makes it hard.
Maybe
for
it's
them
a lot of
they
work
have
to have to keep up with.
Yeah,
but it's kind of fun to get to see like what's she gonna do with her look next. Yeah.
So what else about Sabine do you really enjoy about the character? What do you like playing?
I mean, I feel very honored to get to play this female character. We always talk about like strong female characters, which is great. But I mean, on our show we have 2, and well, now we have 3. Well, yeah, totally. And they're so different from each other, and so powerful in their own skill set and who they are and their own sort of identities. And I love that Sabine is this young girl who is so not concerned with any of the like superficial. I mean, she means business. She's really good at her job. She's. I just think she's such a unique character, and I also love that sort of dichotomy where she is this like strong Mando warrior, and yet draws beautiful paintings in her room on the walls. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or when she's blowing up the Empire, she leaves a little like artistic signature. I think that's I think she's. I just don't know any other characters like her, and I'm just really honored to get to voice her.
So, what about season 3 is going to be different than season 2? I mean, besides everything, right?
Well, besides the entire, everything, and who shows up in season 3, which obviously I can't tell you much about, but I think on like the broader picture, I mean, after what happened with Darth Vader and Ahsoka, where does that leave us? What happened to Ahsoka? I, for one, would love to know. Do we find out? Like, I mean, there's all these bigger questions, and stakes are higher, obviously. But then, for me personally, I mean, I've been sort of desperate to get to know more about Sabine and to sort of explore more of Sabine's storyline in seasons 1 and 2. And I finally feel like we're getting to know a little more about where she comes from and the people from her past. Sort of some people might show up in season 3. Like I said yesterday, I might be related to some of them. So there's a lot of Mando action and characters that people might be excited to meet.
That's great. That's so exciting.
Or meet again.
Why isn't it fall yet? Right?
What?
Why isn't it fall yet?
I know. I can't wait.
So this is your first time traveling abroad for Star Wars Celebration.
Yeah.
How is this different than your experience in the years past?
Well, I love that we're here. I mean, I love that. I mean, my first experience was in Anaheim, so it was sort of down the street from us, so it was like nice and close to home, but it felt very familiar. And this is like a whole new. I mean, I'm getting to meet people from all over the place. She's from the Czech Republic. She's from Italy. Sabine's all over the world. I feel like the vibe is a little. I don't know. I feel like it's more orderly. Would you say that? No? The Empire. He said it's the Empire.
The Empire. We form queues here.
Yeah, there's nice lines. It's nice. It feels like less chaotic, maybe. I don't know. I'm having fun. I think it's great. I hope to get to do these a lot more for a long time.
Now, see, I see you brought your own security detail
with you. I brought my people.
What is it
like
ladies. Seeing young women and young men? I see a lot of little boys who really love Sabine, too.
I love it.
What is it like seeing people dress up as your character?
I mean, it's amazing. And, I mean, I love that it's boys, girls, people of all ages, little girls. I mean, I had this little girl come up to me earlier today, and she was like, "Excuse me," and she pointed to her. She had like, 100 pins, and she was like, and showed me her little Sabine pin. It's great. It's so nice to actually get to be here at one of these events and get to interact with fans, because we do it from afar, like on the in the Twitterverse and things like that. But it's so much more gratifying to get to meet people in real life and talk to them and share their enthusiasm for Star Wars. It's great.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And there will be more from Star Wars Celebration in just a minute, and we are going to grab a picture together.
Great.
You guys look awesome. Here, I'll take this.
It's like the fantasy you always have as a kid. Everywhere is an amazing shot with amazing characters.
It's about the humanity of it, which just makes the whole thing so real.
Ready, and action!
Your heart's beating and you're actually in this situation. You get something very genuine that you couldn't have planned.
You'll actually compose shots that if we were on a green screen set, you just wouldn't have known were available.
Pressure's so high. Like, we're making a film that's right touching my favourite movie of all time. But then if you're too respectful of it, that you daren't do anything new or different, take a risk, then what are you bringing to the table?
X-Wing!
X-Wing! Kills the attack down there! Bang!
I mean, this is really where a film crew like this really comes into their own. That kid, when you were 4 years old, grew up with Star Wars figures. It's a bit like just being that kid again. You're sort of going like, arr, arr, arr.
May the Force be with us.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live at Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016 on StarWars.com. I'm here with Michael Carter, the actor who portrayed Bib Fortuna in Return of the Jedi. You've said before, Bib Fortuna is very famous, but you not so much.
Bib Fortuna is very famous.
Yes.
I'm hardly known within my own family.
So let's go back to the early 80s real quick. You're doing a musical in the West End. And casting director Mary Selway sees you in it.
That's right, yeah.
What happened next?
I got a call from my agent to go and see a director about a film called Blue Harvest, and I almost didn't see it because the train was late. And then when I got in the film studio in Twickenham, and I was there to see Richard Marquand, they didn't phone upstairs, so they didn't know I was here, and they were actually leaving the building when Mary Selway spotted me. And I went in, saw Richard. He said, we're doing this science fiction film in about 4 months. Would you be interested in playing the part of an alien? You speak a very funny language. And I said, I don't know if I am really. But he kind of worked on me, and he actually gave me the offer on there and then. So I said, okay, I'll do it. And he then said, okay, now I can tell you what it is. It's the next Star Wars film. Okay, but you mustn't tell anyone. So I promised not to tell anyone. I went straight home and told my kids. And I told them, you mustn't tell anyone.
How did they do with that?
They just told everyone, you know. That was it. So that's how I got the job. I had no idea what I was letting myself in for.
Yeah. And so you've got this speaking role in a Star Wars film.
Yeah.
At what point did you get the script and see that it was all in this other language?
About a few days beforehand, about 3 or 4 days beforehand. And we only got a section of the script.
Mm-hmm.
So I had no idea what the film was about, really. None at all.
And the script wasn't giving you any hints either?
No, not at all. And each page was stamped. I mean, it was like, joining the CIA or something. So you had no idea what the hell was going on for the rest of the film. You just did your bit, and that was it. Out you went.
So did you spend quite a bit of time with that script figuring out what it was that you were saying, or did they have translations for you?
No. We kind of figured out what it meant. As long as you could remember what it meant, you could speak the nonsense language, as it were, or Huttese, as it was called. It's very difficult to speak nonsense language. I've done some comedy sketches where people talk rubbish, talking sort of funny voices, and it's very difficult to remember. But once you'd worked out what it means, or once you'd devised what it meant, you could kind of partially remember it. What we can't remember is the other actor's cues. So the other actor would be saying something like, what do you want? And you wouldn't know when he was finished. You would just be waiting to watch their mouth stop moving, and then spit out your next line.
Which couldn't have been easy with the contact
lenses.
No,
I couldn't see a thing. 2 holes drilled in the middle of that tunnel vision. I kept walking into bits of the set, and eventually I would just stand still, and people would begin to assume I was part of the set, and they'd lift me and move me around.
I heard an amusing thing about there being a board that was on the floor as a mark, since you couldn't see where the marks were.
The first entrance, when the droids come down the big long corridor, and Bib suddenly emerges and says, "Do you want a wanga?"
Yeah.
Well, the first time I tried that, I couldn't hear the marks, I couldn't see a thing. So they put a board, they put 2x4 bit of wood, set it up, I tested it out, I said action, I went straight in, went, "Do you want a wanga?" Right out of frame, tripped over it. So that was the first time it just disappeared from the frame.
Well, and everybody that you're on set with in Jabba's palace, everyone is in these elaborate no one can see.
No, nobody knows who you are either. You wander around afterwards having taken your makeup off, and nobody knows. You've had a scene with somebody, they don't know what you look like. You don't know what they look like.
Oh, you may see yourself afterwards, but nobody knows what
nobody
characters
knows
they
who
were
you
playing.
are. I say, which part did you play? Play Bib. Oh, you were.
Oh.
And so that's what it was. Very crazy. It was like being a big kid.
Yeah.
Really, it was not being a big kid. It was great.
How was it with the teeth?
The teeth kept flying out at inappropriate moments, usually managing to hit somebody in the face. But after several takes, they were okay. But I couldn't. I had to speak. Well, with the teeth in there, it sounded like that.
Yeah.
Really strange. I really had to kind of articulate. Do you want a wanga? Jabba, I shall take you to Jabba now. What is that? And also the weird thing was Jabba the Hutt, this huge monstrous monster, and his lines are being read off screen
by the script
by
person.
A stage manager, a young girl stage manager. She was saying things like those great creatures doing all this kind of authoritative stuff, and you'd hear, "It's an old Jedi mind trick," which wasn't exactly, inspiring awe and fear in the other characters. But there we go. That's filmmaking for you.
Michael, thank you so much for coming to the stage and
Pleasure.
sharing your stories with us. Let's hear it, everyone, for Michael Carter.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Star Wars Show live at Star Wars Celebration 2016 on StarWars.com. Now, it's no big secret that Star Wars would not be the global phenomenon it is today without its die-hard fans.
In fact, some would even venture to say that Star Wars' popularity has endured because of the ingenuity and passion of its hardcore fans.
Which is why we are very proud to present the Star Wars Fan Film Awards, an annual event celebrating the best and brightest Star Wars filmmakers and the films they work tirelessly to create.
Joining us now on stage is the CEO of Rancho Obi-Wan, creator of the Fan Film Awards, and judge of this year's contest, and all-around amazing human being, our dear friend, Mr. Steve Sansweet. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for being here,
It's amazing that we're still doing these all these years later, and they're bigger and better than ever.
It's incredible.
Since 2002, is that what you were?
2002 was the first one, and we've continued almost nonstop every year.
Now, fan films are something that are kind of contentious within, media and pop culture. Why did we allow that to? Why did Lucasfilm allow this to happen?
I think the fans got, there were some initial fan films that were just sort of out there, and then all of a sudden, as it became easier to make videos online, more fans decided to do it. Other film companies shut them down, but Lucasfilm said, we want to encourage this. George has always said, the future filmmakers now have the assets and the technical abilities to make their own films. And so Lucasfilm has welcomed it ever since.
And we've had the pleasure of watching them this year, and it was a lot of fun.
There were a lot of good films.
There were.
So should we get it underway?
I think we should.
All right, now we should let you know that not all of the winners could be present today to receive their award, but all of the winning films can be found on StarWars.com. So without further delay, what do you say we hand out some Golden Stormtroopers?
Yes, I would enjoy that a lot.
The first category is for the spirit of fandom. And the winner this year is Star Wars Generations by Don Biters. Accepting on his behalf is the executive producer of the film, Jack Curran. Come on over, Jack.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. This is really a joy to be able to do this and to show up and win something. We did this from a lunch to our entry in less than 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And so we really worked on this to get it done right. And what we did here was we liked the characters of Star Wars, so we wanted to make sure that we could have characters that people could relate to. And I've always believed that grandparents help children survive parents, being one myself. And that's what we wanted to do. And thank you so much for the award and for the recognition throughout the Star Wars universe. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
John Blood, Jason, Don, we got it.
Thank you so much for joining us. And now we are going to watch the film Star Wars Generations.
There I was, standing over the ruins of the Imperial fleet. And suddenly we were ambushed from behind. That's when I saw Imperial fighters starting an attack run. Just as we were outnumbered and outgunned, I realized how we could still win the day.
Did that really happen?
I'm telling the story, aren't I? You weren't there. And you're not a Jedi yet.
Come on, Grandpa. I don't have to be a Jedi to know that sounds fishy.
Fishy? Ha! You know, that reminds me of the time I was on Naboo. Fought next to the Gungans, I did.
For reals, how did you defeat the Empire?
A seeker of the truth, are you? Then the truth you shall have. First, we roared across the sand dunes of Tatooine to that hive of scum and villainy, Mos Eisley.
Did you find any stormtroopers?
Oh, we fought a whole squadron of them before we escaped to our rebel base on the planet.
Ha!
Yes, that frozen tundra. But we weren't safe for long, though. The Empire found us. We had to come up with some way to strike back. We wound up on Endor.
But the Empire had a shield generator there.
Yes, but fortunately, I brought a thermal detonator. From there, we faced the ultimate challenge.
The Death Star.
And Darth Vader.
Who are we fighting tonight, guys?
Scum and...
Villainy!
You know, throughout our journeys, one thing kept us safe. Helped us defeat evil and save the galaxy.
The Force.
You'll make a great Jedi one day. The Sand people are easily startled, but they'll come back in greater numbers. I can get you on a transport out of here right now.
I love you, Grandpa.
I know.
May the Force be with you, Grandpa.
Remember, the Force will be with you. Always.
Dad, can I ask you something?
Always. What's on your mind?
Is Grandpa doing all right?
Grandpa loves you a lot, right? And he would never be dishonest. You still with me?
Mm-hmm.
It's just... sometimes he...
Is he sick?
What does your heart tell you?
He's not sick. He's a Jedi.
Well, there you go. You ready?
Yeah. Punch it.
Well, come on.
It really is a wonderful film. Next up is the award for Best Nonfiction, and this year the winner is Force or Faith by Taro Hollow. Welcome. Someone wasn't
high
happy.
security escort
Hi,
over here.
Welcome. Congratulations. And here's your golden stormtrooper.
Oh my
Do you want to...
Lord Vader. Oh my Lord Vader. This is amazing. Is this amazing? Wow. Holy smokes. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. This is absolutely like a dream come true to be up on this stage. I can't believe it.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about your film. before we see it.
Force or Faith, everybody loves Star Wars so much, and it's part of our society, and we were kind of curious to see how it was kind of playing a role with religions. Is it becoming the new religion? And we thought it would be really fun to look at that. And we came across all these amazing things on the internet, and what people were doing and saying that they're putting their census forms as Jedi. And it was just wild, and we wanted to explore that, and that's what we put together. So we put it in a motion graphic style piece, and I guess it speaks for itself after that.
Well, let's watch it with all the fans here at Celebration.
Thanks.
Thank you so
Force
much.
or Faith?
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. May the Force be with you.
Would you rather go to church or watch Star Wars? What if you didn't have to choose? In 2001, governments of the world were caught off guard when the word Jedi started appearing on their census forms. And these weren't isolated incidents. In New Zealand, more than 53,000 citizens identified themselves as Jedi. In England and Wales, with so many registered adherents, Jedi was assigned an actual processing code for their census. With 390,127 followers, it was designated the fourth largest religion in the UK. In the months preceding the UK census, an internet campaign began, stating that Jediism would attain a legally recognized status if the government received over 10,000 declarants. Despite this victory, without any official structure to the faith, it has proved difficult for Jediism to be accepted as an actual religion. Debates have raged over what it really means to be a Jedi. Over the years, many different interpretations have arisen, including some that embrace the dark side. In addition to internal schisms, the religion has also come under fire from outside sources. Skeptics have decried it as merely fictitious or nothing more than excessive fandom. In response, the Church of Jedi released the statement, "There is some fiction in all religions," but this suggests that the census incidents were little more than stunts lampooning other religions, like the flying spaghetti monster or the invisible unicorn. Some of the activities of self-proclaimed Jedi since 2001 do seem more like publicity stunts rather than legitimate forms of worship. Yet many followers are devout and remain serious about their beliefs. In Canada, the Prime Ministers used the data from their census in which 21,000 people declared themselves Jedi Knights as his rationale for making the next survey voluntary instead of mandatory. In 2011, citizens in the Czech Republic, Croatia, Montenegro, Ireland, and Serbia all joined the phenomenon. Jedi populations within the Commonwealth had dropped significantly, but those who retained their Jedi or Sith faith did so with dedication. Is that really so strange, though? The tenets of Jediism resemble the key pillars of Buddhism and Taoism, and even some forms of Christian monasticism. The samurai films of Akira Kurosawa were a great influence on George Lucas. The samurai of feudal Japan followed the laws of Bushido, a code of behavior that upholds 7 core values. The Bushido code was often intertwined with a spiritual belief system, usually Shinto, Shujendo, or Zen Buddhism. So while the Bushido Code accounts for the strong discipline of the Jedi mindset, the spiritual nature of the Force owes its origin to the monistic religions of the Japanese Middle Age. This goes some way to legitimizing the Jedi faith, but further challenges still lie ahead. If Jediism is ever accepted, can it be as respected as other religions? Can it survive the same scrutiny? In 2013, the government of Quebec considered banning all religious symbols worn by civil servants and those employed in the public sector. Would that ban apply to all Star Wars memorabilia, or just those items specifically rooted in Jediism? Major religions struggle with freedom of expression every day. How would Jediism fare? Star Wars is the engine of a massive capitalist enterprise. Total revenues hit $27 billion last year, having sold $12 billion in toys, $2.9 billion in video games, and earning almost $4.3 billion at the box office. But the Star Wars phenomenon extends far beyond its own profits and sales. It has influenced millions of people, creating a new epic out of past ideologies and rebooting ancient philosophies for a modern audience. People today live according to the sayings of Masters Qui-Gon Jinn, Yoda, and Skywalker, or by those of Darth Sidious and Lord Vader. Jedi or Sith, both sects recognize the value of life and the Force that connects it. As of today, there is still no cohesive, unified doctrine in the faith, only a range of interpretations of the same stories from a distant, imagined past. Aspects of the religion are admittedly fictitious, and the very fact that an ascetic belief system could arise from a franchise so heavily based in merchandising is a little ironic. But how does that compare with your religion?
Congratulations, guys. Really informative and fun. So up next is the Audience Choice Award, which is something that I think we have a special place in our heart for. It's a category we really love.
It does, because the audience really, all the fans get to choose their favorite film. Sometimes it's the same film that the selectors have suggested, so we get 2 awards for 1 film. So it's really interesting to see how the paid selectors aren't.
Wait, we're supposed to get paid for that?
No. And how they differ from what the fans like. So
yeah, because what we're looking for might be totally different.
Right, and there are hundreds of films that are sent in every year. They have a 5-minute limit, thank goodness, because in the beginning they were 30 minutes. And there's a whole bunch of people that go through them at different levels, winnow them, but the fans get to look at the best and make their own selection.
Right, you were involved in helping us narrow down the field to
I was indeed.
audience
It
choice.
was a great joy.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun having you in for that. So without further ado, we will announce the winners for the Audience Choice Award. And the Golden Stormtrooper goes to The Sable Crosshair by Jeffrey Henderson. Corsair, isn't it Corsair? It's in there wrong. I'm sorry. Welcome. Welcome, congratulations. Thank you.
Ah, thank you guys. Oh, this is surreal. We're in London. This is crazy. So myself and Jeff were the co-directors of the film and got this thing done. We actually have two of our main cast members, Alex Lynn Ward and Chris Finch. I don't even know what to say. Thank you to all of our family and friends. And I know everybody's back in LA in the US and is watching this on live stream. So hello everybody. Thank you for staying up and watching us. We really appreciate it. Jeff, you talk.
Star Wars is the defining creative and professional centerpiece of our lives, as is everyone standing behind me. And to feel like we've contributed in some even little tiny minuscule way is humbling beyond words. London, we love you. We can't thank you enough for having us be here. Thank you for everyone else who submitted. And thank you to my wonderful better half, my niece and nephew, and the 501st Route 66 Patrol. We couldn't have done it without you, baby.
Fantastic.
Southern California Garrison.
And to all these fine people here, and to Steve Sands, we thank you so very, very much. And everybody that voted, everybody that voted, everybody that voted.
And now we will all have the pleasure of watching your winning video with Sable Corsair.
My ship. My beautiful ship. What?
I mean, usually it's only your ship if we make a perfect drop or something. We crash land on a hostile, uncharted planet. Well, then it's usually my ship.
Yeah, well, doesn't look like we have that problem anymore now, does it? What do you got?
HK's found something.
Great. Good talk.
What?
Strange trace elements in the air. Very strange indeed.
Why is it strange?
I've only seen this on 2 worlds in 100 years, and never like this. Kyber crystal. Trace elements.
That's impossible.
Agreed. And yet...
What's a kyber crystal?
They're rare and priceless. Priceless. Where's it coming from?
Of course, Master. Southwest. That way.
Okay then. Southwest it is. Where's Milo?
Sorry, guys. Just want to make sure we didn't forget anything. Okay, then.
Hard to see with all the smoke. Nothing's moving, no ship. Look like bodies, maybe.
Bodies? Well, that is great. Another day, another worst-case scenario.
What do you think?
Too small for a crash, could be a raid gone bad, just can't tell.
Can we just not go towards the dead bodies?
Shut up,
Milo.
Just this once?
You shut up, meatbag.
Don't get
You
involved.
shut up! Why do
Enough!
do this?
Stop! You see that? That's the only sign of life that we've seen since we crashed. That's it! And yeah, it's probably a worst-case scenario. And yes, unfortunately, we're gonna have to walk right towards the dead people again. Hey, if anyone's got any better ideas, I'm all ears.
You heard him. Let's move out. What happened here? Nothing good.
What is it?
You see, Master, I knew it. We are now officially the wealthiest smugglers in the entire galaxy.
Are they real? What do we do? I honestly don't know.
Jakosk! Sandwoki Takinju! Kunek! Nuya!
Dora! Dora, wake up!
Akshayeka Noyan Jagsu Indico Yats! Where?
Long time, Aaron. Yeah. Long time.
Fantastic film.
Awesome.
Finally, this year, hundreds of fan films were submitted, but only 5 were picked as finalists in the Filmmaker Select category. This category was judged by a celebrity panel of Rogue One director Gareth Edwards, Rogue One co-producer John Schwartz, and Rogue One executive producer and chief creative officer at ILM, John Knoll. And here now to present the winning film is John Knoll. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So, John, what is it about Star Wars that you think inspires fans to create such wonderful props and costumes and creations?
Well, Star Wars is such a rich and wonderful world. So many different planets, so many different characters, places to go, things to do. It's a wonderful place to tell stories.
And what is it about Star Wars that inspires these creative fan interpretations?
I think it's the weird exotic worlds, the wonderful tech, the themes of good versus evil. It's all just wonderful storytelling.
Fantastic. Are you ready to announce the winner?
I am.
And the winner of the 2016 Star Wars Fan Film Awards for Filmmaker Select is TK436, a Stormtrooper story by Samtubia Edwards and 2 other team members. Let's show the film.
Come on out, guys.
Oh no, sorry. Let's bring them on.
Welcome, congratulations.
Thank you. Wow, we're
Yeah?
Yeah,
You made a cool thing.
Thank you.
Tell us a little about
Thank
it.
you so much. Yeah, we're big fans of Star Wars, of course, as you know, from the film. But yeah, we just wanted to do a point of view from like the small guy, like the Stormtrooper and the Rebels, and yeah, we were pretty much inspired by Rogue One when we heard about it, and we were like, you know what? Let's do something like that. Yeah. And,
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're just kind of frazzled right now. I'm sorry.
Congratulations, guys, and thank you for joining us. And right now, we are going to watch the Filmmaker Select winners, TK436, A Star Wars Story.
As a cadet, the first thing you're trained to do is to forget everything you were, everything you believed in, and everyone you knew. Because if you didn't, the battlefield would do it for you.
Rebels. They're nothing more than traitors.
But some things are unforgettable.
on the hill. You got an 8 Series HUD, right? Good. Grab the drone and spot me. I'll do the rest. Have visual. Good. 46 to the left. Got it. Okay. Go. Talk to me. 48. Okay. We have an opening. Got it. Target in sight. Incoming excellent. Ah! Target back in sight. Got her.
Congratulations to all of the winners, and big thank you to Steve Sansweet and John Knoll for joining us on stage. And remember, there are more fan film winners that could not be here with us on stage today, and their films can be viewed on StarWars.com. And we will be back with more Star Wars Show Live from Star Wars Celebration in just a moment. For years, Carrie Fisher has proven time and time again as to why she is a living legend and a downright treasure of a woman. Now it is time for her to take the celebration stage for her uncensored and odds are uproarious panel. Carrie Fisher, The Princess Diaries, here on the Star Wars Show Live at Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016 on StarWars.com.
Stage Carrie Fisher, we stand up and we don't really scream. We act like we're screaming and we're Okay, cut that. Oh, wait a minute. Get out of here. I didn't know you were filming that. All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage. Oh, here she is right now. Carrie Fisher. Okay, the people just walking in are like turning around like, I don't know what is going on in there. It's some,
all I
it's a cult.
saw was this guy with the glasses right here. I saw you here.
It's a cult. All right. That is
great.
good. Where's Joe? Joe, raise your hand. Beautiful Princess Leia with the goatee. Where's Joe? I see you, Joe. All right, we're gonna get you in a little bit, Joe. Hang tight. I remember where you are. Perfect. Well, are you guys ready to share a room with Carrie Fisher and the Princess Diaries? Are we good, DJ Elliott? We're good to begin? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are here at the celebration stage, and this is a big moment, and only one person can handle this big moment. He has been moderating all the panels here at... Yeah, okay, all right, okay. Yeah, so, yeah,
Mark,
he's a cool dude.
Your wife is doing this to me.
Oh, really? So that means stretch.
I don't think that's the type of stretch you meant.
That is not the kind of stretch. All right, you know what? Let's do this. I got some more giveaways. I forgot. Yeah, I got some more giveaways. I'm coming out here right now. I got some more giveaways. Ooh, look at that. All right, here we go. I want to hear a really cool Princess Leia line. Who's got a really cool Princess Leia line that they can say? They don't mind saying.
Just remember how this went in Germany. I'm just saying.
Yeah, who's got a really cool, yeah, you got one. All right, come on over here. Let's get to see you. Come on over. Come on over. I got some prizes here.
Hey, Mark, guess what?
Yeah, what?
We're ready now.
Okay, all right. What's your favorite? Oh, we can do this really quick. What's your Princess Leia line?
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope.
Nailed it! Prize! Nailed it! As I was saying, only one person can handle this massive room and this massive stage. He's amazing, and he's been your moderator throughout all of Star Wars Celebration Europe. It is time for you to meet your host with the most.
He defeated the Empire as Wicket the Ewok. He destroyed the evil Queen Bath Morda as Willow. He danced with David Bowie as a goblin. He defeated the Empire as Wicket. He taught Harry Potter to be a wizard as Flitwick, the evil Queen Bath. Splendid. And then he shut him in a vault as Griphook. He depressed a galaxy as Marvin. He did some Elvis as the Leprechaun.
Thank you very much.
He wore a big beard as Knickerbrick. He danced a jig for Johnny Depp. He traveled abroad with an idiot.
What are you doing?
And he stood in a bin with a face for Ricky Gervais. He's 3 feet 6 inches tall, wears UK size 4 shoes, and has blue-green eyes. He has 3 employees, has his own app, and has already written his autobiography. He could have been in Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, and Iron Man. But he wasn't. Instead, he's here now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host and his disproportionately large ego, Mr. Warwick Davis.
Hello. How's it going? How are you? Hello.
of hands. Hello, everyone. Very odd looking. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Wow. So many people. How are you? Good to see you. Not even there yet. Wow. It's like being in the Endor forest of hands. Hello, hello. How's it going? Here we go, nearly there. It's an epic journey to the stage. One more, boom. Fantastic. Wait, oh, hang on. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Star Wars Celebration Europe. Wow. So great to be here. I just can't believe this. Look at it, the room is packed for this fabulous Carrie Fisher, the Princess Diaries show. You excited to meet Carrie? Yes. Well, we're going to bring her out here in just a couple of minutes now. But firstly, I've been asking people all weekend to tweet their pictures of their memories here at Celebration Europe with the hashtag SWCEPics. And we've got a couple to have a look at before we get started. Let's see what we've got. Okay, that's a picture of somebody's wristbands. They're excited to be here. Are you in the room now? I hope they got in. Let's see. What else have we got? Oh, wow, look at that. Little tiny Kylo Ren, or is it just a very large lightsaber? Who knows? Scale can fool you. Actually, with that in mind, I've got something under my desk here that's it's slightly unnerving. Look at that. I look even smaller standing next to this thing, don't I? It's incredible. This is actually the life size that I was when I was 11. It's incredible. Incredible figure. Excellent stuff. We got one more Twitter picture to have a look at. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That's fantastic. There's a lot of Rays here. Who likes to cosplay as Ray? Yeah, a few people. I've seen a few around anyway, trust me. Now, at this moment, I'd love to have a chat with a fan. Somebody, Mark, are you out there? Have you got somebody to have a chat
I've got John. You got to see John. You got to see John.
John, let's get John over here.
You
then.
have to see John. He's making his way to you.
Okay, I'm ready for
I
John.
apologize for anything you're about to see.
Oh,
now.
no.
Yeah.
I sense a great disturbance in the Force. This is very peculiar. I almost don't want to shake your hand, but I will. I will. Stand this way and face your crowd out there. Now, your name's John.
It is.
Whatever possessed you to come dressed like this?
Bad judgment, I think.
Bad judgment. You're in the Carrie Fisher show. You're a fan, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You're here. For how long?
1977.
No? What attracted you to her initially?
The white dress and the hair.
The white dress and the hair. So where did you buy this from? It looks very authentic.
This was eBay.
eBay?
Yeah, I stitched it.
And are you married?
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend, what does she think about all this?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. You know, right now you're being streamed to the world.
Right.
Where do you work?
I work for HMS in Liverpool.
Do you?
Yeah.
They're going to be watching, your work colleagues.
Probably. They will now.
Excellent. Well, I like to play a little game at this point. Are you up for a game? Do you know Star Wars? A little bit? Okay, come and stand this way. You're going to have to look at that screen right now. As we play a game I like to call R2D Who.
R2D.
Right, so I'm going to show you some images from the movies, okay, of characters. And there's the first one, okay? Now, they've been covered by the R2D2 dome. Do you know who that is?
Admiral Akbar.
Admiral Akbar. Let's see if you're right. Yes, that was an easy one. Well done. Okay, let's see if you get the next one right. Okay, who's that?
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Qui-Gon Jinn. Let's see if you're right. He knows his Star Wars. He's not just an ugly face. Okay, let's see the last one. Okay, that's it. You've got 2 out of 2. You, sir, win a prize. Mr. Mark Daniel has your prize. We're very generous here. What have we got, Mark, for this gentleman? And look at that. It's a Star Wars crochet playset. Crochet playset. Good to meet you. Thanks for being here. There he goes. Very strange, that is. Very strange indeed. Right. Okay, so it's on with the show, the moment you've been waiting for. Not only has my guest played the most famous princess in the galaxy, she's also an author, a script writer, and a doctor. No, not an actual medical doctor, a script doctor. Princess Leia once referred to Chewbacca as a walking carpet. She referred to Wicket as a rug. But before I bring her out here to walk all over me, let's see her in action.
Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?
I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor.
This is some rescue. I just assumed he's a Wookiee.
I can arrange that.
Why, you half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder.
May the Force be with you.
Please give a royal welcome to a new Disney princess, Princess Leia Carrie Fisher. And Gary. Welcome. Gary, hello. There, Gary, you're here too. Carrie, I'm just going to get your microphone for you so we can hear you. That's it. Do you
Gary
want one as
wants
well?
the good seat.
Always
We're
wants-
not speaking. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be a good interview, isn't it?
We're licking.
I had a
Okay.
line of questioning for Gary, but we're going to have to leave that now, aren't we? It's great to have Gary back again, isn't it? Because last time I interviewed you was in Essen for Star Wars Celebration Europe. Last time, 2 years ago. And Gary came on stage and he mauled my Ewoks, didn't he?
He did. He doesn't like Ewoks.
No, I noticed.
They
Completely
sort
destroyed
of maul his spotlight.
I know. Well, he's become quite a celebrity, hasn't he? I mean, you know, he's got a social media presence
He
now.
has over 30,000 followers on Instagram. So if you want to raise that number, you know.
Yeah, get following
See
him.
how excited he is about that.
But he accompanied you to the premiere of The Force Awakens as well.
He did, and he sort of ruined the, you know, let's see.
What's he up? He's on
Yeah, there was a sort of stability about the crowd until Gary got there and chased around. Who did he chase around?
Oh, he chased BB-8 around.
BB-8. He really doesn't. No, he loves BB-8.
He wanted to play ball.
He thought BB-8 was another dog, which I can't deny.
Oh, he's crying now. Why are you crying?
Now he's weeping. Does anyone have any treats?
You can sit under my desk.
And that's not a euphemism. No? Okay.
Now, have you ever, you know, thought about Gary perhaps being in a Star Wars movie?
I would love for him to be in a Star Wars. I think there are not enough pets in Star Wars. That's the only thing really it's missing, don't you think?
Would he be Leia's pet, or do you think you see him
He
as another
could be
character?
anyone's pet. He would like to be my pet, I think. But he's willing to move along and go with somebody else.
Okay. Well, I've been thinking about this, you know. I've been thinking, where could we put Gary in Star Wars? And I've come up with a few ideas for you to consider. Let's have a look at the first one. This is Gary Yoda, or Goda. And next up I've come up with the Gwampa.
Oh.
There he is, the Gwampa. Blends perfectly into that character. Then we've got a Gaga Binks. And this is Salacious Gary. There he is. Salacious Gary sounds a bit like a porn star, doesn't it?
Well, with that tongue, you know, you can't deny.
Oh, now that's putting it too far. Now that's just weird. What is that? That's what is that?
Warwick
Wicket.
Gary.
A Gary Walk. Gary Walk.
Yes.
There you go.
Well, that tongue is a special effect, don't you guys think so?
Well, you know what, Carrie? It's funny you should say that, but when I played Wicket, I was able to get my tongue through between the teeth of the character.
I
My
don't
actual
remember
tongue.
that.
You don't remember that, no.
Thank God.
Right, so actually I've got something for Gary here.
I made him nervous on that
You
one.
do, it just got warm in here all of a sudden. Okay, so I've got this certificate that we were handed that's for Gary. Look at that, he's now an honorary member of Mission Orange. He's got his own patch and everything now. So
Where am I going to put the patch, though?
I don't know. I don't know. It's...
Anybody have any guesses?
Yes, I don't think you're allowed to affix patches to dogs, actually, so...
Well, Gary will fix that, though. Well, thank you. Gary, check it out.
He's impressed. He's impressed.
He's been on the set of Star Wars, and thank you. Gary, look, they love you. Yes! Yes, Gary. He was a tiny bit afraid of the set because he thought that they didn't really want him there after he got on the set one day, and there was, I think the Wookiee, you know, Chewie scares him. He thinks it's a very big dog. Too big to play with.
Absolutely. Well, since we last chatted, you've been working on The Force Awakens. We can now talk about it.
I'm not allowed to talk about that.
You are now, though.
Oh, that one?
Yes,
okay.
the one that we...
I don't know what I'm not supposed to talk about, but I know it's something.
The one where the picture there will remind you of that moment. So you
I know, that's my baboon-ass hairstyle. You don't disagree. First I have the hairy earphones, and now I have baboon asses.
You've never been a big fan of the hair, have you?
Well, come on, give me a break. You want to be a fan of that hair? Oh, you would look good in the hair.
Well, what about The Empire Strikes Back when you had the sort of loopy, twirly bits? Did you like them? Plaits? No.
I think I like them better than the baboon ass, for sure.
Do they not consult you on these matters?
No, actually, there are worse ones, if you can imagine. They screen a lot of other ones, but no, I don't get a lot of choice.
Okay. Well, how was it being back on The Force Awakens again? I mean, were you excited or just... Well...
Yes, you feel a little old for camp. It's sort of like a camp reunion.
But you were reunited with your co-stars originally, so you were along with them, but you had a lot of younger actors with you as well.
Reunited and it feels so good.
Did it feel good?
Yes. No, yeah, it did. We just looked a little melted, Harrison. But that happens in space after a while, you'll see.
And did you kind of find the character again straight away after all this time?
The character's more worried this time. There's more people blowing up, and you get more worried as you go along.
And as you get older, you worry about more things,
Worry about
don't you?
sending people off into battle, and very, very relaxed when they get back.
Yeah, and she's a general now, you see, so you have more responsibilities as a character.
Way too, that's why I say it's way too much responsibility. That's why the worrying comes.
Why did she accept it?
You know, the nerf herders didn't let me decide. I just had to do whatever they say. No, they don't ask me if I want to be worried or not.
Okay.
I would like to be worried and funny.
Oh, you want a bit of comedy?
A bit of, you know, slapstick with the worrying.
Oh, okay.
Send them off with a tap dance, something
and
like
slip
that.
on a banana skin.
Come back, look what you'll be missing. You know, stuff like that.
So, what do you know of the kind of the period between the end of Return of the Jedi and the beginning of The Force Awakens? Did they tell you any of that story so you were well informed?
Han's funeral. No,
no,
between
but
the
before,
old one.
Okay,
No,
let's paint the
Han
picture.
and I have a very, very volatile, you know, relationship, obviously, which leads to space divorce, as you know. No, I don't think we are divorced. We're just estranged.
I see, space estrangement.
Yes, which is very, very rough. And we had a child who turned out to be Hitler, and naughty Hitler. Well, you'd feel bad too if your son did all that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I got my back to you, sorry. But I did spank Adam when I first met him, so that felt good.
I'm sure he was delighted.
Well, he's very tall, so, you know, I don't think he was scared.
Tell me about working with J.J. Abrams.
J.J. is like an actor. He's very funny. He makes a very tight ship, but a fun ship. And he knows everyone's name. I mean, every extra, every crew member, everybody. So he's great to be around. I mean, I always go up to them and ask them to give me more than they're giving. So I'm a pain in the ass. But he was a great director, as is the new guy.
Of course. And how did he pitch the idea of coming back? Did he take you to lunch and say, listen, we're going to do another Star Wars?
They don't have to ask you to do another Star Wars. I mean, what? You think they come and say, now look, here's the bad and good news. Do you want to do Princess Leia again? I've been doing Princess Leia all along. So it's not like doing her again. It's just that I haven't seen as much of Harrison as our marriage would indicate.
I see.
But I'm always Princess Leia. I mean, if I ran into one of you, would you call me Carrie or would you call me Leia? Both. That's true. I am Leia and Leia is me. Let's call the whole thing off. I have been Princess Leia all along and myself. So there's not much to agree to. I agreed to it immediately. And also, women my age don't work a lot in Hollywood. You get a man who's about 65 and his girlfriend is 25.
I see.
That's how it works.
That's cool.
Sometimes in life, too.
Yes. Do you have any advice for the younger members of the cast, having experienced what you have with Star Wars fandom and the whole journey you've been through for the last 40 years?
I've told Daisy not to go through the crew like wildfire. We have to preserve, and that goes for the boys as well. So that she took that advice, and not that I went through the crew like wildfire, tiptoed. No, I gave them advice on doing a press.
I see.
I don't know what that was, though. I can't remember.
You can't remember what the advice was?
Well, you don't have to try to be funny. You just have to tell your anecdotes and say what it's like to be merchandised, which sounds like a euphemism as well. But it is very weird to be merchandised.
What did you think the first time you saw the figure of Princess Leia?
That there wasn't. I have a beauty mark, and when I say beauty, I use the term lightly, on the back, on my back. And so they forgot to put that on. But it was in the movie. Did you guys notice it? No. You were too busy looking at the front. But I liked being a shampoo where you could twist off my head, pour liquid out of my neck. And you can wash me with soap, and you can lick me because I'm a stamp. Well, no, Gary. That's why I got the Gary with the tongue. It's Gary with the tongue, not Gary with the... Okay. I've been so many things. I've been a robe, and I'm a Halloween costume.
Are you?
Yes.
Did you see the gentleman I had out here just before
He
you
looked
came
so
out?
much better than I did, but...
Carrie, he had a beard.
I think I would have looked good with a slight beard. Just 5 o'clock shadow. No, I thought you looked great, wherever you are.
He's over there.
Okay,
Yeah.
you really did.
Yeah, we surrounded him with security just so he couldn't get back over here.
Do you have to wear the bikini for stuff with your girlfriend? I don't think that would look very good.
Now, I expect, having played one of the most iconic sci-fi women in film history, you get recognized everywhere you go. Yeah?
Well, more lately, because there's been a transition into the melting. So now they've caught up with me, and so they've caught up with me.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So people didn't recognize you so much from the end of
When
Return
I
of
look-
the Jedi.
Yeah, no, when I was 25, I don't really look the same as when I was 25. My beauty mark does. But I am a little more melted, but now they know that, and so they find me.
And what do people say when they come up to you? I mean, what are they asking? For autographs? What's going on?
Selfies.
Selfies?
Yes. They
Selfies
want
where?
autographs and selfies and sexual favors. I don't know.
How are you with the selfies? I mean, I get that a lot as well. You know, it's...
I'm good with selfies, although I like to, you see yourself, which is, you don't see when they're taking a picture. So then I have to get my neck right and everything. That's a special effect too that they haven't worked out yet.
Yeah, I mean, the selfie's not the most flattering photograph, is it, in the world, really?
Well, you can't control the lighting, but no. It's not.
No, well, I've actually been doing a few selfies because I like to collect them myself, as well as people taking pictures of me. When I meet someone famous, I like to have a picture with them. And I've got a little collection of Star Wars selfies that I've been doing. This first one is me and Chewbacca. Let's have a look at that. There we go. It's me and Chewie. And you can tell it's a great likeness.
Is that a euphemism? Or are you just glad to see me?
Wait till you see the next one. This is me and Lord Vader. There we go.
It's early in the morning for those kind of things.
Most impressive is what I said to him. And this last one, me and Harrison
That's my
Ford.
father. Oh.
And there's your husband.
There's my husband.
That's a good one, huh? Carrie, I wonder whether I could add a fourth one to my, what is a fairly limited collection of Star Wars selfies right now. Could we do a selfie? Yeah?
Of course.
I don't usually do these very often, but Gary, are you going to be sitting there in the middle? What do you fancy with this? We get Gary in it as well. So I'm all set up, you see. People aren't usually ready. It's hard to get Gary. Look up, buddy. Look up, ready? Smile. There we go. Wonderful. That's fantastic. We'll just check it, as we do. Oh, that's a bit blurred, that one. That's a bit blurred. That's good. That's good. Can we do one more? It is actually blurry. But this is what... Let me do it one more time now.
Here, Gary.
I see what you mean now. You see, when you're under pressure, your phone just doesn't work, does it? Okay, here we go. Oh, now I've made it. Oh dear, I'm gonna panorama now. Honestly, oh no, it's facing the wrong picture of you lot then. Okay, here we go. Gary, one more, and that's great.
Okay.
I'll put that on Twitter later on for everyone to see. You know, having done that, I expect there's not one person here who wouldn't want a selfie with you and me, is there? Who would want a selfie? Look at that. Mark, get me a few people. I've got an idea. Get me a few people with camera phones.
Hey, it's Elliot. If I tap you on the shoulder and gave you a number, come over here to me.
So what I was thinking, Carrie, I've sort of come up with an idea, whether you're up for this. We could go for the world record of the most selfies in 60 seconds. You up for that, with you and me and a fan? Let's try. Okay, so...
guys, come over here.
I need to kind of ident this with some sort of sting, something to represent the speed of this, something like quick as a flash. Can you give me a sting like that? Something quick as a flash, something? Here we go. Okay, right, so, Carrie, what we'll do, we'll set ourselves up here. You can stay where you are. Would Gary... I don't want him to get upset with all these people coming on stage all of a sudden.
No, Gary's very close.
Can we shove him up that way a bit then? I'll get a bit closer. And we'll allow a space here for these people. Look at this, herds of people. So I don't actually know whether this is a world record, if we can do this. We've got 60 seconds to do it.
No, please go back and sit down, please.
Can we get Robbie up here with the camera? Robbie, can you come up here?
No.
And this is going to be a sort of point of view camera now. Can we get the camera up on stage? And we're going to have 60 seconds up on the clock ready. And the guys are here ready, so have your phones open, ready. I don't want to be unlocking them, you know, all that stuff. We've got to get this quick. Mark's going to manage you guys. All we've got to do is smile, okay? So standing by. Tell me when they're ready, Mark. We're just looking at the camera when it comes in here, Carrie. They're going to bring them in. Look, each person. Okay. All these guys. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. You keep count. Go! Quickly. It's facing the wrong way. Oh. That's one. Go. Okay, number 2. Oh, yes, go. This is number 3. Excellent. Go. Did he take it? He's got it on timer. Go over there. Get it. 4. Excellent. Go, man. Are we going for 5? Okay, good. Sound those numbers. That's 6.
Go.
7. Go.
25 seconds.
Oh, no.
8. Go away. Go. Okay, this will be, what is this, number 8 now? Go. Number 9.
14 seconds.
Princess Leia.
No.
That's 9, is it 9?
10.
This is 10, we got 10 seconds.
Okay.
Yes. 11.
Everyone squeeze in. Go now. Everybody.
Everybody in. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Gary. Thank you, guys. Oh, Carrie, I'm exhausted from that. But you see what happened in that? It was textbook mistakes, wasn't it? Timers were set. It was all wrong.
And it made Gary a little nervous.
Gary, is your microphone there? Let me just see if it's a record.
It's okay, they will come back.
Yes, I've just been told there's no such record, although I think we have set a record for the most selfies at Star Wars Celebration at the XL Center on a Sunday. So well done. We have it. Oh, it's when we're clapping, isn't it? That's what's happening. It's when we're clapping.
Doesn't like praise.
Oh dear. Where's your microphone gone, Carrie?
Oh.
There it is.
My God, sorry about that.
You're back with us again.
Oh, they are the ones that all
There they
made
go.
it.
And guys, if you've got those selfies, hashtag SWCE pics, and we'll have a look at those later on, or maybe in the next show, actually. But so, Carrie, last time we were together as well in Essen, I remember you indulged me a recreation of our scene, because I like to recreate scenes from the film.
I love to recreate
It
scenes
was
from the
fabulous.
film.
I wonder whether, as a treat to these good people here, these over 4,000 people here, we might do it again today.
Oh my God, I would love to do that.
You'd love to. So
Love
yes,
to.
he said yes. Let's play Stage Wars. Okay.
All right.
You can stay there. I will direct you. Right. So I need a couple of bits for this. So, Carrie, I'm just getting my props. First of all, I need this spear. I need a spear here. So just got a spear. Hang on, it's never ending. That's ridiculous. I asked for a spear. Look at the state of this.
I need a little candy thing to give you.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'll make sure you have something. That's my spear anyway. That is ridiculous.
Very impressive.
Okay, what else have we got here for this? I just need my little Ewok hood here as well. There you go. So I'm gonna be, when I do these, it's unusual I get to play myself, you see. I always have to play somebody else. But, there we go, he's back. There, that's nice, isn't it? Now, we haven't got any kind of goodies for you to give me. Maybe you could feed Wicked a can of Coke, maybe, for this one. Okay, so do you want to sort of lay along this chaise longue here? Instead of, I don't want to have Carrie Fisher lay on the floor, surely not. I think just relax back there as if this is the forest floor. There we are. And you're laying with the wildlife there of the forest. That's it, make yourself comfortable. Okay, good. Now, before we do this, Carrie, he doesn't want to be a pillow, does he? That's what the problem is. He said, I'm a star now, I'm not going to be a pillow. That's it, it's just like being at home, Gary, see?
All right.
Okay, right, now, before we do this, Carrie, just relax a minute and let's remind ourselves of our moment in the film.
Cut it out!
I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh. Well, looks like I'm stuck here. Trouble is, I don't know where here is. Maybe you can help me. Come on, sit down. I promise I won't hurt you. Now come here. No. All right. You want something to eat? That's right. Come on. Hmm? Look, it's a hat. It's It's not gonna hurt you, look. You're a jittery little thing, aren't you? What is it?
Okay. Oh, that was such fun. What do you remember of that day's filming? Nothing. Your microphone's down there, by the way. Where is your microphone? Yeah, we need to hear you. You don't remember anything of it?
Somehow I remember taking the hat off.
Yeah.
And that you were very cute. I
thank
remember
you.
that.
Thank you.
Not anymore, but
Oh,
you were
okay.
very cute. No.
I made a mistake by putting this hat on before I showed the clip, and I'm absolutely boiling now. Anyway, so let's set this up then. So I need to be coming in from this side, don't I?
Yes.
So this is actually quite a good spear for an Ewok, because when they're very nervous, they can sort of poke people from afar. You see, not to get so close.
Do not scare Gary.
Will he think I'm threatening you if I do? Yeah, I've got to be careful, haven't I? Okay, Gary, I am a friend. I am not going to...
I come in peace.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so if we could have the music for the underscore, and let's now recreate the scene from all those years ago. Don't worry, Gary. I'm always going to eat my... Okay, that's it. I've done that bit. Oh. You can wake up now if you want. I don't want to have to poke you again, Carrie. Hang on. Ooh. Oh.
What are you doing, you nervous little thing? I need subtitles for that.
It means...
No, don't be scared. Don't be scared. I have a Coca-Cola for you. Isn't it? It's...
Oh.
Yeah, it's the real thing.
Nice bit of endorsement. Well done. What am I going to get out of this? A lorry full of dowling. Okay. Right, and then, I know you haven't got a hat on, then maybe your shoe.
Oh, wait.
What are you going to do next? Okay. You got a line.
I'll take my glasses off.
Okay.
Why, Miss Smith, without your glasses? Okay. Don't.
Oh.
Good boy. Good boy.
All right. Oh dear. I've been chased off my own stage. Gary, look, watch.
There you go, Gary. He's okay.
Come in, please.
Well, he's not okay, but he's okay.
Carrie, how are we going to carry on? I don't want to come anywhere near you now. How do I go low? What do I do? Go low?
Yeah, go as low as Gary.
Go low.
No. Look, he's as low as you are, honey. Okay.
Hang on a minute. Am I really on stage in front of 4,000 people on my hands and knees with a wicket hood on? Yes, this is actually happening.
It's
Thank you.
Dignity Day at the Star Wars Convention Center.
Right, so, Gary, I'm okay. Look.
It's okay, baby.
Look,
He's okay.
I'm okay.
Now, I have to make him not nervous, so you stay unnervous.
Okay.
Here, look, it's just a hat shaped like glasses.
And then I take them.
Oh.
Oh, I've heard a noise. I won't drop them in case I break them.
Yeah, and break Gary. Okay. Uh-oh.
And then there's a big explosion.
Yeah, there's a big explosion.
Pew! Quick, hide behind the sofa. Oh. Gary, it's me, buddy. It's me. It's just a hat. Now I'm doing your lines. Oh, it's sweaty now.
Go get him.
No, don't say that. There, you can have that, Gary. Gary, look, this is a toy. Gary,
Okay.
Gary, fetch the Ewok. Get him. Oh, hello. I'm just going to stay here, Gary. I don't have to get up anymore.
Okay. Come here, baby.
No, boy.
No, he's not down there. He's still up here. Okay.
Right.
It is a toy.
He's taking it out on my hood now.
Come
His
on.
anger, his pent-up anger.
That's right. We have him in dog therapy.
Right, you
Come
sit
on.
up there and chew that for the rest of the show. Okay, lovely.
Don't laugh at him. He's shut. I know.
Yeah. Gary, can we carry on with the show now? We've got a couple of more features to do. Yeah? You settle
Okay.
down.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Look, I'm going to take this. Here.
Settle down. Right, and now, so Carrie, earlier on, thank you for doing that. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Come on. You'd do that too if you were up here. I would. Okay.
So, Carrie, last time we talked as well, I mentioned something called Return of the Ewok. Now, that was a film that we made alongside Return of the Jedi. Do you remember? It was like a behind-the-scenes
Oh, yes,
film.
I do remember.
And I promised I would send you a copy last time we spoke. Well,
And you didn't?
No, I didn't, but I've done the next best thing today. I've prepared a clip to show you.
Oh, good.
Let's have a
so
look
glad.
at a clip from Return of the Ewok, then we'll chat about it.
Hi. Mark, you know anything about Ewoks?
No. What? Oh, no. Ewoks, are you sure you have the right movie?
Yes, definitely. Revenge of the Jedi.
Well, I don't know. The script's so full of surprises. I mean, it's been top secret. Maybe Carrie knows. Let's ask her. Carrie? Hi. Listen, do you know anything about where the Ewoks are supposed to report?
Ewoks?
Yeah, Ewoks.
Oh, I know. You should report to Jabba the Hutt's palace. It's full of unusual and wonderful things.
Yeah, that sounds right. Jabba's Palace. That's on stage 8. Go that way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye. May the force be with you.
Always. That was fantastic. Come on. That was great.
Do you remember that now?
Release that? I sort of do remember that.
Yeah, it's a lovely film. It's 23 minutes long, and it was never finished. And the
we
beauty of it
finish
is,
it
it's not
now?
available. It just gets little bits can be shown at events like this and that sort of thing. So
And we're finishing it over time?
it'll never be finished, I don't think now. But it's the story of me, or fictional story of me, getting the part in Return of the Jedi, and then obviously putting the costume on and trying to figure out where Ewoks are supposed to be. Then I catch a rocket ship to Endor, literally, and find you guys fighting the Battle of Endor there. And then my mum and dad come and pick me up in a spaceship and take me home again. Literally,
Wow.
that's exactly
What was the budget on that?
The budget, it was a no budget, but all of you good people gave your time. That was probably filmed during a lunch break. But everyone's in there, it's fabulous.
It really is good, and I look good, so that's important.
You did look very good indeed. Now, earlier this weekend, Carrie, I went out amongst the fans in the convention centre, with heavy security, I might add, and I wanted to play a little game with them. I asked them to complete a line of dialogue from the film. So I said the first part of it, and I wanted to see whether they could come up with the completed sentence. So I'm going to play a clip now, and you have to decide, just by looking at the person, whether you think they will indeed finish the line of dialogue. Let's find out now as we play a game. That has a nice sting that goes along with it.
Complete the Senate. Ants. Oh, I see. Senators. Very clever.
Right, so, complete the sentence. Here's the first clip, Carrie, of a fan. We'll pause it, and then you have to figure out, did they complete it or not?
I find your lack of faith.
So, do you think that guy's going to be able to finish the sentence there? Does he look like a true fan?
He might be able to finish the
You
sentence.
think he might be able to do it? All right, let's find out.
I find your lack of faith
disturbing.
Yes, you were right. You did it. Okay, so you can tell by looking at somebody whether they're going to be able to...
He should marry his girlfriend. He has a child.
Yeah. Would you marry him?
A little bit. Just a little bit. Just the beard. Okay.
Let's have a look at the next one.
Hello? There's always a bigger...
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no.
I don't know the end of that sentence.
Okay.
Well, I think I know it, but I don't know it.
Okay. All right, well, let's see. Did this person complete the sentence?
There's always a bigger...
Yes! What's the answer?
Fish.
No, she got it. She didn't, and then she did. It's fish. There's always a bigger fish.
That was a line in Star Wars?
Yeah, it was said in The Phantom Menace. But it is an expression, isn't it, in life as well, I think.
Oh, I use that all the time.
People
I'm
say it often
surprised
when
I-
they see me.
What?
People always say it when they see me.
Oh, I see. No, I don't understand.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's have one more.
You don't know how hard I found it signing the order to...
What do you think?
I think he's going to know that.
He's a stormtrooper in a kilt.
The kilt part makes me nervous, but the stormtrooper part makes me confident.
Okay. All right, let's see if Storm McTrooper completed the sentence.
You don't know how hard I found it signing the order to...
Uh-oh. The kilt won.
Terminate your life.
Yes!
We could hear the cogs whirring, and you got it in the end.
What was the answer?
It was to terminate your life. It was somebody...
I knew this
Moff
general-
Tarkin said it to you.
I know he did, but I can't. I was very upset at the time, so I didn't remember.
You spent a lot of time being stressed and upset, didn't you, as Princess Leia?
Lately.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was upset then. Very. Well, they were going to blow up my planet.
Yeah, of course.
Record collection.
Absolutely.
Everything.
Now, before we go to questions from the audience, got one more thing to do, right? So, Carrie, if you would just shut your eyes for a moment, when I come back on, I'll say open them, and I want you to say the first thing that comes to mind.
Oh, no.
Okay? Stand by. Keep your eyes shut from now. Okay, open your eyes.
What?
Open your eyes.
There's always a bigger fish.
Hang on. Okay. Oh no, my microphone's come off now. Hang on, my microphone's come off. That
Here,
wasn't
come
the
on.
correct answer. I've broken this now. I borrowed it off a 501st member. Oh dear, oh dear.
Come on.
So, what else would you have said? Any other ideas? It's a
No.
line from the film. It's something you said in the movie.
You think I memorize these lines so that I can remember them down through time, don't you?
The answer was, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?
I didn't understand that taking off the helmet was part of the thing. I thought it was to upset Gary. Okay, aren't you?
What people usually say is, take the helmet off, you're far too good looking to keep it on. But,
Okay, I'm
that would have been
sorry
a
that
good
I didn't know that.
Right, Mark, have we got some questions for our audience for Carrie?
Yes, I do. I have a question right over here.
Where are you?
State your name and your question.
Hi, my name's Grace, and I'd just like to know how long before filming you knew about wearing the golden bikini?
Oh, I knew about the gold. Is that for me or for Warren?
that one's definitely for you.
George had me come up to San Francisco to show me sketches, and I thought he was joking. And because then they didn't have a lot of exercising, so I had to get leg lifts and stuff like that. But I really did think he was joking. He showed me sketches. That was a couple of months before. So not enough time to really get in shape. No, but I was in shape permanently then.
Very good, thank you for that. DJ Elliott, do you have our
Back
next
here.
question? Okay.
Hello.
Here. Where's here? Oh, there's here.
Have you got the question? Hello, anyone got a question? Or should we go to Twitter?
Yes, right here. Catherine, we have Catherine. Right up here at the edge of the stage to your left. She's 9 years old. She has a question.
What's your favorite Star Wars movie?
Empire Strikes Back.
Why would it be your favorite, Karen?
It's the spiritual Star Wars. It's the John Lennon Star Wars.
I see.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for your question. Should we go to a Twitter question next? Have we got any? People have been tweeting their questions via the hashtag SWCECarrie. Who is your favorite character from the franchise, and can you sort it out that Gary gets an action figure?
Oh man, I really think it's important that Gary gets an action figure with, you know, the tongue as a little, you know, extra little moment on the side. Who's my favorite character? Well, in the yes and no way, I like Jabba because I like to kill him. So I like to get him, yeah, I like to kill him in all sizes.
But so have you chosen a character, favorite one?
Well, that was Jabba.
Oh. Okay.
Am I not allowed to choose Jabba?
You can choose Jabba. You can.
Okay,
you can.
I'll choose myself.
Okay. Didn't get the hint.
No, I couldn't get any. Do you have one?
I'm a character.
I know that you're a character, but I didn't know you were an action figure too.
Hang on a minute.
Is that real?
Is that real? Yes, it is real. It's a giant version of the action figure. Obviously, in reality,
well,
there
I'm
was
very
one.
excited for you then.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You know you've made it, don't you, when you're created in plastic?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you a stamp too?
No, I've never been a stamp.
See, it's really good when you're a stamp.
Are you? All right then. All right, Miss Fisher. Are you a Lego minifigure?
I think so.
Yeah, all right. Have you got 4 Lego minifigures of characters you've played?
I don't know about 4, but I think
well,
I have.
Well, thank you very much. I think I hold that record. I rest my case.
You have 4 Lego mini?
Yeah, different characters, yeah. There's a Wicket figure. There's a Professor Flitwick from Harry Potter figure.
I see. We're going to other movies
Oh,
now.
yeah, we're
That's
allowed
cheating.
to. There's no rules that you say
That's
you can't do.
cheating, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there's no Burbs figures.
But you'll have 2 now, at least. I think you've got more.
Blues Brothers. Oh. No, I'm not an actor. The mystery woman with a flamethrower.
There'd be a Lego Blues Brothers license. That would be unusual.
You win on that, and I'm enraged at you. Get him, Gary.
On that note, let's go to another question from the floor.
All right, back here in the back by the audio.
Okay.
What's your favorite scene with Harrison Ford in the Star Wars saga?
In the new Star Wars, there was a little bit where I kind of yell at him. Not really yell, but it's fun to go back to the old days when we treated each other badly. That's always my favorite part, is treating Harrison badly. I mean, Han.
Right, let's go to Twitter again. Let's see what we got from Twitter. Okay. What's being your favorite and least favorite parts of coming back to play Leia in the new trilogy? So,
I do not like looking at myself in giant size. It doesn't make for older women.
I see.
When you have, what is that called when it makes you very,
ugly?
your wrinkles all show.
Magnification? I don't know. What do you mean?
It is. HD is not friendly.
Oh, HD, yes.
To the older, over 40s. It's not made for that.
No.
So I wept through the first, I'm not kidding. Thank you, darling. I love you too.
They all love you in
My
HD.
wrinkles and my puffs and my sad, and my baboon ass.
Okay, let's go to another question from the floor.
All right, over here on the left side of the stage.
Yep.
Hi, Carrie. I still think you're as beautiful as you were back in 1977.
Oh, thank you.
I really do. It's a bit of a two-part question, so sorry. Would Gary like some peanuts? Because I noticed you asked him what a snack earlier. And this might be a bit of a personal question, but do you still wear the bikini?
I'm wearing the bikini now.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's been modified for older usage, but I am wearing it now.
Good, I'm glad we've cleared that up. And okay, DJ Elliot, what do you have for us?
Hi, I was wondering if you could tell us a particular funny story from set.
Which movie? No, let me see.
Any of them.
Oh, there's some bad ones where I don't remember my dialogue. I don't like those stories, though. Well, you know, when we were doing the scene in the trash compactor, there was a thing that was supposed to be called a Dianoga. That was the thing under the water that grabbed Mark. And so we're in the trash compactor, and Mark lifts up a piece of trash and says, "Pardon me, George, could this be Dianoga poo-poo?" So that was good.
That's fantastic. Mark, do we have another question in the room?
Yes, way in the back, stage left, up in the rafters.
Ah, yeah.
Hi, Carrie. Do you take a new lover in episode 8?
God, I hope so. If I do, I don't know it, but the dress is awfully large, so you never know. It could be a new kind of special effect that they add in post. I hope.
Okay, let's go back to Twitter for the next question. Okay, this is from somebody called Can Skywalker. How often do people call you Princess Leia instead of your real name? We sort of talked about this earlier, didn't we?
Well, I have a feeling this person would. No, I often go into, my favorite thing is going into a airport and someone saying to me, "Leia!" And am I meant to go, "Yes"? So I am, yes, called Leia, and it's very hard for me not to turn around, which is depressing. But I often turn around, and that's more depressing. And yet not. What do you think? Don't you want to be called Leia, sir? Yeah.
Okay, DJ Elliot.
Elliot, this will be our last question, I was told.
Hi. For those of us that were at the first panel with Mark Hamill, we're curious about why you went to the Wax Museum without him.
Mark's email, which is, Mark's email does not include his name. And I often, as I don't remember, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper, don't remember people's non-names, email names. So when he wrote to me about it, doesn't this sound like a lie? Anytime you try to convince someone of something, it sounds like a lie. That's what an acting tip. So when he wrote to me, I never saw it. And obviously, we both were longing to go over and see ourselves in wax. So that was the interesting thing, was we had our little connection as twins. And we both wanted to go over and see the wax figure. But I didn't see his email. That's my story anyway, and I'm sticking to it. Why would I want to go without Mark? It's a much better story that I went with Mark. And now, ask him this when you see him. All of you. Why would I not? Does he want to go now? I keep asking him. I say to him, "Do you want to go back?" I said yesterday, "Let's go tonight." And he said, and you can say this to him when you see him, all of you, "I have tickets for the theater." Now, doesn't that sound like a lie? So, please go get him. If it's a problem for him for me have not gone before, I'm willing. So I want literally every single one of you to go up to him and say, "Go with her now." Hashtag go with her now. .wax figure.
Well, Carrie, I'm so thrilled we've had the real Carrie Fisher here this afternoon.
And I'm thrilled we had the real Warwick.
The real Warwick. I've not been made in wax.
Well,
Never.
you will be, I can tell.
It would only take one small candle. Melted into a Warwick Davis shape.
All right, well, I'll get that.
Maybe we'll suggest
Look, and now Gary likes you more.
I know, I think so.
It's calmed down.
He has indeed. Well, it's been such a delight to share the stage with you today.
And you,
and,
sir,
ladies and gentlemen,
you.
please put your hands together for the wonderful Carrie Fisher and Gary. Ladies and gentlemen, there's loads more to come on this stage later on. In an hour's time, I'll be joined by Mr. Ray Park right here on this stage. And then later on this afternoon, future filmmakers and the closing ceremony.
Of Lucasfilm, today is your lucky day. Leaders from ILM, Skywalker Sound, ilmxlab, Lucasfilm Animation, and the Lucasfilm Story Group are about to give you an exclusive glimpse into the inner workings of the company and maybe answer a couple of your questions along the way. The Lucasfilm Art of Storytelling panel starts right now on Star Wars Show Live from Star Wars Celebration Europe.
As you know, we We've had a lot of amazing panels over the years. Really incredible, groundbreaking stuff. I've hosted a lot of these panels over the years. It's been a wonderful treat. I've learned so much. Never have we had on one stage so much talent from such a wide group of disciplines all at once that all work for the same company, like we do right now. We have every discipline of Lucasfilm here, leaders from representing all the different parts of Lucasfilm and everything that they do. But we're going to talk about their creative process, we're going to talk about story, we're going to talk about technical innovation, and we're going to talk about culture. We have some special leaders here. They're backstage. I can hear you right now. If you want to say hello, give them a big round of applause. They're coming out. Yeah, just as a nice warm-up here. Before we bring them out, why don't we take a look at Lucasfilm, its culture, its creative process. Let's take a look at a video here.
The incredible thing about Lucasfilm is everybody is working around the same story ideas, the same values, and everybody involved sets a very high bar in terms of quality.
It's an incredibly collaborative, warm-hearted company with a lot of really experienced, creatively engaged people in it.
Whether it's games, theme parks, consumer products, digital technology, it's important to have story, to have people feel something.
Have the opportunity to work side by side with people who pioneered an entire industry. People who've got that passion, that audacity to think that there is no story point or imagery that is asked of us that we won't be able to figure out.
When you're near somebody who's expressing a high level of creativity that inspires you, you get a group like that together and amazing things happen.
We're really able to push the envelope, driving new forms of entertainment in completely uncharted territory.
This is a job of imagination and dreams. We all try very hard to make the magic happen.
I love the creative process, working on story, inventing things, and what better way to do that than inside the Star Wars universe?
Every division is working with such passion. It just gives me goosebumps, the idea of what's coming.
Lucasfilm and the art of storytelling. Let's keep the applause going as I bring them up. Please welcome these leaders from Lucasfilm, the Executive Vice President, General Manager of Lucasfilm, and President of ILM, Lynwen Brennan. Come on up, Lynwen. Chief Creative Officer of Industrial Light and Magic, John Knoll. Senior Vice President of Development, Carrie Hart. Chief Technology Officer, Rob Brado. Executive in charge of ilmxlab, Vicky Dobbs-Beck. Executive Producer and Supervising Director of Star Wars Rebels, Dave Filoni. Head of Lucasfilm Games, Douglas Riley. And Supervising Sound Editor at Skywalker Sound, Matthew Wood. Give the whole group a round of applause here. Welcome to the Galaxy stage here at Star Wars Celebration. This is such an honor to have you all on stage. Thank you so much for coming. So I wanted to talk, just kick it off right away and talk about the culture at Lucasfilm. Can you just tell us a little bit about the values that George Lucas brought to Lucasfilm and for so many years?
Well, I always think of George as being the original rebel. And there's a little bit of a rebel in all of us, some more than others, Mr. Filoni.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
You know, he had this incredible foresight and vision, and he realized that he had to bring together this group of mavericks that also had the audacity to think that his vision would be possible, because everybody was telling him it was impossible. So that spirit of fearlessness is really in the DNA that's throughout all of the Lucasfilm companies. And what's also great at the moment is now that we've expanded throughout the world. You know, we started in San Francisco, but now we have an ILM office in London. Woo, ILM London.
That's right.
We're filming in Pinewood, and we have offices in Singapore and in Vancouver, and they've all got very different personalities and cultures, but that spirit of sharing, that sense of community, that fearlessness is unique through all of them. And then it's all brought together with this passion for storytelling, which of course George had, and now when he handed the reins over to Kathy, that is her core tenet that we all live by.
And so that Lucasfilm is truly global now. So what you just said, Singapore, Vancouver, London, San Francisco. I imagine you're sourcing talent from all over the world now at this point, literally. That must be an incredible addition culturally to Lucasfilm. Now, I wanted to ask you too about the current day of Lucasfilm, the sort of the modern Lucasfilm, because I know that that tradition continues. In fact, someone said, as we were working on this panel, that there are so many people that have been at Lucasfilm for a long time, right? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, even 40 years, still at Lucasfilm, these pillars of culture. How does George Lucas's template for Lucasfilm, plus you know, all the culture around the world, define the new era of Lucasfilm that we now find ourselves in?
You know, I think there is just so much commonality all the way through, and that's why people stay. But when I say commonality, there is also that mixed into an environment where we're always doing something new. So we're always being challenged, and I think that that's why people want to stay there for so long. Once you get there, it gets in your blood. You love working with the people that you're working with. Look at the people I get to work with every day. And it's just an incredibly inspiring place to be.
And that rebellious nature of George Lucas still continues today. John, you've said before that you know, a lot of his attitude was about being told, I can't do something. And he said, well, we got to figure out a way to do it. We have to push technology. You know, that spirit is still alive and well today, and that certainly is something that always inspired him, and you had firsthand experience with that.
Yeah. The ILM was founded on just the idea that George needed to put together a group that could do what the conventional wisdom was saying couldn't be done. And that spirit of, you know, is there a better way to do things? Is there a way to reinvent the process? Is alive all day, every day. You know, it's a super exciting environment to be in. I find being surrounded by that caliber of talent to be just constantly energizing.
It's also interesting that if you are a visual effects artist and you want to know, how did they do those walkers in the snow back in 1979, 1980, you can go down the hall and ask that person how you did that. I mean, that just must be a tremendous resource to all of you and to all the partners working around the world. Anyone have any comments or thoughts about that?
Yeah, I feel very strongly since coming to Lucasfilm that one of the things that makes it an inspiring place to work is that there's a collaborative spirit and a sort of interdisciplinary approach to things that I feel like I've really only ever experienced before in academia. It's a sort of sense that you can, like you said, go down the hall, and I can knock on John's door and I can ask him something, and if he doesn't know, he can send me to someone else, but there's a feeling that everyone wants to share what they know, and everyone is, has sort of deep and rich and long experience doing the things that they do. And so there's a sense of the accessibility of all this expertise. And when you're crafting a story or when you're putting a film together or a game or a show, there's nothing that is more helpful than feeling like you know, everyone is willing to work with you and for you. Everyone collaborates on everything. I mean, that's really the way we feel and we see these three companies as one company.
Would you say it's a generosity almost amongst different disciplines? That seems like a very strong part of the culture. Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Generosity and a shared passion. Everybody feels so passionately about what we do. We want it to be the best, and that's infectious.
And Lynn, you once said, and I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing a bit here, but you once said a company's brilliance is born out of culture. That word, that word culture, what does it mean to you, and what exactly did you mean by that with regards to Lucasfilm in this new era?
Well, that actually came out of when we were acquired by Disney, and one of the first things that Bob Iger did was come up and visit the company, and he talked about how important it was to preserve the cultures of the companies that Disney has acquired. He's done that with Marvel, he's done that with Pixar, etc. And he assured us that that was important for him with Lucasfilm. And they really, really walked that walk, because the fact is that a company's culture comes out in the products that they create. And it doesn't matter whether those products are films, or TV, or games, or consumer products, but I think that spirit of innovation and family that is really important in our culture in Lucasfilm. I mean, it's often an overused term, right, that a company is a family, but it's really true in this case. So.
And speaking of family, we're here at Star Wars Celebration, right? We're here with amongst all the fans out here listening. Star Wars and Lucasfilm has had a tremendous relationship with its fans. How have fans and fan culture influenced Lucasfilm? How does it continue to influence Lucasfilm today? Everyone's looking at Dave. They start looking at Dave. Right? So Dave.
Yes. I'm sitting here quietly like I promised. You see, I haven't said. I've had several thoughts, by the way, but I've restrained myself. And I waited for my scripted moment, not that this is scripted, but I can say now what I would like to say, David. You would like to talk about.
Unscripted.
What would you like to talk about,
I would
David?
like to talk about. I would like to talk about fan culture and how fans inspire the Lucasfilm culture. Can you speak to that, Mr. Dave Filoni?
I can speak to that as a fan myself, but you point to me, and yet I know so many people up here are fans. I'm just the most talkative one, so I don't get to talk. But we're here in the center of it all. I mean, look at the fans. The fans come to all the events. There was a period after Revenge of the Sith ended where you'll all remember that a lot of people were saying, well, that's over with, Star Wars is done. And the fans reacted to that. They weren't done with Star Wars yet. They're like, what are you talking about? This is really getting good now. This is exciting. And so George created Clone Wars to kind of carry on it. We kind of carried that for a 10-year period with fans, and it's because of fans that they're interested in that really stayed alive, that there was interest, that everything grew. And when it came back, and when we transitioned to the Disney ownership of Star Wars with Lucasfilm, there was a big question, what is Star Wars going to be? And we took it all so seriously that we need to address the fans' concern. We want to include them and let them know that it's going to be okay. We wanted to know it was going to be okay. We were going to work very hard to instill that because of the fans and our relationship with you. R2KT, an astromech that came out of the fan group, the 501st, is in the film, was in Clone Wars, shows up all over the place, is in Lego. Because we respect the fans and want you to feel like you are heard. So many events at this Star Wars Celebration are because of fans and fans' interest in what you guys want to see out of the franchise and your trust of us. I can't begin to tell you how important that is. And I know because I would be sitting out there just like you guys if I wasn't up here on this panel. Matt Wood and I were just backstage going, can you believe that we're about to go on a panel that's like the leadership of Lucasfilm?
I know.
Like, what is that about? Like, and at the same time, it's awesome. It makes you think it's deeply flawed because it's us, But we love Star Wars, and that really came down from like what Lyndon said in the beginning, George and his kind of rebelness and believing that like it is a universal story, acknowledging that and empowering us to tell these stories and get them to you and let you be a part of it and feel a part of it and have a celebration. Nothing else has a celebration. And the reason I say of all the conventions, this is the best, is because you've all come together for one common thing. You love Star Wars. how many people are from all over the globe because you love Star Wars, right? You have that in common. And look at what that love inspires. And I wish so many things in the world were that easy, right? If we could just say, hey, but we all love this, we're all the same, let's get together and celebrate. So let's take this attitude you've created this weekend out into the world as well, because that's what Star Wars is about. Love, selflessness, greatness. Continue, David. Carrie Hart, my friend.
I was going to say that I think I was a fan of Star Wars from the time I was 7 years old, and I think that there is nothing that gives you more passion to make something excellent than love of it, right? And there are so many things that people do in entertainment for a lot of different reasons, but the thing that is sort of really pure about the experience at Lucasfilm is that we are all fans. And we do know what we would like to see. We think about that a lot.
Yeah.
We think about what you guys would like to see. We think about what's meaningful to you. We plan for that. I mean, we just had a huge reveal of Grand Admiral Thrawn yesterday. For those of you that got to see that, that was super exciting. And that's an example of something that we conspired about for a long time. To say,
years,
like, how
you and
can,
I,
literally
years, yeah.
years, how can we know the fans will love this. We know we would love it. How can we make it happen? So there's a lot of thinking that goes into that, and I think it's partially because of our own, love of this. And then I think the thing that's really great is that as we've been building our sort of, family of filmmakers, writers and filmmakers, as you guys know, Gareth Edwards could not be a bigger Star Wars fan. I mean, the man went to Tunisia with blue dye so that he could make some blue milk to drink while he was on the location. So there's a huge amount of love in the filmmaker group that we're building as well for this, and I think they're able to feel at home because they feel like this is something that they know, and they know it as fans, and now they get to know it as creatives as well.
We'll have to do blue water next time for this panel of Star Wars fans. It's very comforting to know that Star Wars is in such good hands, and being a fan is such an important part of the passion that is also a huge part of the culture. And so here in this new era of Lucasfilm, we have something that we've heard about a lot, we've talked about it a lot, but now that you're here, we have this opportunity to ask about Story Group.
Ba-bum.
Ba-bum. I wanted to ask about Story Group. How did Story Group start? What were the origins of Story Group? Can you just kind of give us a glimpse inside the life of Story Group?
Okay, so Story Group started because we were, Kathy took over Lucasfilm at a moment that George was about to step away, and we had a little bit of overlap, right? We had a little bit of time which was really amazing for me to get to just be exposed to George a little bit and see his process and the way that he thinks and does things. But I think that we realized, that we needed a development group to help sort of kickstart and spark the development of a bunch of new movies and a lot of other content. And I think that what we saw as a really unique opportunity at Lucasfilm was the fact that we, as you guys know, we make content on a lot of different platforms, and we wanted a group that sort of formed a hub that could sort of support all of those different types of storytelling and help coordinate them and bring them together and make them feel unified. So that's really the goal of the Story Group, to help support all the different storytellers and give them the kind of creative inspiration that they need, the encouragement that they need, and hopefully the information that they need to help make whatever individual projects they're doing feel connected to the other things that are going on in the Star Wars universe. And we do that, again, we do that for you guys. We want people to feel like there's a seamlessness to this, and I know that's what I want from it and what I really celebrate about it, and I think that that's what we want the group to be able to service.
So you spend a lot of time working with different media, as you said. How do you go about, or what is the process of deciding which story element goes into which media? So for example, the first thing that comes to mind for me is games. Douglas Riley over here, sitting to
Douglas Riley, it's your turn.
So, this is actually really fascinating. So, The Force Awakens, there were books, there were games, there was the movie, of course. There were tie-ins all over the place. So if you're in Story Group and you're working on games, how do those conversations about bringing The Force Awakens to different platforms or different media, how do those conversations go?
Yeah. So we were really looking for a way in games going forward to tell new stories. We don't want to tell the same movie story in a game. We want to give players an experience that's new and tell something different. And we were working on Battlefront, and Battlefront was set in the classic era, and we were really trying to find a way to connect it to The Force Awakens, even though we were going to be out before the movie. So we sat down with the story team, Diana, Pablo, and we thought up a way to tell the story of the Battle of Jakku 30 years before TFA comes out. So we sat down with the team, sketched out what that battle would look like, tried to figure out how that could play into what the DICE team at Battlefront does really well in terms of multiplayer. Then we sat down with Doug Chang, brought him all the way out to Stockholm, made sure that the vision for the game matched what the film was going to look like. And all along the way, we met with ILM and Sky Sound to make sure that that delivered on the payoff of the film when we were delivering an experience you were going to see 2 weeks before you actually got into a seat in a theater. And it was really, really remarkable to make that payoff and give fans a chance to peek at something that they were going to see later on and have it feel really deeply connected to the movie experience.
You know, something you said reminded me too of something unique about Lucasfilm and working with Lucasfilm on all kinds of different media is that if you're working on a game, you're working on a TV show, you're working on a novel, a comic book, you get to work with Doug Chang. You get to work with Matthew Wood. You get to work with Story Group and ILM. So anyone working on The Force Awakens is working with the same creatives on not just The Force Awakens, but any of the movies or all of the initiatives are one. Can you describe a little bit, maybe your experience? Matthew, we had a great panel yesterday about Lego Star Wars: The Freemaker Adventures. Can you describe working with them and their reaction to basically working with you, being on the films?
Well, yeah, I mean, Skywalker Sound was born out of George Lucas really having a love for sound. He talked about sound being something that was 50% of the experience of what you experience in a movie theater, you know? And sound is this subliminal, almost emotional way to enhance the story that would give us a really unique perspective on the project that we can kind of get in there in a way that visuals can't, because you're just feeling it and not seeing it. And to have this incredible library that we've created over the last 40 years at Skywalker, from the likes of Ben Burtt, the original sound designer on Star Wars, and all the projects we've done at Skywalker. We have a Sundance lab that we actually bring new filmmakers in and train them about composition of music as well as sound. And we do Pixar's movies and Marvel's films. So we have a large, library that we've created at Skywalker. But the great thing too about Star Wars is that we've kept the jewels of what we created in sound is very special, and it's you're not going to hear the sound of a TIE fighter in another movie, and so we have this respect for what's come in Star Wars, and it's our job, my crew's job, to make sure that's across everything, whether it be VR, video game, animation, a feature. We just want to have that same sort of patina on everything for Star Wars.
So if you're working on like Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens, for example, they get access to you and the incredible sounds. They get access to Story Group. That's just incredible to me. And they get access to the incredible minds at ILM and now ilmxlab as well. Now, I want to talk about this. We had an incredible panel yesterday here on the Galaxy stage. How many of you saw the ilmxlab panel yesterday? Now, how many of you got to see the experience on the show floor? Yeah, come on, give it up for ilmxlab, right? ilmxlab, for those of you who don't know, we have Vicki Dobbs back here. Vicki is the executive in charge of ilmxlab. Vicki, can you just kick us off and tell us what is ilmxlab for those that maybe don't know yet?
Sure. So ilmxlab is a division we formally launched about a year ago, and it is really designed to create premium story-based immersive entertainment experiences. And a lot of people ask, well, what's an immersive entertainment experience? Well, that's something that's been enabled by this, what many are calling disruptive technologies, virtual reality and mixed reality. And it provides a unique storytelling platform that we're incredibly excited to bring into the Star Wars universe. One of the things about immersive entertainment is that we literally can allow people to step inside the worlds of our stories. And we were talking a little bit about the role of Story Group. Well, ilmxlab actually brings together the world-class production capabilities of ILM and Skywalker Sound. It builds on an incredible foundation of R&D in high-fidelity real-time graphics and virtual production. But probably most significantly, it's centered in story, because that's really at the heart and soul of everything that we're doing. And we've been talking about with Story Group, like, what can we do uniquely with this platform that we couldn't really do any other way? And we talked about the fact that because it is so visceral and it's so impactful and it can be so personal and intimate, that we actually wanted to explore a character in that world. And so yesterday, we announced that we're in development on a VR experience that's focused on Darth Vader. And we're incredibly excited about that opportunity. We've also brought in David Goyer, who's a world-class writer and director, to work with us on that project.
And
how did we... I think the thing that we're really excited about is that we don't know what this form is going to do yet. It's so new, and it feels like every time we do it, we learn. Every time we build something, we learn. And I think that it's what we know is that there's, as Vicky was saying, a sort of connection that you can form, or a set of emotions that you can experience when you're in proximity to a character that's really different from experiencing them on a flat screen. And I think that this opportunity that we're about to pursue is going to really show us so much about how we can make people feel something, so that this is not just a visual gimmick, but it's something that really becomes a storytelling platform, and that's what we're passionate about.
One of the things that I think was very intentional about the naming of this group, ilmxlab, is the word lab. And Carrie just alluded to it, because we knew that this was the beginning of a journey, that we're really at the beginning of a new form of storytelling, and that we were going to learn and discover, and we just wanted to be really upfront about that fact. And so we're incredibly excited. Trials on Tatooine, which I know some of you got to experience, was in fact exactly that. It was an experiment in trying to understand the balance between interactivity and light story, and looking for that optimal balance. We learned from that. We have had incredible reception, and we will definitely use those learnings as we look forward to our next experiences.
So you mentioned story a few times there, and it's important. It's so central to XLab. Is that maybe, Douglas, what separates XLab from games, or can you elaborate on sort of the difference between games and ilmxlab?
Yeah, so what we're doing on the game side is trying to really deliver on the payoff of a game experience within VR. But we have been working very deeply with the ADG and XLab teams with DICE. They've been sharing technology and techniques. Yesterday we announced that there's a VR mission for Battlefront coming this fall, and we'll be talking about a lot later this summer. But it's really about giving you that visceral experience of being able to play a game in a VR space in Star Wars, whether that's in the cockpit of an X-Wing or whatever, that's going to pay off in those headsets in a way you've never seen before.
So they're related, you know, and there's a lot of crossover. I'm just so inspired by how story is so central to everything that you do, even when it comes to technology, right? And speaking of technology, I want to talk about ILM. ILM, as we know, has a very rich, incredible history. I'm so humbled to be standing on stage with you, Linwin, and John Knoll, and Rob, and Vicky. I want to talk about the role that visual effects play in story. And specifically, I had a couple questions for you, John, that I wrote down. Do you have any sort of historic examples of, let's say you look at a script, right? You bid on a show, you look at a script, and there's a line in the script, you know, that maybe gives a sense of space or something, and now you have to turn it into an entire sequence, an entire visual sequence, with that coming from you and with Skywalker Sound. Can you give us some historic examples of that?
Well, different projects come to us with different levels of exploration on look. Sometimes it's really literally just a line in a script. I think a good example is from Episode 1. Actually, I think George intended the pod race development to be for that to proceed visually. So in the script, I think it really didn't say a whole lot more than "and then they race."
And then they race.
Yeah.
That's
and
it.
They race. I think we got a clip of the pseudopod from the Abyss. You know, that was just described in the script as this, you know, shimmering tentacle of water, and you know, that was up to us to figure out. All right, so what does that really mean? What does it look like? How do we actually execute that? Get the images up on screen. And that was a huge amount of fun. All of this was all so new. We were kind of making it up as we went along.
Yeah, John's sort of underplaying how new this was. Like, this is one of the very first times you're seeing CG ever in a film composited this way, right, John? I mean, This is extremely early, to where today this is more commonplace, but this is extremely early, innovative work being done in this space.
Oh, it all looks pretty primitive now, but it's hard to do back at the time.
This was 1989, is that right?
Yeah.
1989. So this was something you had to develop specifically for this. This was new technology that was just emerging.
Yeah, there are a lot of techniques that are used pretty commonly and are standardized across the whole industry that were done for the first time on the show, just because we'd stand around and, all right, how do we want to solve this? Well, I don't know, I think we should do this. And we do that, and then that would be now how everybody does it.
Right. So yeah, you create something, and then it just becomes the industry standard, right?
Yeah. We have another example, I think, from the JJ's Star Trek movie with a black hole. And you can imagine that this, again, the description in the script is really just about, all right, and then the black hole forms and it sucks the ship into it. Now, what does that actually look like? There's an infinite number of different ways that could proceed. So it gives us a lot of room to explore and try exciting and striking new ways of depicting things like that.
Kathy always brings up a story of some of the early days that she worked with ILM and the challenge that Stephen threw down to her to say that the dinosaurs need to run.
In Jurassic Park.
In Jurassic
the
Park.
dinosaurs need to run.
That's
yeah.
all he said, the dinosaurs need to run, and that ended up being a huge challenge for us that we had to create a whole new way of working.
You know, as an audience member, it seems so, you take it for granted now. But back in the early 90s when that was in development, that must have been a terrifying prospect, and you didn't know how it was going to go.
No, it's exciting.
Exciting, there we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, a lot of the most fun projects
I
we
don't do
ever
visual
work
effects.
on.
I don't know. Call John Nolan.
The most exciting projects we work on are the ones where you're not quite sure how you're going to do it. You know, when you read the script and it's not obvious, well, I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this. And you know, they're a little terrifying, but there's wonderful excitement as part of that. And we have this tremendous bench of talent that if I don't know what the solution is to a problem, somebody on my team will. And this process has never failed us.
And I would go in further, sorry. Somebody better take the microphone away from me. I'd go in even further in that we actively look for that in projects. We look for at least a couple of projects a year that we look around the room and say, anybody know how to do this? And if the answer's no, then that's when we say, okay, that's the one.
Back to that rebellious spirit of George Lucas, right?
Yeah.
So you're constantly pushing the envelope. I just get so inspired. Like John Knoll, when you talk about these things, your face lights up and you get excited, and it's very inspiring to see that creative energy here on stage and see that culture going. Rob, same with you. So now you're the CTO of ILM. You're still pushing the boundaries to this day in productions that are going on even now.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to get to be a part of productions that are at this scale and are willing to be this ambitious with the kind of things we make. We were talking a little bit earlier about virtual reality. Virtual reality is a very technically challenging area. Very commonly on these movies, we'll render a frame that might take 10 or 20 or even 30 hours of frame to put something really complicated on the screen. With virtual reality, we have 11,000th of a second to get the next frame to the headset. And if we don't do that reliably, it's not a comfortable experience. So you must do it in 11 milliseconds. So those kind of technical challenges are incredibly fun for our team to dive into. And we have technology teams in every section around the world, here in London, in Singapore, of course at our headquarters in San Francisco, up in Vancouver. These tech teams are diving into these things and reinventing our technology so we can benefit from the legacy of the technology we've created and then use it in these new areas. One fun thing we just did, well, on Rogue One, on the show John is supervising right now, we were doing, it's this ship right here, the ship you see on the screen, needed to appear in the film, and it was early in the design stage, and they'd seen drawings and the 3D models, of course, sketch models when Gareth and the team and Doug Chang's team were designing it. But there were some questions about how it was going to be used and how he was going to get a shot. So we actually put a virtual reality headset on Gareth, put him in a primitive model of the ship, and he could look around the door, look to see where the engine was, and actually in that case, like in the first 5 minutes, he's like, oh, we need to pull the engine 2 feet forward, and can we make this door a little bit wider so I can get this shot when I go over the shoulder of the guy who's got the gun? And like 5 minutes into the experience, he said, this is so much better in real life. And I I leaned over to Doug Chang and I'm like, Doug, have you already built this somewhere that I don't know about? And he's like, no, when he says real life, he means in the virtual reality headset he's in right now that he's only been in for 5 minutes.
This is literally set design using virtual reality.
Yeah.
This is becoming more and more commonplace. Yeah.
And if I can explain kind of what this image actually is, well, one of these themes that runs deep in the culture of Lucasfilm is this, is there a better way of solving a problem? And certainly we've shot lots and lots of actors in spaceship sets in front of a process screen of one kind or another. But this was us looking at, is there a better way to do this that'll get a better looking imagery? And so there's a technique that we've used for years in computer graphics of using images to light CG objects. And this is using that image-based lighting technique, pulling it back into the real world. So what we've got there are these very big, bright LED screens that completely surround a subject, and we prepare graphics in advance that are what this environment is, where this spaceship is going to be. And then those are playing back, and they light the scene. And it gives you a level of quality and realism that's just hard to achieve any other way. There's all kinds of subtle things going on that you would see in the dailies from this, where you'd see a pilot wearing a helmet. You see all the right reflections in the helmet and on the surfaces in the ship. And it's a subtle thing, but it just makes it all look better. And so certainly we could have done this the same way we've done things like this on previous shows, but we're looking for ways to, what can we do to take this to the next level, to make these things better?
So it's all in camera that way, basically, right? It's all in the set for the most part.
These are not the final graphics. These are representative of the lighting ratios and colors that we're going to do, but
I see.
We're still going to do really awesome looking graphics there. It's more about lighting on the actors.
But that inspiration must be tremendous for the actors as well, because they're able to kind of get a real emotional sense.
Yeah, so it's good for the photographic image in that we get this higher quality result, but sort of a benefit of this is now the actors kind of know where to look and they have a sense of what's going on, so it improves performance as well.
This is the most expensive virtual reality rig probably ever made, right? Because we're putting people, like the really funny thing for me was like I stood in that place that we put Gareth in this ship, and then I happened to be on set this day because we were doing a bunch of extra testing with those LED arrays. And like you're standing in the ship, and the ship, as you can tell, is on a 12 or 15 foot motion base. Yeah. You can really throw that thing around. So you're in this like custom built like Superstar Tours ride, right? That you can throw the actors around, and like nobody has to act because they are scared, they are seeing the things fly by. It's pretty amazing to just be able to be there.
And you're developing this, but you also develop with cutting-edge partners as well, right? Like Vicky, you had mentioned this before with ilmxlab. You have cutting-edge partners that you're developing alongside with.
Yeah, we just announced recently a strategic collaboration with Magic Leap, which is a real innovator in the area of mixed reality. So this is the future when we're going to have glasses that people wear more like they would wear a common pair of glasses, and digital and virtual elements are introduced into the real world. So there's an image up there of a piece that we created that shows C-3PO and R2-D2 and a holographic battle taking place in the real world. That's actually a video piece that you can look at online. But it's incredibly exciting not only to innovate on the technology, but actually applying that innovative technology to storytelling. So that's one of the things that we're really looking forward to in the years ahead. And it has applications for the home, and it has applications for locations like theme parks and all kinds of public venues. So it's going to be a really exciting next era.
So just in case it isn't super obvious from this image that you're seeing on the screen, this is someone's real office, and then the droids and the hologram that the droids are projecting into the room are computer generated in real time to make look like they're really real. And if you put this prototype headset on right now, this is actually what you see. So as you look around, these computer generated droids can walk around. So you can just sort of imagine the possibilities of this. And this wasn't some visual effects mock-up of what it might look like. We took one of our cameras, one of our film quality cameras, and put it behind a prototype of their glasses and photographed it. So it'd be kind of like a version of what you would see if you put the glasses on, because millions of people can't put the glasses on, but millions of people can watch this on YouTube, which is what's happening right now. People are getting excited about what the next possibilities are if we can mix story and computer graphics and visual effects into the real world.
And one of the things that was really special about this, I think this is probably the highest fidelity example of this work yet shown, and it really underscores the power of the underlying R&D work that has been done at Lucasfilm, because that's what's enabled us to create this. And because it's so high fidelity, that's what's contributing to your sense that this is a real-world experience in which both of these real-world elements and virtual world elements live together in a seamless way.
It's inspiring to listen to how it's all connected and you're all kind of jumping in and talking about each other's disciplines, but they're all still very much linked together creatively. I want to go back to you, Matthew Wood. Talk a little bit about Skywalker Sound again. You mentioned telling stories, you mentioned Sundance Labs, but you also deal with dialogue in sound. You deal with voiceover direction. You've had experiences where you're crafting story using the soundtrack as well. And you touched not only the soundtracks of all of these, but certainly the films. Can you just talk a little bit about your experience in putting together things just using dialogue?
Yeah, I mean, anything that's in the soundtrack that passes through our department would be basically everything except for John Williams' music. So it's all the dialogue, it's all the Foley, it's all the sound effects, which we had a great library for. But it's because we're allowed to be involved in the process so early. You know, we get in when the script's being made. I get a chance to come in and read the script way before shooting starts to get inspired. And one of the things, like just for example, for dialogue would be Kylo Ren's character. In the script we see he's got a mask, and it's used. I was trying to get an assessment of, like, is it used to keep him alive? Is it used as an intimidation factor? So part of that discussion I had with Adam Driver was, let's have you hear what the mask sounds like in real time. So I was able to create a whole process for him to have headphones on while he's performing, and he can get all microphonic up on it and be really creepy about his performance and hear it in real time, like what it would sound like for the other actors or the other characters in that scene. And something like that, that's the opportunities to do that is very unique to Skywalker, that we can come on so early, we can get access to the scripts, we can interact with the actors and record them, and I spent several hours with Adam Driver just working on all of that, so he could really feel like he owned that mask. It was real, and it was a tool for him for intimidation. So that's just like one example of that.
Skywalker Sound is also one of our greatest allies, in that when we're working on the visual effects on a movie, I'm looking at this stuff silent. Over and over and over again, we're picking it apart and talking about it. And there's a moment on every production that is just one of the more delightful things. It's when we start seeing sounds attached to the visuals. And when I see the film with final sound mix, it makes all our shots look better. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, that same sort of like getting the actors into their characters is technologies that we've been developing for a while and are really very, very useful today. Like we actually released a still of Maz's character being acted in real time so that the actresses can get a sense of what it's like to perform a virtual character. And we're starting to, virtual characters have been done now since, some of the prequels for sure, but being able to have the actors really involved in the creation of those characters, influencing the design, influencing the proportions, influencing just the way they act in those scenes and changing their performances to fit these characters. I think we're seeing a different level of performance out of these digital actors, imbibed by real, world-class actors performing them.
And you're all at the same company, so you're all able to see all of this process happening from pre-production all the way to post-production. So, Carrie, you once told a really great story about when you were at Skywalker Ranch. Yeah. Do you want to share that story?
Sure. I spend some Fridays at Skywalker Ranch. It's my sort of place to kind of go and spend the day and catch up, and I often run into Mr. Filoni there. On this particular day, the story group was there. We were all kind of working on something, and Dave came and knocked on the door and said, "Hey, come here, I want you to see something." So then I went down the hall with him, and I went into a very small dark room, and in it were wedged like pretty much everyone from Sky Sound that you could possibly imagine, including Matt. Fine-tuning to like the nth degree the season 2 finale of Rebels, which is brilliant, by the way. If you've never seen it, you should go watch it right after this. And what it did for me was just remind me of the love and care that everybody puts into everything at Lucasfilm, and the collaboration, as I said, that is across platforms. Everybody works on everything. Everybody cares about it because it's like, if it's coming from this company, it has to be excellent, and we love it. And it just warmed my heart to kind of like walk into this room and see all these people wedged in there, like who totally could be doing other things, but they were all super focused on getting this exactly right. And they did. And I think that that's what I think is extremely special about the environment that we all get to work in.
Culmination of so much hard work across so many disciplines coming together at the very end. I want to talk about the future of Lucasfilm because we have this incredible group, story group driving as sort of a creative engine that touches every project in development, all of the creative technologies, the visual effects, XLab, everything. It seems to me that you have this wonderful situation, this pipeline, if you will, set up for the future to do all kinds of amazing creative work for Star Wars. Actually, even beyond Star Wars, you know, you're just set up to do such amazing storytelling things. Do you mind just talking to us a little bit about the future and how you see it?
A little bit.
A little bit. Just a little bit, just for us.
You know, I think that Carrie just put it really well, which is, I think what's really unique is that we are looking at things really holistically. And Carrie and her group have plotted out our story timeline across all these multiple platforms for many years in advance.
Many exhausting years
Many
in advance.
exhausting years in advance. But what that's allowed us to do is not only make sure that everything is done at the highest quality and that it all feels connected and it's all authentic and that every platform is being used for what it does best, it also makes sure that we tell the right stories because, as you said, the possibilities are endless, but we also need to be wise about it because we're fans. We also want to make sure that we create the best quality stories for fans, but we don't overdo it. You know,
Restraint, almost, yeah.
Yeah, we have to practice restraint for sure, because it's such a precious jewel that we have the great honor to have a responsibility for, and we want to be real careful with that, not only with Star Wars, but with Indiana Jones, which we're all very excited about as well. So I think we all feel like it's a real gift that we are going to take great care with.
We actually, earlier this week, took some questions from Twitter with the hashtag LucasFilmLife. And many of you wrote in and had some questions for us, and we wanted to share a couple of the questions from the fans for this panel here and take that opportunity. The first one is from Tricia, and she says, what's involved in the collaborative process between story group writers and directors?
I think it's different every time. I think every project is different, and we do try to sort of build the process around the filmmakers and writers and content creators that we're working with. So we really try to make a process that's comfortable for them, that feels familiar to them, and that can range from, you know, sort of the sort of deep immersion in San Francisco that Orion Johnson had. He came up and, you know, lived in San Francisco for many weeks and went to an office that was right next door to everybody on my team and met with Doug Chang and just really immersed himself to get to arrive at what his story was going to be, and then spend some time, you know, off in LA writing his script. But he started at this sort of foundational experience of being with us and being really immersed. Other people have done it differently. I think there's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, Dave, you could talk a little bit. We've had a great collaboration with you and your animation team, which has been, I think, it can be sparked by all manner of different things.
Yeah, well, I made sure my office is right next to Carrie's, so she loves that fact. And it's the proximity is important because she has so many meetings, I have so many meetings. I will literally see her in the office, make sure she's not on the phone, and then run in there and say, I have an idea, I think this should happen, and this is how I want to solve it, what do you think? And we'll solve it right there. But that collaboration, point blank, is really important. If I can't get to Carrie, I'll go to Rain's office, which is right next door to hers. And then Rain and I will hash it out. I would run into Ryan Johnson in the hallway where I found out he had a friend that loved the AT-AT driver, and I love the AT-AT driver. It's my favorite Imperial. So I got him a giant AT-AT driver the next time he showed up to make him know that, like, we want him to be a part of this, and it's exciting. But you have to have as many shots at getting these stories right before they're done and out the door. I mean, and I can't stress how important that is. So you're always like, I brought Carrie into Skywalker Sound in that room to have her look at it and say, I think we're getting there, and I want you to be excited about this, but I also want to know if there's something you see that I don't. And that's a lot of what the story group and that collaboration is about, to me.
Here's another one from Jacob, hashtag Lucasfilm Life. While working at Lucasfilm, do you ever get Star Wars fatigue? If so, how do you deal with it?
So, I think the reality of it is we're all fans, and we've talked about being fans, so I don't think it's necessarily Star Wars fatigue, but I know for those of us who've been there for a long time, before the change with Story Group and the Disney acquisition and the new movies, it was a little unclear what kind of stories we were going to be telling going forward and how we were going to keep that creative energy going. And I think with the story team and all this stuff, for the games folks in particular, we're getting an opportunity we've never had to tell stories for the first time that are connected to other things we're doing. I'm going to plug a little bit for the Lego panel that's coming next, but in the Lego game, we actually got to tell a number of stories in that game that are going to be in Marvel Comics later on, or from shorts or other kinds of things. And I think the energy is so high to be able to do new things and tell new stories.
But yeah, there's no Star Wars fatigue. There's no, because if you do get a little tired, maybe so, but probably not. You just have to come to Celebration and see how excited all of you are. Yeah. And then I go back and tell my crew, it's like, guys, we got to work. They're really invested in it. It really does get me reinvested. I'm sure you guys all feel the same. Yeah. I feed off of the reactions you guys have and the emotions you guys have. And when you come and stop me in the hallways and stuff, I see how much it means to you. I can't allow myself to get fatigued over that because we all know how much you're counting on us. So it's not a problem.
There was an R2. There was an R2 unit wheeling down the hallway the other day, and it was all employees. This wasn't like outside guests or anything. And there was a line of like 25 people. It was like a mini little celebration right outside my office with the R2 unit, with people just wanting to get selfies with R2. And most of those people have been there a lot longer than I have. And so I got on the end of the line.
And we see R2 every day, so we're still excited about it. But I think the important thing is, if it isn't exciting, we don't do it. Like, that's what I mean about making sure it stays fresh. And I agree with you, there's no fatigue. And I have a 7-year-old boy who is in major zone of Star Wars fandom right now, so I get it at work and at home, and I'm still not fatigued. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, we have regular fatigue, but I don't know we have Star Wars fatigue.
Con fatigue, yeah.
Here's another one. How do you get all the ideas for the Star Wars films?
I think we have been really fortunate in that we had some ideas that, that as we came into this process, we knew were things that George was excited to do and wanted to do, and obviously, I'm sure you all know the story of Rogue One and the fact that John, came and pitched that to us, to Kathy and myself, and there are a lot of different ways that stories for films can come about. We certainly have some really great collaborative relationships with writers and filmmakers out there who can come to us with ideas, but we do want to generate a fair amount of stuff internally as well, because we feel like we have a really strong bench of talent, as you can see here, and that's a big part of how we start to think about ideas and just brainstorm together. We do a lot of roundtables with a lot of different people from a lot of different departments. So there's lots of different ways that a movie idea can come about, and I think that's a healthy way to do it.
I'm glad you brought up John Knoll's pitch for Rogue One. That really speaks to the culture as well. And you had a line about that you were saying. Actually, we were in rehearsal, and you said good ideas.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's something that's a deep part of ILM and Lucasfilm culture. Is a good idea is a good idea, no matter where it comes from. And something that I've tried to keep alive in the dailies on shows that I'm working on is I do treat dailies a bit like a free-form brainstorming session. And while I definitely come into it with a point of view and ideas about where I want to go with the work, everyone knows that if they've got an idea, they should say it. And we'll often talk through some of those ideas, and if it's a good idea, it's going in. And it doesn't matter where it came from. And it just makes the work better. So that culture is alive all over Lucasfilm, and I had this idea for a film, and well, I should go talk to Carrie about it. Yeah.
Here we are.
So I have one more for us. This is from Aubrey. How is working at Lucasfilm on May the 4th? Is there a party, or is it like business as usual?
Well,
It's always a party with Dave Filoni around.
No, I don't know that that's true. I just, like, what would we do? Wear Star Wars t-shirts? That's like a daily occurrence, so it's hard to tell. It's like, is it May the 4th today? It is May the 4th. All right, well, because it's
Every
more
day is May
celebration.
the 4th.
Yeah, my wife doesn't look forward to May the 4th, because that means Star Wars is even more everywhere than it is normally. So I'm sure that, I'm not sure how much she looks forward to it, but we celebrate it, you know, I don't.
There's more Wookiee costumes than usual.
More Wookiee costumes than usual, yes. Wookiees rise up more on May the 4th. But, you know, I live in a world where we'd love to have more droids in the hallways and stormtroopers. And I was saying on our floor to Kira, I was like, we should just have a stormtrooper that hangs out in the kitchen. Like, just by the coffee machine, like he's guarding it or something, I don't know. That's what people expect, because I once did a talk via Skype to my old college, and I was like, can we get an R2 unit? Because they need to believe that we are half a foot into that galaxy. And so when I was talking to them via Skype, R2 came up and brought me a water. I was like, oh, hey, thanks, R2. And I was like, so anyway, so I was trying to get a job, and everyone was like, oh, R2. And he just rolled off, and I was like, what, R2? Oh, yeah, no, he's just here. So anyway, and I just, because that's, you want to believe that. It's like when you see a kid out here seeing R2, and that's the magic. And that's our job, is to keep that magic alive and vibrant. So we did on May the 4th and every day.
I will say that we did play a cruel trick on our employees on May the 4th this year. We do have Stormtrooper models in the hallway, but on May the 4th, they weren't models, and they jumped out and scared people on their way to dailies. It was excellent.
Oh, that's great. Anyone else? Dave?
Yes.
Any further comments?
This is the part at the end.
I just
yes.
know.
No, I know.
I know that.
I read this. I read the thing. I know.
Well, but you told us.
I've been waiting for this.
Listen, if the clock
so
hits
much
zero,
depends on this.
I've got something.
Is there
to
a
say.
clock? Oh my gosh.
And it is at 0,
oh,
sir.
No.
No pressure.
Anyway, to make this spontaneous.
If it helps, we haven't heard this before.
I know what you're thinking.
We have no idea what he's going to say, and we're
I
a little
know.
scared.
That's what makes it exciting. I keep telling you. I know what you're all thinking. But despite that, later today, or in the years ahead, you will look back on this panel and realize this was the most important one you could come to all weekend long. And I'm glad it's filled. We wondered who's going to come and see a bunch of us talk about who knows what without, you know, a big trailer or something. But and here's why I say it's important. Star Wars for me, why is it important? Yeah, the story, all of that. But it's the first time I really connected a film with a filmmaker, George Lucas. And that made me look further and see, so why I love those sounds. Okay, Ben Burtt. But I love the visual effects. John Dykstra, Dennis Muren. I start to relate it to people. And the people, I have to tell you, you can't separate it from who's making Star Wars and behind the story. So when I got to Lucasfilm, I knew who so many of these people up here were. And that was so important to me, to see that they were still there, to see that the same people that I grew up admiring were still taking care of this. And it made me want to take care of it in a very significant way. I would be like E.T. Remember E.T. in the scene when he's in Halloween and he's in the sheet and he sees Yoda and he's like, oh. And I'd be walking down the hallway and see Dennis Muren and be like, oh. And like just, you know, and like one day he said my name and I was like, yeah, hey. You try to act all cool. You know, when I got to Skywalker to make Clone Wars, and the producer said, so we'll have to figure out where we're going to do sound. And I was like, what? We figure it out. We're going to go right down the road and talk to Matt Wood. I had never met Matt Wood. I didn't know Matt Wood. But like you guys, I was introduced to him on an Attack of the Clones featurette on StarWars.com, where he ran around chasing a helicopter or something to make a sound biplane for a sound of a gunship, right? So I knew who he was, and I came at him like that, you know. A secret thing I do that not many people know is sometimes when I work late, I'll intentionally leave the building by the longest route possible to just walk through it. In our building, we have props, we have models, we have pictures of things from so many movies that you can't imagine. I'll see an image of Dennis Muren with an Oscar, and 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 then Doug Chang as well, and then John Knoll. Lin Wen has been at ILM a long time. and she started, you literally came up through the ranks to where you are now. That is amazing to me, and it speaks to how much you care about the company. I mean, everybody here loves it, and it's hard to be a bunch of people up here saying, hey, we love it like you, you know, we care about it like you. Because I get, why would you believe that? Why wouldn't we say that? But it is what we're about. Everybody here cares that deeply about it. And George cared that deeply about it. He cared so deeply about it that when he finally earned his moment to step away, he made sure that it would be taken care of. Paramountly by Kathleen Kennedy, by bringing her in, which was significant to all of us, but then also by handing off to us all the keys one at a time over a long period of time. So there is no high and low at Lucasfilm. There's just our love of this, like you have it, we're gonna take care of it, and I'll tell you how we're gonna prove it to you, is every time you interact with something that's about Star Wars, you're gonna feel it, just like we do. So thank you so much, guys. By being here, you have taken your first step into a larger world.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Star Wars Celebration. Thank you so much, Lin-Win Brennan, John Knoll, Carrie Hart, Rob Brado, Vicky Dobbs-Beck, Dave Filoni, Douglas Riley, and Matthew Wood, the leaders of Lucasfilm and the art of storytelling. Thank you so much. Thanks, you guys.
You saw him on our stage earlier. Now he takes the main stage at Celebration for an hour of insights and action. It's time for the man, the Sith, the legend, Ray Park, here on the Star Wars Show, live from Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016 on StarWars.com. Star Wars.
Oh yeah! High fives all around, everyone. Here we go. Whoa. Yeah. How's it going? Both sides. Whoa, whoa, whoa. High, close up, yeah. Boom. Here we go. Just one more. Yes, yes. How's it going, everyone? Fantastic. You having a good time at Celebration Europe? Oh, fantastic. It's so great to see all of you here. It really is fantastic. And I've been asking people all weekend to tweet selfies here at Celebration, and I've got a few to have a look at now from the Twitter. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, this was from my show with Carrie earlier on. We recreated the scene from Return of the Jedi, my rather dodgy Wicked outfit there. Excellent, let's see what else we've got. Yes. Now that was a rather strange moment. I met a Carrie Fisher lookalike with a beard, which was very peculiar. And what have we got next? That's nice, isn't it? I've seen quite a few Ewoks around, actually. It's terrific. And there's one particular one that's my favorite. She's quite a crazy lady, but she's created this costume that looks like Princess Leia taking the ride on the shoulders of Wicket the Ewok. Have you seen that one? It's completely bonkers. I wish we had a photo to show you, but maybe next time. Now, Mark picked out somebody earlier that I want to have a chat with.
Yes, I did.
Where is he?
All right, he's very interesting. Jim, come on over here with me.
Jim, okay.
Come on over, Jim.
Let's have a chat with Jim.
Yeah. You'll notice something very unique about Jim.
Will I?
As he makes his way around.
Okay.
You know, you see a lot of cosplay and people are really careful with, you know, does it get bumps and nicks and scratches?
Right.
You know, he's a stormtrooper. You'll notice he's got all, he actually walks around and meets the fans and gets signatures on him and his helmet.
Does he?
Yeah.
Here he comes. He's waving. Come on over. That's it. Let's give him a round of applause. Jim. Okay. Jim, come and stand down here. That's it. Look at Jim. He's all signed up here. Oh, you've got a Sharpie here. Okay. Well, hold this microphone so we can hear you. I'm going to sign. Where am I signing on you?
Anywhere you
There's not much room. Who's on here? There's everyone.
Everyone.
There's everyone on here. I nearly turned that round and pulled your head off.
Somebody take it off.
I'm not sure. Is it pleasant?
Not really.
Okay, well, there's no room. Let's take this off then a minute. Right, that's it. Face your fans out there.
Hello.
Well, I'm going to do it down the front here for you. And then we'll get Mark and Elliot to sign it for you as well.
Oh, thank you very much.
Our DJ and our warm-up guy here. Here's Mark. He'll sign it for you. Right, so let me have a chat with you. How long have you been a fan of... Come on, closer. I won't bite. Only as an Ewok. Right, so how long have you been a fan of Star Wars?
All my life.
All your life?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you now?
Oh, at 37.
37. So when you grew up with Star Wars, basically.
Absolutely. The first VHS I ever saw was Return of the Jedi.
Pirate copy or?
Oh, no.
No.
None of that.
And what do you think about the new movies coming? I mean, this is a whole new era of Star Wars we're into
Well,
now.
it's awe-inspiring. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, having a whole new run of Star Wars
And what are you
films is
most
absolutely
excited
amazing.
about?
Most excited? Ooh.
Apart from being here with me now.
Seeing a new slant on it.
A new slant? What,
yeah,
in
absolutely.
Rogue One or what?
Rogue One.
Yeah.
New directors, new ideas, new directions to go in.
Absolutely. It could go anywhere, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
Cool. And how well do you think you know Star Wars then?
Pretty well.
Okay, I'm going to put it to test now with a little game. Let's have a look at this. Okay. R2D2. Right, what you've got to do is I'm going to show you an image from one of the movies. The character's face will be covered with an R2D2 dome. You have to identify that character. Here's your first one. Who's that?
Senator Palpatine. No. Bail Organa.
Let's see if you're right. It is. Well done. All right, let's see the next one. Who's that? Little tiny baby R2.
Luke?
Let's have a look. Oh, of course it is. Look, the spitting image of him. Okay. And the third one, let's see what that is.
Ooh.
Look, 2 R2 units.
That'll be yourself, wouldn't it?
What's the character called?
It's a tiny Greedo. Tiny rodeo.
All my characters began with a W. There's a clue.
I don't know.
Let's have a look. It's Wald. It's Wald. 2 out of 3, not bad. I'll tell you what, since it's my last show, you get a prize all the same. Hey, generous all the way. Here's your prize. What do you have there? It's a clock. You look delighted.
I am delighted.
Well done. Good to meet you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Off you go.
Thank you.
Take your bits and pieces. Jim, everyone. So, here I am. It is indeed my last show on this stage in front of all you lovely people. We just have the Future Filmmakers panel after this, and then, of course, I'm involved with the closing ceremony. And it actually has got me thinking about, a few months ago when I was first asked to host here at Celebration once again, I received a phone call from Lucasfilm. And it was a very memorable day because I really do love this event, and it's all you guys who make it so special. And I just wanted to share that moment with you now because it so happened that cameras were with me on the day. Let's have a look.
Take the next turning on the left.
Use the Force, Warwick.
Navigation off.
Warwick, you've switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm all right. Let go of your conscious self and act on instinct. I'd rather keep my eyes open, thank you very much. Rebel base in range. You may fire when ready. Commence primary ignition. You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home. Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million. Remember, the Force will be with you. Always. Lucasfilm.
Hello, me speaking ears.
What? It's Martina Franks from Lucasfilm.
Ah, now that is a name I've not heard in a long time.
We're planning for Celebration Europe coming to London in 2016, and we'd love to get you back as host for the event.
Great, I'm there.
So how are you and the family?
Fine. Yeah, we're all fine here. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Lots going on here.
Boring conversation anyway. Luke, we're gonna have company. Go strap yourself in. I'm going to make the jump to light speed.
Morning, sir.
Officer.
Do you realise how fast you're going back there?
Yes, and do you realise this is the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs?
Right, can I see your driving licence, please, sir?
You don't need to see my identification. Move along, move along.
Right, come on. Out.
You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy, Warwick. Oh, do shut up, Ben. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now it's time to introduce my guest. He's trained in Kung Fu and Wushu. All I can offer is Tai Fu. Cheers. As Darth Maul, he was cut down to size by Obi-Wan that even an Ewok could have taken on. As I prepare my attack, let's take a look at him in action.
At last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have revenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, set your faces to stun as I unleash Mr. Ray Park.
How you doing?
Good to see you, Ray.
You all good? Are we here for Star Wars or what? The Force is strong with you all.
Oh, it is. It's
I can
very
feel
strong.
it.
Very strong indeed. Welcome,
How
Ray.
you doing?
It's so nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you
It's
too.
really good. How's your celebration been so far?
It's been great, really fantastic. How about you?
And these guys make it, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's really nice to see some familiar faces from Anaheim and reminding me of how young I was back in the day, and now I've got grey hair, so thanks for showing me those young pictures of me when I was a young lad.
That's kind of what Carrie was saying earlier. You know, all that's happened now is we're reminded of how we used to look all the time. You know,
Yeah.
so it's fantastic.
I love that video. It's so
thank
funny.
you.
Oh,
Yeah, I had a bit of fun doing that. It's great to share it with these people today as well. So how did it all start for you, this? I mean, you were a fan of Star Wars, weren't you?
Oh yeah, like everyone, I grew up. Empire Strikes Back was the first movie I saw. I mean, the first Star Wars. It was when they were releasing Empire, and they showed New Hope. And my parents had just moved to London from Glasgow.
And how old were you at this time?
I was about 7, 8.
Yeah.
So I was already interested in martial arts and Star Wars anyway. Anything to do with Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, Incredible Hulk.
You were always leaping around the
Always
house,
jumping
trying to
around.
stick on the wall and stuff.
Yeah, trying to use the Force, trying to switch on and off the light switches with my mind. And, I was that kid, and I'm still doing it. I'm still trying to
Have you managed to do it yet?
Only in my mind.
Oh, okay, in your mind, it's there.
I haven't physically done it yet.
At that age, were you going to kind of martial arts schools and training?
At 8 years old, and it was because of Empire and watching Luke with Yoda and Yoda on his back that I realized that I wanted to do martial arts and I wanted to do gymnastics and I wanted to do both. And that's when I really got into like the Kung Fu with the animal styles and the monkey style. I had a lot of, because in the monkey, like, around and you're doing all different moves and roll,
So it's sort of emulating an animal then?
Yeah, like you've got like the snake, and then a praying mantis,
I see.
Yeah, and it's like,
So these are, oh, hello, he's attacking himself. So these are styles that are already defined. You don't just do any animal.
No,
I couldn't get people shouting out animals and you could do them.
I could try.
Should we do that?
Yeah, I could try.
Don't all shout at once, it's ridiculous. Okay, what's that? Somebody said, okay, out of that melee, somebody I'm sure said a penguin.
Penguin. Okay, let me see.
What would a penguin do in style? Oh, hello. Oh. What's his attack move? You're not attacking anyone with that, are you? Oh, I say, okay. 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 Good work. You're a great sport. So what are that? I mean, that is the way that they train, isn't it?
Yeah. So you have all you have the basic forms. I practice Northern Shaolin, but within that style, you have like tiger, you have dragon, snake, leopard, praying mantis, monkey.
So within the moves that we see Darth Maul doing, what is that? Is that a combination of different disciplines, or is it unique to the film?
Some of it's unique to the film because we wanted it to sort of be like have Darth Maul have a style of his own, but it's a lot of my Shaolin and Wushu. It's sort of, to this day, even I'm out of breath. You can tell I haven't worked out today. But even when I'm playing Snake Eyes, there's still a bit of Wushu there with all the stances. You know, a lot of the deep stances and movement. And it was the bow staff I was using a lot of, and straight sword for the fights.
And is that something you had experience with before?
Yes.
Obviously, in your training, yeah?
I used to compete for Great Britain. I was part of the Wushu, Great Britain Wushu team. Competed all over the world and enjoyed it. So I was used to performing the form. So it was really nice to actually do something different and actually use my martial arts for a job. And I was only 22, and to have that opportunity to be Darth Maul was awesome.
To play the next Star Wars villain was fantastic. A lot of pressure on you, though.
Yeah, I wanted to be a Jedi, to be honest with you.
Did you?
As a kid, I grew up wanting to be like, have the Jedi powers. So, and Vader scared me as a young kid. And so I was really concerned about the kids that I used to teach gymnastics and martial arts to. If they saw me, their coach, as the bad guy, would they like me? Would they come back to my class? But it turns out that a lot of kids like the bad guys.
They do. They do. I mean, the villains are always the most popular, aren't they?
Yeah. So I'm very lucky, so thank you. I'm very lucky.
Indeed.
Thanks for all the support, guys. I really appreciate it.
So, the lightsaber that you had as Darth Maul was a unique one, wasn't it? The twin-bladed lightsaber. Now, was that influenced by your use of the staff and that skill you already had?
Nick Gillard, the stunt coordinator, when he called me down the first time to just find out what I'm all about, and he was telling me bits about the new movie. Then he showed me storyboards, and Darth Maul had a double-bladed lightsaber. So I straight away, was coming out with all these different ideas of bow stuff. You could do this, you can spin it around your head and spin it up here, throw it around. And it was only when I got the part that I was given the lightsaber, and it was the same size as a regular single. And I kind of got scared because I realized that I'm going to get fired now because all these fantastic ideas that I was boasting about, I'm not going to be able to do. And then I went to George, and he just said, why don't we just flip it? Because he said, how big do you need it? And I was like, I was hoping to have it as wide as my waist so I can wrap it around and do movements around the body so I don't chop off my arm or my leg.
Exactly.
Or, it's a lightsaber.
Yeah.
And he says, why don't we just flip it? And that's how it became that size handle. So
fantastic. Yeah, because it was a unique weapon, and it was brilliant the way you used it in the film. It was
thank you. It's a lot of fun.
Now, you mentioned just now about training young kids and things, and worried whether they might be scared of you. I wondered whether we might do a kind of impromptu kind of training session here with a few people.
Yeah.
So were there some people that got a ticket for this earlier on with Mark's pre-show? So if you were given a ticket to come and do this, then make your way over to the stage right area here right now with your lightsabers. You're going to be trained by Mr. Ray Park, no less, in a brand new training academy.
Yeah.
That is called the Darth Martial Arts Academy.
Oh, right.
Martial Arts Academy. So the scene is set. Here come our trainees. Over to the stage right area, guys, over there. Someone will see you through. So,
it's a nice stage.
Do you need something to you need a lightsaber, don't you, to work with?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
See what we've got back here for you, yeah. Have you got enough room here to do this?
I think so, yeah.
What have we got here? So there you go.
Oh, nice.
There it is. And anybody can try this,
thanks.
obviously if in your living room, be careful of the ornaments and things, but anyone can try this at home. Okay, so we got everyone up here. Come on up there.
Hey guys. So I was just showing off there. How you doing? I'm gonna shake your hand. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Mr. Maul? How you doing? Cool. Is that everyone?
I think you've got a couple of latecomers to your training academy, but guys, if you come around here a little bit and find your own little bit of space, because obviously you can go over this side as well. Let's have a couple of you over here. Watch out.
Let's fight!
You intimidated Darth Maul then, look at him. So a couple of, find your space, that's it, great. Yeah, let's find out your names. Let's see who you are. I'll just grab a microphone before we get cracking, and then your teacher will know who you are. So who are you?
I'm Alex.
Alex, welcome. Emily, this is Emily over here.
Good to see you. Hey, buddy.
Who are you?
I'm Joe.
Joe. There you go. Who are you?
George.
And who are you? Oh, yeah. And who are you?
I'm Max.
Max, okay, great to see you. Right, I'll hand you over to Mr. Ray Park as he trains you to be. What are you going to train him to be?
All right, let's, well, who wants to be a Jedi, who wants to be a Sith? Are you Sith all the way? Should we just pretend to be Sith then?
Yeah, let's do Sith training,
Let's do Sith.
I think so.
All right. So you've got singles and you've got a double, so we're gonna improvise. I'll use it as a single kind of thing, yeah? You're gonna copy me. So this, from here, stand face in front, get some space, activate your lightsaber if you haven't. Cool. Good. And then from here, it's really simple. We're just gonna step back, pull your lightsaber all the way back like this. Yeah. You're gonna look at it, and then on 3, you're gonna use the Force to the audience and turn your head and give your best Darth Maul face, yeah? You should be able to do this easily, yeah. All right? So on 3, so point to your light, that's it, look at your lightsaber, and then on 3, you're gonna point your left hand to the audience and use the Force. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's see if it actually works. This is what we're gonna do. So keep your hand up, keep it out there to the audience. You're gonna turn it, and you're gonna see if you're gonna get them to stand up from their chairs. Ready? So on 3, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Look at that.
Wow.
Keep them up, and move them to that side a little bit. And the other side, move your hand to the right, and then back to the middle. And then you're going to turn your palm, you're going to make them sit down. Look at that.
Impressive, most impressive. Yeah.
Good thing.
Good work.
Should we try that again? We'll do a little bit faster, we'll do a little bit quicker this time, yeah? So face to front, thank you everyone, you did great. That was awesome. Okay, so we're going to step back. So we're going to do it together, you ready? Step back, look at your lightsaber. On 3, we're going to point to the audience. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna make them rise. Make them go to the left, or your right, and then to your left. There. Make sure you move them. Here. Down, up, down, up, down, down, up, and down. There you go.
Oh, well done. Good work, Alan.
Well done.
Nice one.
How much time do I have with
We
these?
have a few minutes. Yeah, this is your training academy, so...
Okay, right. So I'm gonna... Well done, everyone. The Force is strong with you all. Can you guys spin it? Oh, careful
Well,
each other.
Yeah, move away a bit.
Yeah, space out a bit. That's it. That's it.
Come over here a bit, so yeah.
Nice.
Took me face off. Come and stand here a little bit, Clay. You have a bit more room.
Yeah.
Space is worth a lot
Cool.
of money. Hang on, he's still
Nice.
doing it.
Okay. Can I do a little bit of play fight and reenact a little fight scene
Oh,
one by one?
absolutely. Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that all right? Would you guys like to see that? Okay. All right, I have the double-bladed, okay? So what we're going to do is really simple. We'll do it face, so who wants to go first? Who wants to go? You want to go first?
Yeah, go for it, Harrison.
Go on, Harrison. Okay. All right, give me your best Jedi or Sith pose. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna come and strike to my left. Oh, so this side, and I'm gonna block it here. You're gonna go 1, and then you're gonna go to the other side. And I'm gonna 2, and then you're gonna go down to my legs. 3, and then the other side. 4, and then we're gonna spin off, and you're gonna pose. I'm gonna move away. I'm gonna pose to you, and then you're gonna pose to me. All right, you ready? Good job, buddy. Ready? So you're gonna go to my left. 1, good boy. 2, and to my legs. 3, and the other side. 4, and then we're gonna spin off. Use the force. That's it?
Yeah.
Good man. Good man, well done. You want to try next? Good job. Right, so we're going to do the same thing again, okay? Ready, so to my left or to your right. 1, 2, then to my legs. 3, the other side. 3, 4, then we spin off. We'll do our best Jedi Sith pose. Yeah. Nice. Cool. We'll do it again, yeah? Ready? 1, so you come around the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, spin off. Yeah. Good job. Well done. Well done. We'll do you come next. We'll do the big kids in a bit.
Yeah, watch out for him.
Give you a bit of time to get it in, remember it, okay? Ready? So nice and slowly, nice, easy peasy.
Watch out for this guy.
Up to the left. So go to this side. 1, the other side, 2, 3, the other side, 3, 4, and then move away. Nice. Good, let's try that again. Good one. Ready, so you're gonna come around to this side. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. No, down here, try it. You're trying to be tricky, aren't you? Push away.
Yeah.
Nice. Good, well done, good. Do you want to have a go? So you got it now? You memorized it? Okay. Right, be careful.
She's ready for you, look.
So you're gonna go around to my left. So 1, 2, legs, 3, other side, 4, push away. Nice.
Yeah, good work.
Cool.
Let's have the next person.
That's good. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, push away, best pose. Nice. Cool. Good one. Cool. Don't beat me up now. All right, ready? You got that? You memorizing it? Okay. So over to my left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Ooh. Nonchalant. I was like.
Right, now you've got to take on Darth Maul over here.
Yeah, well.
His go now, isn't it? Yeah.
Cool.
Come on over.
Good job, buddy.
He's going around the back way.
It's easy, this stuff. It's easy. All right. How you doing? Whoa, you're getting ready. Okay, remember, mine's a toy one. Okay. Right, we'll do something a little bit different. Okay, but kind of similar. So we'll cross it 1, start moving forward, and to that side, leg, other side, boom. You spin it towards me, and I spin away, and then we'll get a block in. Okay? Ready to try again. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Spin towards me. Block. Okay. Good. Try one more. Relax. Relax, 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 relax. Relax. Do it again. Don't be nervous. There's only a few people watching. Okay. Easy peasy. 1. Step forward. 2. Leg. Leg. Spin towards me. There you go. Cool. Good job.
Let's hear it for our Dark Martial Arts trainees. Brilliant work,
hey guys. Step forward. Come forward.
Come and give them a flourish to finish with.
Let's get a nice little pose.
Yeah, nice little pose to finish, yeah.
Ready? Let's do that pose we did before. Yeah, ready? So step back, look at your lightsaber, and this time we're going to shout. Everyone. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hurrah! Cool.
They're on their feet. I think they're feeling nauseous now.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Well done, everyone.
Well done.
Thank you, Ray. Terrific.
Well done.
Off you go that way, guys.
Good job, good job.
Let me
Good
take your
job,
lightsaber.
Good job.
Thank
Good
you.
job, good
Thank
job.
you.
Nice one.
Wow. Oh.
No one reacted.
That was brilliant. Thank
was
you
fun.
very much. Yeah, and it's given me an idea. You know, I like to recreate scenes from the films.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love to do a bit of recreation.
I know it's from the video earlier. But
Yeah, do you fancy doing a bit of that now?
I'd love to, yeah. that'd be
Okay,
great.
excellent. Let's play Stage Wars. Right, so Ray, what I thought we'd do, I enjoy the scene at the end of The Phantom Menace when you get cut in half, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And I would recreate that moment. And I like to get involved, so I've already cast myself as Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay.
But what we do need for this, and you can play Darth Maul.
Oh, thank you.
Pleasure. You're quite good. And I need a Qui-Gon. Mark, do we have somebody for Qui-Gon? Mark, where are you?
Yes, okay, here we go. I did, but he doesn't speak English. So
he doesn't have to say anything. He's just got to be really good with a lightsaber.
yeah, he doesn't have to say anything.
and
He got it. Come on, he's coming. He's coming. He's getting his mullet right. All right.
Okay, he's on his way round, is he? Okay, good. Well, while he's on his way, we'll rewatch the scene to remind ourselves exactly what happens before we recreate it. Let's take a look. There it is. And now, he's only half the man he used to be.
No.
3 times I've used that joke at Celebration. Didn't get a laugh this time, though. Anyway, let's recreate the scene. Do we have our Qui-Gon? I also need, actually, 4 other people to help me with the Force beam here as well. So, where's our Qui-Gon? Where is he?
Here he's right here.
Oh, get
This
him
is
round here.
George.
Come on, he should be on his way round.
George.
Let's get him up here. Okay, so Ray, you're going to play you, of course, so you need your lightsaber here.
Thank you.
I'm going to be Obi-Wan, yeah, we'll try and recreate this as authentically as we possibly can.
Yeah, let's try.
Indeed.
No pressure.
Without the aid of digital technology. Live for the people here at Celebration. Now, to represent the Force beams, I've got some cellophane here, which I believe is what George Lucas actually used, funnily enough. So they'll be ready here for people in a moment when they get up here. health and safety does not permit them coming up and down this way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why they're going a long way. So meet your Qui-Gon Jinn there.
Hey, how you doing?
Let's give him...
Don't beat me up. Okay. You look good. He looks like Qui-Gon.
Not bad. What's your name?
Yeah.
Are you on the green one? Yeah, of course. Green lightsaber. Oh, ouch. Hurt my hand. Burns. Right, so you have a bit of a warm-up while I'm getting set up here. Okay, where are our force beam holders? Come on round here. That's it. Look at him. He's quite good, isn't he? Look.
Let's see what you got.
Let's have a look at a bit of this then.
Go.
Ooh, hello.
Nice. Nice.
Okay.
I think I'll stay over here.
So I'm going to be over here at the beginning.
That's good.
Right, you come over here. That's it. Very good. Well done.
You look
familiar,
familiar,
hello, welcome, welcome. You
good.
hold on to one end of that. Okay. You come behind me there. Lovely, that's it. Keep going. You hold that. So hold on to that. Both sides, 2 hands. That's it. Let's stretch it out here like this. Okay, there's a good. Then come around here like that. So you come and stand here. Excellent. That's good. One there.
You want to, I'll tell you what, on this last one, do it again.
That's it. You hold on to that, and then put your fingers in the end of the roll. That's it. Then you go over there and stand behind this young lady here. Good. That's it. And go lower. So I want one under. No, not both of you. So somebody go low, and you come forward a bit now. Okay. So you two bend down. That's it. And you come forward. Come forward. No, not you. Sorry. Trying to direct people. That's above. That's it. Very good. There. So these two are ready. Okay. Right, Ray, are you ready?
Yeah, we're warming up.
You're ready? Okay, so here we are to recreate the scene from The Phantom Menace.
Oh, wow.
Are you all set? So I'm already trapped. You two are having a fight.
Right.
Okay, let's cue the underscore.
Right,
and
so we'll do that little bit. Ready?
Action!
Do I go in action?
Yeah, yes, you go now. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, ready? Let's go. Ready? Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Push.
Wiggle it around. Wiggle it.
Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna push it off this way. Boom. And then come at me. And I go boom, and I block, and then go poof. And then I'm gonna go and then stab. Because remember, you're Qui-Gon. Ah. Right?
Have you killed him yet?
Not yet, I'm doing it. We're waiting.
What are you waiting for?
I'm hamming it up a little bit.
All right, okay, good work.
Okay, all right, so we didn't talk about it, I just remembered. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, I move, push, you come at me.
Oh no, don't hurt him.
Boom, and I go boom.
I'm so frustrated, ready? Stuck behind these beams. Oh, no!
Yeah!
No! Oh. Feel like a frozen chicken then. Ah, my anger. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Gonna go one. Then you come back at me. He's on one leg. No. Oh, and then what happens? I've forgotten.
You slice me in half.
I do what? No, not yet. I've got to fall off the edge yet.
Oh, yeah. Get together.
I'm back here. He's forcing me back.
Ready?
And my lightsaber goes. Ooh. 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 Oh. Oh.
Right.
Oh, that tickles. Okay.
All right, sorry.
Oh, he's annoyed. Right now, I'm using the force. Hang on, mate. And I'm going to leap up. Ready? Oh, hello. On my waist, probably. Ready? And go. And
legs go there, body goes here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Good job.
Well done, you guys. Thank you for your help. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And off you go that way. Thanks so much.
Good job. Well done.
Oh, dear.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's exhausting, this, isn't it? Oh.
I had to remember it there.
Yeah.
Even though you showed me that, but I had to
get it back in there again.
I was having too much fun, play fighting.
It is fun. I mean, I imagine this is what your house was like when you were a kid.
Kind of, but not with these things, you know. It was mum's broomstick and
Yeah.
mop and...
Fantastic. So, Ray, you are obviously a very accomplished martial artist. You're also an accomplished actor. You must get recognized quite a lot.
Sometimes and sometimes not. I forget that I do the things that I do, and you may be like in Home Depot or one of the IKEA, and you're wondering why that person's staring at you, and then of course being from London, you're like, why is he staring at me? So you start doing this with your shoulders and stuff, and then a few minutes later they'll come up and say, Ray, I'm a big fan, and then you feel like a complete idiot because, you know, you just forget, you know, so... Absolutely. So I just try and keep very...
Well, what do people, they want a selfie with you? Because that's the thing, isn't it, nowadays? Everyone wants a selfie, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you find that happens quite a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I remember going to Japan and to do something to do with Star Wars, and everyone was using the nice big flash cameras, and then the following year, everyone was using their phones. Yeah. And it was kind of weird, so it's amazing how much technology's progressed. And
yeah, people want to capture that moment, don't they? And I do as well. I actually have been getting a few Star Wars selfies for my collection. Do you want to see some?
Yeah, please.
Okay, let's look at the first one. This is me and Chewbacca. There we are. I was me and Chewbacca. There we are, yes. Great, isn't it? You can tell it's Chewie. It's a great likeness. And next one is me and Darth Vader himself. There we are. Most impressive codpiece, I would say. And finally, me and the one and only Harrison Ford. That was nice. The Force Awakens trailer. Cool, isn't it?
That's nice.
Would you be happy to perhaps do one with me to add to the collection?
Yeah, I was about going to ask you. Yeah, please.
Okay,
can I do one as well?
Yes, of course.
Great. Oh, thank you.
But don't you find when people do this, it takes a long time because they can't figure out how to use their phone all of a sudden?
Yeah.
And it's actually happening to me right now. I'm sort of nervous about the situation. Okay, that's the audience. Don't want that. Right, okay, this way around. Okay, there we go. Right, smile. And look at that bit there, because that's the camera.
Oh.
Okay. That's great.
Let me do one.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I keep on looking at myself there.
Yeah, I know you can't help it, can you? But actually, I tried this idea with Carrie Fisher earlier in her show. I thought, I wonder if there's a record for the most selfies in 60 seconds. And we tried to break it. Here's a few of the pictures that we actually we managed to take. It was quite something. There we are. Not a bad one, that one, is it? Not too bad. Let's have a look at the next one. There we go. That's another one. That's a nice picture. And let's have a look. That's a bit. Look at my face there. That's peculiar. That's peculiar.
You look happy.
Would you be up for trying to break a record?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it now with my quick as a flash. Right, okay, so people with tickets are out there.
Yes, so if I gave you a ticket, make your way to the stage over here on this side. If you have a ticket, if I gave you a little ticket with a number on it, make your way to that side of the stage. Okay. And we had two guys. The one guy with the Darth Maul on his arm tattoo, you bring your cell phone, and the other guy with the Darth Maul on his arm tattoo.
Fantastic.
Perfect. All right, bring your cell phone. You have your cell phone with you? There you
make
go.
sure that's an essential ingredient, your cell phone. Have the camera open, not on timer, ready to go. The record, it stands at 14 at the moment, so we've got to try and beat 14 was what we did with Carrie Fisher. Can we have 60 seconds ready on the clock, please? And we'll bring in the selfie POV cam so you guys get a sense of the photos that are being taken here on stage. So they're on their way up here now. So Ray, all we've got to do is basically sit here and smile.
Okay.
And look as handsome as we do. Although selfies aren't the most flattering pictures, are they?
Yeah,
really, it's close, it's weird, and it's often in a situation that's.
It's the ones that when they go.
Yeah, exactly. No, you don't be down there. Be up there.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so
Hey,
the
guys.
world record is 14. That's what we're trying to do. You guys ready and primed? Okay, no messing. We've got to try and beat 14.
We're counting on you guys.
Okay.
Get them ready.
Come a bit closer here with that and a bit wider so it distorts us, because that's what a selfie looks like. So everyone in the audience, keep count, all right? Keep count. Okay, here we go. 60 seconds starts now. Come on. Go. Yes. Oh, he's going for two. Yeah, didn't like that one. Go, go, go. That's it. Very good. Get us both in. Yes, you've done it. Go, go, go. Have we got 4? Count along, audience. Keep us in touch with this. Yeah, excellent. That's 5, wasn't it? Okay, good. Excellent. That's 7.
Hey,
8, I love you too. 8, go, go, go! That's 9. You haven't got Ray in it. Okay, come on, we got to beat 14.
Come on, guys.
What are we at now? 10. 11. We got 13 seconds.
Come on, guys.
12.
Next,
Go.
next, go.
13.
Go.
14.
Get in.
15, 16, 17, 18, yes! That's it, we broke the record. 18 selfies in 60 seconds. Well done, everyone. All right.
Yeah, go. That was fun.
My word. Showing off. Showing off.
What did he do? Did you flip?
He did.
Woo!
Oh, my word.
Nice.
So, yeah, I have confirmation that is indeed a record number of selfies in 60 seconds at the XL Centre on a Sunday. Well done.
Not bad.
Well done indeed. I'm exhausted. Your show is exhausting me.
I've got a sweat going on.
You have?
Yeah.
You should have got in training for this show.
I should have.
Now, I like to play a little game now. Earlier this weekend, I went out amongst the fans here at Celebration, and I said a line of dialogue from one of the films. And their job was to kind of complete that line without me prompting them. And what I want to do is show you a series of clips now, and you have to decide just by looking at the person, will they indeed be able to complete that line?
Oh, I see.
You ready to play it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's play.
Complete the Senate. Ants? Oh, I see. Senators. Very clever.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to show you a piece of video. I go up to someone, I say part of a line. Let's see if you can identify whether they're going to be able to say the line or not.
Okay.
When 900 years old you reach. Okay, so you saw her. She was dressed as a BB-8. She's a Star Wars fan. When 900 years old you reach, will she finish the line, or is she a daft fool?
Oh. I'm going to say she finishes the line.
You reckon she can do it? All right, let's have a look. When 900 years old you reach.
Look as good you will not.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
Well done. That's 1 out of 3. Good work, Ray. Okay, let's look at our next one. One thing for sure, we're all going to be a lot.
I'm not sure. No.
One thing's for sure, we're all going to be a lot.
He just realized, I think he's...
You think he's going to get it?
Yeah, I think he's going to get it.
All right, let's have a look then. One thing's for sure, we're all going to be a lot.
I'm too tired for this. I'm jet lagged. I've come back from New York.
The answer was thinner. It's a line from the movie.
Oh,
He's
okay.
kicking himself there.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Right,
right.
let's see our last clip then. Hello, I'm chasing you.
Oh, you are? Me? How
Yeah.
are you? Nice to
The odds of successfully navigating an asteroid field are... So he's dressed as Han Solo.
These are tricky ones you're giving everyone.
Now, they're fans. They know more stuff about than we do, Ray.
All right. I'm going to go 3 for 3. I'm going to say he knows.
You think he knows? Does anyone else know this? See, not everybody, actually. It's quite a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think he will get it?
But he's dressed as Han, so he has to know it.
All right, let's see if Ray's right. The odds of successfully navigating an asteroid field are...
333,000 to 1, something in that kind of ballpark. No?
Way off, way off. It's 3,720 to 1. There, didn't get it. It's a tricky one, though. Okay, so well done. Thanks for
That's
playing.
a
I
good
think
one.
you got 1 out of 3, did you, or 2?
I got 1.
Anyway,
I got
who
1.
cares?
I got
It's
1.
been fun
I just got
playing.
1 out. So.
Great. Well, I've been asking all the questions so far. Now it's their turn. Mark, do we have a question from our
Yes,
audience here?
over here. Anybody have a question for Ray? Right over here. All right, come on over. I'm going to come over to you. All right, come into the light. It's going to be best right over here.
Come
Stand
into
on
the
up. Come on in, come on in. Thank you very much.
All right.
Name and question.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm stepping on everyone's feet.
Oh, well done. Thanks for telling us.
Hi.
Hi again.
Is the
force strong with you?
I don't know. There's something strong going on right now. I say a wicked burger.
I asked these people to be pre-screened, Mark.
Cheers, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, I was just wondering, is it true when you were fighting with Ewan McGregor, was he actually making lightsaber noises with his mouth as he was fighting with you?
He was, and so was Liam. And then, so, you know, especially for the end fight scene where Maul comes through the doors and we're rehearsing and, you know, everyone powers up their lightsaber and I would give a cheeky little smile and go, so yeah, I even did it. So it was a lot of fun. We're big kids, you know, we're getting to play fight and be part of Star Wars and it's a lot of fun. And I still make sound effects today when we're doing fights. It's great.
You can't help it, can you? Whenever you do if I've ever done a fight scene, you can't help but going,
yeah,
and all going, you can't help but do that.
Pew, pew, pew.
One thing I've never had is a lightsaber in a Star Wars movie. I look with envy on anyone who has a lightsaber. Because they keep them in a little secure chest, don't they?
Looks very, very nice. It's like it's presented to you and it's velvet and looks really nice. Yeah.
Thank you, Ray.
Sorry, you will one day.
DJ Elliott, who do we have there?
Hello, Micah from Poland. I've got a question. Are you keeping track, because I was always wondering, are you keeping track of the Darth Maul in the expanded universe? Comic books, comic books, TV
Rebels
series, like
as well,
the Clone Wars, the Rebel seasons, and so on?
Of course, especially with Clone Wars. You know, I was at a celebration in Orlando quite a few years ago, and they introduced Darth Maul's brother. And of course, I'm on stage, and the first, you know, it was a reveal, and I was jealous. I was like, Darth Maul's brother, he's got a double-bladed lightsaber. And so I never thought in a million years that Maul would be brought back in the cartoons. And then my son and I were sitting watching on Netflix, and it was all about Darth Maul. I couldn't believe it. I said, son, I better start training again. Go get my lightsaber out and start practicing. So it was fun to see. It was fun to watch and sit that and share that with my kids. So yeah, of course. And I love seeing how everyone, you know, I love seeing when girls dress up as Darth Maul because they look really good. You know, so it's really nice to see a lot of Mauls out there. So.
Excellent, thank you. Right, let's go to Twitter for a question. Okay. Shadow Weave. The question is, how long did it take to make up every day, and did it affect your performance having it on?
Only when I needed to pick my nose.
Right.
My face wasn't mine when I was Darth Maul, and you would forget you'd have the makeup on. It took about I had a 2 or 3 hour window to get dressed, and that included getting dressed, and the last thing was the contact lenses. And I didn't mind it. It was a lot of fun. And sometimes you would forget the makeup's on there and you would scratch your face because your hair's growing through constantly, and I had to shave my hair every day, and you would forget. So
Nick Dudman did your makeup, didn't he?
Paul England.
Ah, yeah.
And so he would say, Ray, you know, you're not allowed to touch your nose anymore. So he would get like some Kleenex and put it up my nose so it wouldn't mess up the...
Because you'd smudge the red and
you smudge it, and you forget you do this, or you're sweating, so I had to be very mindful. And it was my first acting job. It was my first makeup job, so it was a learning curve for me as well. It was a great experience.
Absolutely. Okay. Mark, do we have another question out there?
Yes, 7-year-old Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
I'm scared.
He's scared.
I'm scared. It's
Hey,
okay.
buddy.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay, Joe. Joe. Oh,
Hey,
Joe.
buddy.
Maybe Joe could say the question to you quietly, and you can ask it, Mark.
I'll do the talking.
There's normally no stopping him.
Oh, that's a great question. Joe, that's an awesome question, Joe. Hang right here. Joe wants to know, how did you get your horns on?
Ah, good question.
Yeah, that's a good question, Joe. He's going to stay right here. He's going to answer it, Joe. He's going to answer it. Listen.
Hey, Joe. Coach, should I go there?
Yeah, go for it,
Can I
man.
go down there? Health and safety?
health and safety. What the hell?
Cool. Hey, buddy. Hey. You all right? Cool. Do you want to know about the horns? I had to drink 4 pints of milk every day. You seen the posters of Darth Maul, and he's got like a milk mustache? It says, "Got milk?" Yeah.
High five him, Joe.
It was magic, but don't tell anyone, okay? There you go, buddy. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
right.
Take care. Sure. Thanks for your question, buddy. Cool. Hey, you good? Oh, hey, no, you just had surgery. Cool. You good? You good? Hey, good to see you again. How you doing?
Okay, we're gonna go.
Good to see you.
You know there's like 4,000 people in here, right?
This could take a while.
Good to see you again.
We got like 5
Good to
minutes
see you.
left. We could break a record because most high fives in 5 minutes. Oh, look at him.
Yeah, go there.
We're gonna go to a tweet for another question, right?
All right, cool.
Okay, this is from Jacob. Who was it more fun to fight against, Liam and Ewan together, Liam alone, or Ewan alone?
It's a good question. They were different fights. When the two Jedis together, Liam and Ewan, it was a different kind of choreography. And then when I was with Liam, it was a different style of fighting. And then Ewan's was different. So I liked them all. I tried to use the horns, but George wouldn't have it. Because with Liam, you know where, before he gets stabbed?
Yeah.
I felt like I should trick him and then use the horns to cut up his thing and then do it. But then he was like, no, too scary, Ray. So I was like, all right. You know, it was a shame. So it's really nice to see some pictures of the horns a lot bigger. Because if I was to come back and play more, I'd like to use those horns in some way. And drink a lot of milk again, so.
Very cool indeed. DJ Elliott, what
All
do you
right, I
have?
have the last question.
All right. One question for you. In The Phantom Menace, other than you dying, what is one thing you would change?
Were you disappointed you died? I mean, it's good to have a death, isn't it, as well? It's kind of dramatic.
Yeah, and I always, as a kid, I always would, I always rooted for the good guys. You know, in the playground, you play the cop. You weren't the robber. And so, being the bad guy, I kind of knew he had to die anyway. That was just the way it was. And reading the script and doing and coming up, rehearsing the choreography, we knew it anyway. It was just how Darth Maul was going to die. And I think at one point we were toying with the idea of chopping off Darth Maul's head. There was we shot it, Nick Gillard and Andreas Petrides, whereas instead of me force palming Obi-Wan, I judo throw him over the pit and hold him, and I'm taunting him, and I'm going to cut him up. I know it's really graphic, sorry. But instead, he gets a lightsaber from behind his back and Maul's neck, and then Maul falls down.
And George thought that you doing your horn thing was too gruesome, and you were considering chopping his head off at one point.
Yeah, because I thought if I'm going to die, I've got to die, you know, it's got to be. And then Nick says, but if they bring you back, at least being chopped in half, they can bring you back with robot legs and stuff. So for a long time, we had a little joke about Darth Maul being on a speeder, you know, and he's like, he's after Obi-Wan, and he's using his lightsaber as a canoe, you know, like a canoe, you know.
I mean, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because I've just thought about this, that, you know, those sorts of deaths are never final. Because, you know, like the Emperor fell down a big hole, didn't he? Han Solo's fallen down a big hole. It kind of leaves you wondering, okay, yeah, you had a lightsaber through him, you were in half. You know, the Emperor had been electrocuted, but who knows? They could be lurking somewhere.
Could be, you never know.
And, you know, and Boba Fett fell in a pit. He is dead, by the way. Oh. Look at that, I knew that would happen. I just say that to wind him up. So, Ray, any final thoughts you'd like to leave us with? It's been such a pleasure chatting to you this afternoon.
Yeah, you too. It's been really nice to see you and the family.
It's really been great.
It's been nice to be part of. It's really nice to be invited and be part of Star Wars and growing up with it. And this is like a big family, you know, and seeing so many people in the 501st and all the different Star Wars groups. You guys are great, and it's. I feel very lucky that I'm able to sort of relive my childhood and be a big kid.
Well, we're also very lucky to have spent the last hour in your company. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Ray Park.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. You want to do a pose?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Nice.
Thanks all for being here. We have one more show. It's the Future Filmmakers panel in about an hour or so, and then the closing ceremony. But please continue to have a wonderful time at Star Wars Celebration Europe, and I'll see you next time. May the Force be with you. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show Live. Andy and I are joined now by Julian Checkley, the winner of the costume contest, here with the fantastic Grumgar costume. Fantastic is the only word that describes it. Thank you very much for coming on Star Wars Show Live.
Thank you so much for inviting us. It's great to be here and actually to see all the amazing people and props and.
How does it feel to get that recognition and response from the fans too?
It's been a really long, hard slog, I must say. I've been coming to Celebration for years, and it's always a pilgrimage to something we all love, which is obviously Star Wars, but just to finally get an award for it, and for the dedication of building costumes as well. But this one took about 100 days, and we did it. So.
Wow, I mean, it's one of the most, incredible things I have ever seen. When it came out on stage for the costume contest, it was just, we both lost it. What is it constructed out of? Because I know he's on large risers.
Yeah, sure. We've got some adapted stilts in here so he can articulate his feet when he walks. Now they actually are incredibly heavy. They weigh about 60 kilos for the whole costume. The feet each weigh about 20 kilos. So walking, you don't walk very far in them. So there's foam latex. We've got a foam latex mask. We actually use real acrylic in the teeth and gums. There's loads of foam. And we've even got some nice articulated hands here so he can grab you and wave at the crowd.
Oh my God, the
How
details.
long does it take to put someone into the costume?
Well, the first try-on we did took about nearly 2 hours, and it was a disaster. And by the time we tried it on, we were exhausted. But we've got it down to about 10-15 minutes now, so we're getting good at it.
That's really quick.
We're going to set a record.
How long can someone stay in the costume before it's a bit too hot?
I think he's nearly cooked. I'll ask Grumgar. How long? Doesn't talk much.
No.
Probably around 30 minutes, I'd say.
It's not doing the convention floor and this
No,
thing. You need
especially-
spotters too.
Yeah, sure. And especially in this kind of heat today, it's really kind of humid. It's not nice in there. We've got ice packs in there for him, but
saw that.
you don't want to stay in there very long.
So this is clearly not your first creation.
No.
What else have you made in the past?
Well, we have a very small effects workshop on the west coast of Ireland, not far from where they actually filmed the last Star Wars movie. And we make creatures and costumes. We've made Savage Opress from the Clone Wars, Darth Malgus. Another big one was Tarful the Wookiee, which is kind of, it looks like a peanut compared to this guy.
Yeah, Wookiees are only, what, like 7 feet tall?
Yeah, something like that.
It's tiny.
So yeah, we try and do nice big kind of wow factor costumes.
Yeah, well, I definitely think you got the wow factor. This is just one of the most incredible things in the world. Thank you so much for coming by. We're going to let him get out of there because I saw how difficult it is to wear it. How incredible
Everybody,
is that,
let's hear it for the
guys?
mighty Grumgar.
Mighty Grumgar. Thank you so much for coming by and showing him off, and congratulations.
Thank
on
you
the
so much. I
costume
just have to
contest
thank
win.
all the other guys in the Emerald Garrison and all my and Camille in the suit.
An incredible job,
And thanks
guys.
for having
Well
us.
done.
Thank you so much for being on the show.
And there will be so much more Star Wars Celebration coming up next when the Star Wars Show Live returns. Can I get a picture? Can I get a picture?
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration. I am joined now by John and Mario from the Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes mobile game. Fellas, thanks for coming on the show. How are you enjoying Celebration so far?
It's awesome so far. We're having
so
a really great time. And thank you for having us on. I really appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit about Galaxy of Heroes.
Sure. So as you said, it's a mobile game that came out about 8 months ago. It's a game that lets players collect their favorite characters from across the entire Star Wars galaxy, across all the timelines. They can form parties together, battle, and upgrade their characters in this very classic turn-based RPG combat. And a big thing that was important to us is to make sure it felt authentic, and so the characters really come to life in this game.
Our fans respond very strongly to authenticity. Do you think that's one of the things that's contributed to the very rapid success of this game?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something we worked hard with Lucas to achieve. And it also gives them, you know, the characters as they know them, the abilities that they have actually reflect kind of what those characters are in the franchise. And it also gives players a chance to play with them as they want to. You can build mix and match squads, just like when we were kids and put all our figures together and just had big battle royales. That's kind of what we allow players to do, as well as giving them those authentic moments.
That's exactly what I did with my Kenner toys when I was a little guy running around.
Exactly. One of my favorite things to do is take things like Darth Maul and group him with a bunch of Ewoks. Just stuff you could never actually see.
What's going to happen?
But just something that's super fun. Yeah, exactly.
So recently, just a few days ago, you announced mods for the game.
Yep.
Can you talk about how those affect gameplay?
Sure. So this was a big release we did earlier this week. Mods are the 5th progression system for the characters. So previously we had level and rarity and gear and abilities. What we added, though, was a new system that let players customize their characters on their stats. So that was a big update. It's been a big impact to the game. We've been iterating on it and getting a lot of good feedback from the players on it.
Yeah, exactly. Like without the mods, if I maxed out my Darth Maul, it would be exactly like John's Darth Maul, like your Darth Maul. But now with mods, we're able to tweak it. So when I go up against your Darth Maul, I might not know exactly what I'm going to get.
Right.
Okay, so people can kind of spec a character.
Exactly right. So you can go for health or defense or critical damage or all those types of things. So once you get to the top end, we wanted to make sure there's still some element of strategic creativity for the players, and that's what mods provides.
So it's not just the character, it's the character the way that you like them to be.
Right. Yep. How you want to play them.
That's fantastic. Do we have any other things that we can announce about the game? Or
not right now, but we're in a panel later today, and we've got a fun reveal to show during that talk.
Oh, fantastic. So Galaxy of Heroes fans, stick around to stay tuned to that panel, and stick around for more Star Wars Show Live here on StarWars.com in just a minute.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration, and I am now being joined by Matthew Ruddle from Penguin Random House Publishing, and we're about to talk about some exciting new Star Wars books. Thank you for joining us. You had kind of an exciting day yesterday. You announced a new novel that people are pretty excited about.
Yeah, it's been crazy. There's been some fairly big announcements. A few characters that people are quite excited to discover are coming back. And yeah, some new books from it as well.
So this new title was announced yesterday in the Rebels panel, which should give people a bit of a hint as to what it is. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
So Thrawn, yeah. So on the Rebels panel yesterday,
Thrawn,
it was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, just Thrawn, you know.
Straight into it. Yeah, yesterday it was announced on the Rebels panel that Thrawn is being brought back into the canon. And as well as Star Wars Rebels, he's also going to have a new book out by Timothy Zahn, who originally wrote Thrawn. Which is amazing, and obviously Timothy's really excited to be writing it, and we're really excited to be publishing it. And essentially, he's going to be the main villain in Star Wars Rebels for the 3rd season, and so the book is basically going to be kind of prequel to that.
Okay.
You're going to get to see how Thrawn basically got to his position of power, how he became so respected in the Empire, and just what makes him such a kind of brilliant villain and tactician. You know, he's basically one of the most intelligent admirals in the Imperial fleet and a kind of real threat to the Rebels.
Yeah, he's a completely different kind of villain, and one is really, I think, lends itself well to like written word.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because he's essentially just very intelligent, very thoughtful, considered, and kind of really wants to get into the mindset of the rebels, of who he sees as the enemy. And he kind of sees it as he understands them to basically help defeat them.
You also announced a couple of Rogue One titles.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So Catalyst, Rogue One, is essentially a prequel to the Rogue One film. We've just announced it's being written by James Luceno.
Who I love.
Oh, good.
Tarkin's one of my favorite books.
Really?
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Tarkin's great, and he kind of really nails that kind of pre-A New Hope time period, and so he's going to do amazing for Catalyst. And I think really we can't say too much about it because obviously it's tied into Rogue One so much, but essentially if you're going to be watching Rogue One, you need to read Catalyst. It ties in, it connects dots, it's kind of going to be great.
And when do these books come out?
So Catalyst will be in the autumn, and then we have a novelization of the film in the winter, which actually I can say we can actually share the author. It's going to be Alexander Freed, who wrote Battlefront Twilight Company.
Okay.
So he's going to be writing the novelization, and he's genuinely really amazing. And for those of you who haven't read Twilight Company, that is kind of gives you like a rebel's eye view of like the Battle of Hoth. So he's kind of the perfect author.
And they were short stories. It was short stories.
There was full books as
Okay.
well, actually. Yeah. So there was some short stories as well of Battlefront. So I think he's the perfect kind of author to be writing that, rebel's eye view.
So Chuck Wendig's follow-up to Aftermath, Life Debt, was just released, and we just shared the cover for Empire's End on StarWars.com recently. What can you tell us about the rest of that trilogy?
Sure. So yeah, Life Debt just came out this week. I won't reveal too much because hopefully people are just starting to read it.
I've heard good things.
It's genuinely really amazing. So I mean, essentially, Nora Wexley and her team are tasked by Leia with finding Han and Chewie, who have got into some trouble. I know you're surprised at the idea that Han and Chewie have got into trouble, but they have.
Shocking.
I know. So they're trying to basically liberate Chewie's homeworld, and it's not gone well. So Nora Wexley and her crew are kind of tasked by Leia to go and help and find him. It's awesome. It's great to see them interacting with the main cast. And there's kind of some really interesting revelations at the end of the book that I've already seen a lot of new fan theories about.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. And this kind of really leads into Empire's End, which is like the big epic conclusion to the trilogy that Chuck Wendig's been working on. It's out next year, and basically this is the Battle of Jakku. It's kind of you've obviously seen the aftermath in Force Awakens, and this is you're actually going to see what happens. You're going to read about what happens. You're going to see who's involved, how it comes about. And I mean, basically, you're going to want to put The Force Awakens on your DVD player immediately after you've read Empire's End.
Oh, that's fantastic. We're looking forward to them, all of them, particularly Thrawn and Catalyst for myself. Thank you so much for joining us, Matthew. And we will be back with more Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration here on StarWars.com in just a moment.
Now, no Star Wars Celebration would be complete without an amazing costume display that you guys can see whilst here in London. We have Rogue One costumes all over the shop. Let's have a look around and see what you guys can check out whilst here at Star Wars Celebration. We found ourselves in a really great area with the most important costumes and characters from Rogue One. Firstly, Jyn Erso. Her costume's right behind me there, played by Felicity Jones in the movie. She is the hero, the protagonist of the film. You can see that she is wearing a poncho. She's ready for any of the elements, very much outerwear, but she has a checkered past, and she somehow found herself in the rebellion. There's also Cassian Andor here as well. He is a rebellion officer. You can see that he looks like he's the Fresh Prince of Hoth, doesn't he? Really? I mean, look at his outfit there. He's wearing that giant Parker jacket. He's got binoculars, goggles, you name it. Any weather comes his way, he's ready for it. Now, I think we've come to my favourite costume. This is Director Krennic's uniform. Ben Mendelsohn plays him in the movie, and you can see he means business. He's wearing a cape. Only the brave can pull off a cape. He's also the Director of Advanced Weapons Research. Wonder what that could be. A Death Star. Sorry, it's very dusty in here. I am delighted to be joined right now by Ali Shearmer and John Schwartz, producers of Rogue One. How great is it to see the fans from both locally and internationally being here as well to kind of, as you said, in awe of Rogue One?
Well, we're watching the fans come in right now, and it is mind-blowing.
What's great to have Celebration here in London this year is that a lot more of our
cast and crew get to come and experience it themselves too.
Thank you for chatting to us, and thank you for letting us have these costumes here for everyone to experience. And I can't wait for the movie come December.
Jamie here reporting from Mandalorian Mercs HQ, hanging out with my kind of scum, potentially in a slightly controversial t-shirt, but let's see how long I can get away with it for. I'm with Rich, who is from the UK section of the Mandalorian Mercs, specifically the Vokchi clan. That is the name for the UK clan, if you like. What does it mean?
It actually means have a drink with me, my friend.
Typical Brit. I'm with Tom, the Mandalore, the Uniter, which means, Tom?
Mandalore the Uniter is basically my title as my character in the Mandalorian Mercs.
We stand for fun, we stand for creativity. We're making sure that everybody here comes away with a positive experience from Star Wars.
The Mandalorian Mercs mission is to be a creative force within Star Wars. We have used Boba Fett and Jango Fett and other Mandalorians from Star Wars as the references for our own characters.
See, with the Force Awakens came out, it obviously inspired us quite greatly to make something a bit more outdoorsy and a bit more adventurous.
We have a Mandalorian training camp, we have the jail cell, we have our command tent, we have all kinds of things for fans to partake and interact with. We're just a global family, and that's what makes the group special. We're here for each other through thick and thin. We do a lot of charity work, and we're using the money that we get this weekend donated to go to the families in France that were affected by the last attack that came in Nice.
What do people have to do to get involved with Mandalorian Mercs?
Effectively, you need to make your own set of armour. We try to make sure it is quite easy to get in, but also to a standard of quality that make people feel like they're really in an experience with the Mandalorian trooper.
So there you have it. If you want to join the Mandalorian Mercs, you know what to do. But remember, no disintegration. Hey, oh. All right. Not with the walking carpet. Really? Is there room for two of us? Not sure. Quite comfy, actually.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration 2016 on StarWars.com, and I am now very excited to be joined by a noob here from Topps. Thank you very much for being on the show. So we heard a little bit in the Rebels panel from Dave Filoni talking about some of the new stuff that's coming to Card Trader, and you brought us a bunch of physical product as well. First, let's hit the Card Trader stuff, the digital cards. What do we have coming out soon?
So we'll have the obviously Dave Filoni's announcement with the awesome looking cards that they'll be bringing out on the Card Trader app. So we're really excited with that. I'm a big Rebels fan and Clone Wars fan, Ahsoka fan. It's great to see all those cards coming out. Really, really good looking.
And you have a show exclusive to that effect here. We have this poster is going to be being given away tomorrow.
Tomorrow at our stand N403. Come along. There's a race stand of the card that you'll get in the Card Trader app. We've also given away a generic code for a free digital pack for Card Trader. Just look out for the cards being handed out in the morning and over in the family area.
Very good. And you brought some physical product for us here too as well. We've got new products in the trading card game line.
Yeah, we've got our Force Attacks collection. It's a big mainstay in Europe all over. We have our sticker collection. We've also got the Hobby US exclusive oversized cards. There's 7 sets, one for each of the movies. And we've got our own Force Attacks oversized cards as well for the show exclusive.
Very good. Which is your favorite?
All of them.
All of them? Too hard to pick. I really like the vintage cards. I had the I had the Topps cards when I was a kid in the 1980s, and I really like that in the digital format.
And they're
you have
great,
those
and
again.
they go down really, really good with collectors and fans. We've done some really clever things with the shinies here as well. They're great for young fans as well.
These are really beautiful.
Just beautiful. We've got the limited edition Han Solo card here as well, which is really nice. I love the way they do the hollow foils with the unique designs. It's great. We do so much with our cards. We're very creative.
Very good. Very clearly. Thank you so much for coming by and showing us some stuff. Keep your eyes out for those giveaways that are coming from Topps, and we will be back in a minute with more Star Wars Show Live coming to you from Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016 on StarWars.com.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show Live on StarWars.com. And one of the biggest surprises of Celebration this year was the amazing Propel exhibit. And we are here with the CEO of Propel, Darren Matlock. Thank you so much for bringing these by.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, these boxes are really, really beautiful. These are really something special. I'm told there's a bit of a surprise when you open them up.
There is a bit of a surprise. So we wanted to create something for the true Star Wars fan who is a collector, not just have something that would be compelling as a product, but also have a compelling package. Is it okay to open the box?
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's do some unboxing.
Is it on?
Yep.
Very nice.
So these are absolutely beautiful UAVs.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear that, but it's actually playing music from the movie,
Yeah,
from the
I
original
think
trilogy.
I can hear it.
Now, if you close the box actually lights up, and if you close the box, and then you open it again, is the microphone working?
Huh. So not only is the UAV itself an absolute work of art, but the packaging and the process of opening it and interacting is really fun.
Yeah, we really wanted to bring magic back to play. And right from the opening of the box, it plays soundtracks from the trilogy that relate to each particular vehicle. And it's just really exciting. So we have the Millennium Falcon.
And so with these UAVs, you can play a laser battle game, which is one of the most awesome sounding things I have ever heard. Can you tell us some more about that?
Well, these are actually high-performance quadrocopters. They use a technology called reverse propulsion. And how reverse propulsion works
Do you mind if I open the speeder
is
bag?
it actually builds a body of air underneath the craft, and it flies on top of the air. So for the very first time, we were able to take very model-like craft and bring it to life and create a real compelling fan experience. Maybe we can take a look.
They're super cool to watch in flight.
Yes.
Are we going to have a chance to see some of these in action?
We're going to have a chance to see them right now. We have our great pilots from Propel.
Wow, check these out. I love it. Now that's my favorite variation of tie, so I'm pretty excited about it.
Not only do they perform like the vehicles in the movie, but they also fly at a top speed of 40 miles per hour.
That's crazy.
And they
40 miles an hour.
And they laser battle. Yes.
So you over at your booth area, which is absolutely insane. You built Endor and the
That's
Death Star
right.
Trench. You're doing races this year.
That's right. So we wanted to really put these in an environment where it would be a lot of fun for the fans. And we actually have 1.35 million cubic feet of airspace, and the quadricopters are battling with real lasers in that space. You can come and see the laser battle at the Propel Experience booth.
That's absolutely
Why don't you guys open it up a little bit?
When are these available?
First shipment of the product will be going out late September, early October. So the release of the product publicly will be at the end of this year.
Okay, are they available for pre-order, or where can fans go
So
and learn more about them?
right now for Celebration fans, we're letting you lock in a limited number early edition. So you can actually go to our booth and lock in edition of the product. Yeah.
That is so impressive.
So
Most
much fun.
impressive. Wow. Thank you so much for bringing these by. I'm going to have to come and check them out. But
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
They're absolutely beautiful. And we will be back with more Star Wars show in just a moment.
Thank you.
Do the X one.
That was pretty good.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show, live from Star Wars Celebration 2016 on StarWars.com. And I'm now very excited to be joined by Neil Scanlon and the entire panel that just finished up their Creatures of TFA panel, which I watched a little bit of, and it absolutely blew my mind. It's so incredible to see these creatures that you guys have created on a very intimate level and see how they work. And I'm sure fans at home really enjoyed seeing that. So, what inspired you to get into creature building and puppeteering?
Well, for me personally, I was, excuse me, as a very small, as a very young person, I saw a film made by a man called Garrick Hagon, who is what we consider to be the sort of godfather of visual effects, to be honest. And I knew really from about age 6 that that's what I wanted to do. That was, I had that moment, and from that moment on, I just pursued that. I would go to places like this, which were much more humble at their time, where Ray would talk about his models and how he did his films. And that led me all the way up until the point that I was old enough to try for a job and get a job.
So when did you start at ILM and start working on Star Wars?
We literally started at the beginning of Force Awakens, which is now just over 3 years ago. There was no true ILM in the UK at that time. Obviously, Lucasfilm, Disney. And so everybody here and the team were all put together about 3 years ago to start to create the characters for Force Awakens, and obviously for Rogue One, and now through to the others.
So the characters that we saw in Force Awakens were pretty groundbreaking. We're seeing characters that are built practically with animatronics, but also have a bit of CGI to just assist in their emotions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
How is that process different than just working with practical effects? How do you blend them together?
I think in truth, practical effects had maybe, dare I say, in previous films, reached the point of their limits. There was we could only go so far, and then in comes CGI, this incredible new medium, which allows for us to see a dinosaur, for instance, for the first time run. So now we're, several years on from there, we're in a much better place. And certainly, if you look at ILM, we're almost back to the days that we were originally, because we're able to make practical effects, and where we can't achieve something practically, the digital effects guys can come in and help us.
And we've got a Chewbacca behind us.
There's definitely some activity going on behind, which is a bit worrying, isn't it?
Oh wow! So what is it, do you think, about practical characters, about these models and actors in suits that makes them so relatable, that makes them, even back in the day, so...
Yeah, I think there's, and I don't mean this to be a criticism, but I think there's a little bit with CGI is that It is so brilliant, it is so perfect, that it's almost slightly fraudulent. It demands of you to believe it to be real. And I think as many film-going audiences, and especially the Star Wars, certainly for me, Star Wars was that I know they're not real. I know that these are people in suits. I know that this is, as I said earlier, a box with legs. But that's what's so fantastic about it. That's what's so charming and endearing and wonderful, and that's what the Star Wars world is. And so I think it's a fantastic forum to be able to put practical effects forward, and the viewing audience and the fans embrace it. It's a perfect marriage of appreciation for the film, as well as the sort of ability to sort of, you know, push the boundaries.
And that's what I love so much about seeing the heads, the masks you brought out on stage, was that a lot of people thought that they were just animated. They didn't realize all of the work and care that went into building every facial muscle.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. How long does it take to build something like that?
Typically about 3 months, I suppose. From Julian here at the end is the sculptor. Each one of these guys here all plays a role in that process. So if you imagine that a creature starts with Julian, it's going to make its way along this group of people, finally coming to Brian's world, who's a performer, and as you saw, Nick, who came out. And so that process, pretty well from beginning to end, by the time we come to shoot, is about a 3-month process. We're obviously making creatures, lots of them all at the same time, but it's tough to make anything less than that, although they do ask quite often that we do that.
I bet the energy in the creature shop is just insane.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Yeah, I love it.
The
I love
coolest
it.
thing.
I love it.
Like, that is a bucket list thing, like, to be able to come and watch you guys work, because it's crazy. Do you have a favorite creature that you made for The Force Awakens?
Do I have a favourite? I suppose in some ways, to me, the metal pecking bird is one of my favourites, because like the little sand creature that popped out of the sand, it is simple,
Right.
It is just charming, and it is just, to me, ultimately Star Wars. It's a throwaway moment that you could miss with a blink of an eye. It's not pretentious, it's just Star Wars, and I love it.
That's perfectly.
And for all of the other things that we made, and we'll go on to continue to make, it doesn't always have to be sophisticated or anything. It's just has to be Star Wars, doesn't it?
And looking towards the future, I have to talk about Space Monkey.
Yeah.
We have all become, like, totally obsessed with this guy. Seeing him, just from what we've seen in the sizzle reel, but seeing him come out on stage and perform, I mean, what is that like? He's just incredible.
Nick.
That was absolutely amazing.
I mean, you're a star. You've already won everything.
That was one of the most fun things I've ever done in my life. I'm so happy. And the audience were just amazing. Absolutely amazing. So.
Yeah, they're already so in love with that design. Where did that come from? And your performance was brilliant, by the way.
Thank you. I mean, and I think it's a real strong point. I mean, Nick is an incredible performer in his own right, and what he brings to that life that he brings to it is what lights it up, really. It's working with Gareth Edwards, Rogue One director. JJ had his vision of the way that he wanted to see the Star Wars world. Gareth has his own, and it's incredibly exciting. It's very unique, and Gareth has a very personal take. And so each director demands new things of you, and he pushed us really hard into this world where he really wanted the creatures, the droids, all of those things to be just part of. We could be here right now, and Space Monkey would be in the corner. He would be doing nothing different than what we're doing right now. He would be walking around. He's not special in any way. He's part of the Star Wars world, and I think when you go to see Rogue One, you'll see just how much of that is Gareth's intention, that you are immersed in this film, and that these creatures are just part of it. It's all of the characters that we're doing and we shot on. We're very much part of that. Warwick is one of them also, and so amazing.
What we've seen so far of the visual language of Rogue One is just absolutely mind-blowing. So we can't wait to see more. Thank you guys so much for taking time to come up here and sharing all of your work with us.
Thank you.
And we will be back in just a minute with more Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration on StarWars.com. Come on in. Hi, Carrie. Oh my God, hi. Wow, this is like the biggest surprise of my life. Holy cow. So you just came off of your panel with Warwick. That was a lot of fun. We showed it up here and there was a good crowd for it.
I just came. They wanted me to surprise you. So it doesn't look like it was surprise, though.
No, it was a huge surprise. Did you see me? I'm like crying.
Oh, don't cry.
You're like my hero, so.
Heroine.
My heroine. And Gary is just the best ever. So I have just a few questions they actually prepared for me, so we'll see how this goes because I don't know them off the top of my head. I'm sure you've been asked about your favorite celebration moments ever because you've been coming to them for years now. But what would you say is Gary's?
Gary, someone brought him his own action figure. So
Really?
Gary was very, very excited about that.
That's fantastic. I feel like that's something that they need to like sell in the celebration stores, like a stuffed Gary.
No, with the action figure with the removable tongue.
Oh my God, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. What did you think about that, Gary? He's
See
a
there, he
star.
has, it's very much a special effect.
It
his
really
tongue.
is. It's his little trademark. He's become quite popular on Instagram and on Twitter.
Gary has 30,000 followers, so if you want to increase that number, please do so. He loves that.
I was among the first, so I really enjoy his account. And he's been
Good.
seeing the world with you, which is pretty fantastic. You get to bring like your best friend with you wherever you go.
I know. I have my friend that takes pictures of me with Gary. We had tea the other day at the Ritz.
Oh.
So we do a lot of stuff. We were all over Washington. We've been all over. There's pictures of him, I think, at the Wax Museum. And there's just pictures of Gary everywhere in England.
That's fun.
Not England.
He's become quite a bit of a celebrity.
Well, good. I can't imagine him not being a hit. He's a hit with me.
So how does it feel to be playing Leia again after all these years?
Well, like I have said before, I've been playing, as it were, Leia. I mean, people have been calling me Leia. I've been Leia all along. I mean, I've been Carrie and Leia.
Yes.
It's another twin situation I'm involved in. So, the bad thing is that they have me in high def, and high def is not kind to women over 40 or over 50.
But you look absolutely beautiful.
I don't like to look at myself regular.
It's
Actually, I
always
look better
kind of
regular.
strange, though.
No, it's too big to look at yourself, and you know, I don't have an upper lip anymore. I lost it on the way here. So, you know, I don't like that, but it's great to see the old gang again. But we've seen each other also as we've gone along.
Yeah. You guys are still friends. You see each
Yeah,
other at
so it's
events
not
like
like
this
a
from time to
giant
time.
shop.
Yeah. And you're all good friends, so.
Well, we know how we've aged.
I think you're thinking about it too much. You're beautiful and wonderful, and everybody's been so happy to see you and see you back on the screen.
Well, I'm happy to be here in any form, so.
So, what can you tell us about shooting that reunion scene with Harrison Ford? Because when you stepped off of that stage, that was a pretty big moment in The Force Awakens and for a lot of us.
Harrison, when I first saw him when we were starting the film, was doing the scene, which I didn't realize. Originally, we just said hi to each other, which I thought was a bit, you know, underplaying things. Say that after about 10 years. Where have you been? Look at you, you're a wreck. But it was good to be, you know, we filmed it out of order, I think. I feel out of order anyway. So it was good. You know, Harrison gave me a little critique on my acting at one point. Don't keep your face like that, you won't like it, was his acting tip.
Oh, so kind. What does it mean for you to see that Leia has this continued position as a role model for women?
Well, it's great. I mean, that's what people are talking about with me all the time and saying, you know, they're happy to use me as a role model, and frequently I get confused and think they're using me, Carrie, as one, which isn't all that bad either.
You're also a bit of a role model. I know you've gone on and written a lot of books, and you've done your one-woman show, and you have advocacy projects going on. What is next for you as Carrie, like, in your life?
Well, I'm doing another book now, And then I think I want to do another show called The Empire Strikes Wishful Drinking. And then we're doing another one of these movies.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I heard that's a thing.
There you go. So we won't be doing that for a while, I think, but we just finished doing one like 4 days ago.
So yeah.
So you're catching me on the rebound.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by and surprising the absolute life out of me. It's been an absolute pleasure to meet you.
And you would look very
finally.
good in high def. Wouldn't you guys?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, come on, Gary.
Guys, Carrie Fisher. She is royalty. Wow, and we will be back with more Star Wars show in just a moment after I compose myself.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration Europe on StarWars.com, and I am now being joined by Jonathan and Graham, producers for the Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens games. Thank you very much for being here and coming to, the Millennium Falcon for an interview.
It's a bit of a trek,
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I shouldn't say trek, actually, that's the worst word.
No, we don't say that around here.
Thank you. It's wonderful. Surprisingly uncomfortable. I figured it was going to be padded.
Yeah, single guy's ship,
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did Lego Star Wars come to be?
We started Lego Star Wars, the very first. Has anyone played Lego Star Wars? Yeah, Lego Star Wars. Love for Lego Star Wars. That's excellent.
Yeah.
We started Lego Star Wars more than 10 years ago. That journey began with the very first game based on the first 3 movies chronologically, episode 1, episode 2, and episode 3. We built on that with Lego Star Wars 2, the complete, and then from there to the complete saga, episodes 1 to 6. That was way back in 2005, 2007, 2008. And then we came back to Lego Star Wars for Lego Star Wars 3, based on Clone Wars. And then we took a bit of a break. We've been making some other Lego games in the meantime.
A couple.
But it's been such an honor, such a privilege, and such a huge pleasure to come back at such an amazing time with the new Lego Star Wars game, Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
So tell us some more about Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens.
Well, it's the new Lego Star Wars game that's based, of course, on the greatest movie, the movie that we all went to see at Christmas time. We've been lucky enough to see materials from the movie, of course, before it came out. The team had been working on it for a long, long time before the film came out, but only when it was in cinemas could we really make sure that everything that we were building matched up with what we'd been told and what we expected. And then it takes, from that starting point of the movie, a journey into new areas, completely new adventures that expand upon that episode 7 story.
So you've got this original content in addition to the main story that happens in
and that's
the movie.
what Graham's been writing. Graham's written lines both that enable us and the team to tell that story that are voiced by the whole cast.
Yeah, I got to write stuff for Harrison Ford.
You get to write dialogue for Star Wars.
Oh, it's so cool, isn't it? It's like, it is literally the dream job. It's, like I had to pinch myself every day. Also terrifying because you got to get it right. You don't want to get it wrong. It's amazing. We tell these new adventures. Like we answer questions like, where was Lor San Tekka before the start of the movie, and how did they actually capture the Rathars in the first place? And it's been an amazing privilege to be able to tell those new stories. And we got 6 of these in the game, these new adventure levels, and 4 of those are stories that weren't told elsewhere before.
Something that's so charming about these games is how much humor there is in them. What's the trick to making Star Wars funny?
Well, you know, this movie's really funny anyway.
It is.
Actually, it's like
That's one of my favorite things about it.
whip smart dialogue. But we have this amazing cutscene team who've been basically finding ways to make things that are scary funny for 11 plus years now, and it's really a testament to their abilities as well as my own writing that we're able to do that.
It is primarily a testament to your writing, Graham.
No, right. But when it's okay, for instance, everyone's seen the movie, right?
Has everyone seen the movie?
Right? So, there's a family reunion in it that doesn't go terribly well. And they had to find a way to make what is quite a scary scene, something that, like younger children could see and not be scared. And so they're amazing. They found this way to sort of juxtapose it with these stormtroopers in the background who are on the edge of their seat, almost like a proxy for the audience. They're just brilliant, our cutscene team. They're just consummate professionals who are amazing workers.
The other wonderful thing that we have is, of course, the power of Lego, because we're playing in a Lego Star Wars world, and that's where the team can make things that you can imagine in your wildest dreams that you wouldn't see as part of one of the movies, that you wouldn't even see on an animated show, but in a Lego world, it's totally fine.
Yeah, we have pigs flying X-Wings, which apparently is okay, so nice.
Well, if you're interested in pigs flying X-Wings, you can check it out right now. The Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens is available. Stick around for more Star Wars Show live here at Star Wars Celebration Europe on StarWars.com.
Wow,
thanks.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live here at Star Wars Celebration Europe on StarWars.com. Now, yesterday we all got to see Felicity Jones hold her brand new action figure, and now I am joined not only by Steve Evans, the Star Wars design director for Hasbro, but the brand new Jyn Erso action figure, and she is gorgeous.
Isn't she pretty?
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about this figure?
Absolutely. Well, Jyn was revealed yesterday at the Rogue One panel.
Yeah.
Very excited. Felicity Jones revealed her action figure. She now is being inducted into the Action Figure Club, which is fantastic.
That's pretty cool.
This will be available later in the fall, or the autumn, if we're in England, may as well say that. She highly articulated. She's got a removable shawl.
Okay.
Comes with a blaster pistol that locks into her holster and pins in. She's denoted as from Jeddah, so we'll find more about what that means.
that's another detail that hadn't really been talked about before.
So there's a lot of things kind of hidden in around here that will obviously be revealed as new trailers and new footage, and finally the movie comes out in December. We're very excited to see that.
She's very cool.
She's great. Really good likeness of Felicity, so very, very pleased this to be our kind of first reveal Rogue One.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And the Black Series line is so cool because it's so highly detailed and so much fun. Like I collect them a bit myself, and definitely gonna be getting that.
You're gonna need a big shelf.
Yeah,
lots more to come.
I started out with the prototype Fett. Like that was it was my lemming. I had to go get it, but now that's my new one. Now, let's move on to the Star Wars Celebration exclusive.
Yes.
This is pretty cool, and I hadn't seen it until you came up here. But here, let's open it up. You can walk us through.
Yeah, so we have Kylo Ren unmasked. We all know the scene where he kind of takes his helmet off just before he does that awful thing to his father. Still gets me right there.
Yeah.
Still gets me right there. So finally kind of delivering with his unmasked form. He comes really good likeness of Adam Driver, scanned from actual actor scanning. We actually have 3-dimensional scanning of all the actors on the new movies, so we can get the likenesses good and crisp. Comes with a swappable helmet, so he can be unmasked. or masked, as you want it. And we all know that he has this thing for this kind of twisted Darth Vader helmet.
That's
his
good.
grandfather.
It's good that he has it with him.
He has a friend. He has a friend with him. He has a friend with him. And we just thought to round it off, we really like that scene where the First Order are all on the Starkiller base and they have all the banners and the emblems. So we thought we'd kind of just round that off, give him a little bit of a set piece, a little bit of a stand, a little bit of environment, just to kind of bring it to life. Packed all together. Great artwork as usual, and a nice presentation
The
box.
artwork on here is beautiful.
Yeah, it's really cool. So really pleased to kind of bring Kylo unmasked finally to the Black Series family.
I have to snag him before I go home.
And that is on the Forbidden Planet stand somewhere behind me or over there somewhere. So
over there.
if we've got we're doing 1,000 a day limited. So I think people will have to get a ticket and go to Forbidden Planet and pick it up there, but well worth getting.
So this series of figures is so highly detailed and so well thought out. How long does it take for production of something like this, from inception to when it's on shelves?
It's usually about 12 to 18 months.
Okay.
We obviously work very closely with our friends at Lucasfilm, just down the corridor from where you are, and we work very closely, like who do we choose, what reference do we get, images, scans, as I mentioned, then we start making the toy. We go back and forth with putting deco on and working out whether it's soft goods, whether it's not soft goods, and then we actually get into manufacturing. So from one point of saying, let's do that character, to these people here kind of getting it in their hands, it's about 18 months. So it's quite a long time, but it's...
And right now you guys are doing your fan choice competition again, which is great. Last year we had Darth Revan and Sabine were made from that.
Coming soon, I promise. It's coming soon.
And that Sabine is beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, I really love the way that the Rebels characters have really turned out, because Black Series principle is real world. So we can take from the EU or we can take from the animation show.
Seeing the live action version of them is
bring
really
them to life. So
interesting.
the designers really like that, kind of expressing them in a different way.
So what character would you say has been the most requested by fans?
The most requested? Wow. Every single character that ever exists.
Everyone wants a complete collection.
Old Ben Kenobi from episode 4 is a really kind of recent, strong one. I think because of all the fan theories about Rey's parentage, etc., etc. So Obi-Wan has kind of risen up a little bit more, and then we recently announced that we're going to be doing, or we are doing him later this year, so fans can get him.
How about Kitster? Has there been a lot of requests for Kitster? You think you can?
But for Kitster?
Yeah, for Kitster.
You and your hashtag Kitster. If the fans vote for it,
I want it.
We will make it.
I want him. I know there's people out here who want their Kitster Black Series.
You were talking about a 2-pack, wasn't it? Kitster and Waldo, wasn't it?
So before we go real quick, tell me what fans can expect from the Black Series line for the rest of this year.
Well, I obviously can't tell you a lot about it because I would be probably have a little kimono dart in my neck. But a lot. We've been working really hard on Rogue One. This is the first of many. I mean, we've seen the new characters in the trailer and the behind-the-scenes footage that was shown yesterday. So many new troopers, so many new characters, so many new weird and wonderful aliens. So we're going to have some really good fun with Black Series. So a lot more to come, kind of towards the end of the year, and into 17. It's like a roller coaster. You must know it's the same. It's never ending. It's amazing. We get so much content, so many characters.
Well, I will definitely be keeping my eyes out for that. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Pleasure,
It's a ton of fun.
Thank you very much.
And there will be much, much more from Star Wars Celebration coming up in just a moment from the Star Wars Show Live.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show Live at Star Wars Celebration, and I'm now joined by Brian Herring, a man who you might not have seen in The Force Awakens, but was a giant part of the film as a green screen actor and puppeteer of BB-8. Brian, thank you so much for coming to Celebration and being on the show.
It's great to be here.
Now, you've been to Celebration before in the crowd. You were here back in
2007.
2007. What was your experience like?
It was fantastic. It was really busy and everyone was having a great time. But this is insane.
How does it feel coming back in as someone who's on the inside now?
It's very, very odd. Very strange to be up here. Yes.
So, what was as a puppeteer, it's your job to take an inanimate object, a puppet, and bring it to life.
Yes.
What was your process like with BB-8?
Well, BB-8 came to us as a design, and then some of the guys who were here yesterday, Josh Lee and Matt Denton, turned it into a puppet, and then subsequently a lot of animatronics. And I had to, with a chap called Dave Chapman, we had to find a personality for it and a vocabulary of movement. So we went for 2 weeks in a soundstage with a video camera, and we just worked on how he would go forwards, how he would go backwards, how he would look sad, how he would look happy, how we could make him look scared, angry, how he would go downstairs, upstairs, that kind of thing.
So you've got an idea of what the character is like, and then were there surprising things you discovered about BB-8 while you were working with him?
We found with the puppet version that if I shook the rig, I could make him vibrate and look scared just through the vibration traveling up the rods. And we also found that we could run through sand very quickly, whereas some of the animatronic ones can't do that. So I was always employed to go up hills, down hills, stairs, and stuff that the animatronics couldn't do.
That's fantastic. And there were many different versions of BB-8. There were 7 or 8 different BB-8s.
There were 7 for the film, yes. We had the puppet version, we had the Wiggler, which was just on a plate, and that was mostly animatronic, which I did, and I had the head and the turning body on that one. And then there were 2 trike versions, which have wheels on the back, which would drive along. So if we were in a very crowded room, like say Maz's castle, or the Rebel base sometimes, and there were people passing behind us, or special effects explosions and things, they couldn't remove me from it digitally, then they would use those ones and they would drive around, and then they would remove the drive unit later on. We had a stunt version we just throw around. There was a version that the actors could carry and load into the smuggling compartments of the Millennium Falcon. And I think that's it, yeah.
Well, it's so remarkable how you have, in The Force Awakens, practical effects and CGI effects together, and it's so very seamless.
Well, they went at the film as if they were making it in 1985 or 86. So all of those techniques were pretty much practical then. But now we've got digital effects, which means you can put somebody directly behind a droid and just rub him out later. So we could achieve things you couldn't do back then.
And you've been working with puppetry and animatronics for some time now.
Yeah, about 25
You started
years,
out doing sort of Muppet and Henson type work.
Yes, I worked for the Jim Henson Creature Shop for quite some time, which was great. And then I went to work for Neil Scanlon on various films. And that led me to come here.
And you worked with Neil on Prometheus.
Prometheus, yes.
And that's kind of the path to there.
Yes, I mean Prometheus was a very, very different show to that. It was more of a horror-based thing. But just working with him on that and getting to know him and the way we both worked, he wanted me to come in, and I wound up being the puppeteer consultant for The Force Awakens. So I helped to cast the creature performers, and I would bring the puppeteers in, and we'd all work together in rehearsals, and we'd find the best people for the right jobs.
That's one of the things that I think is really remarkable, is how much Scanlon has this great thing. He says, he talks about the theater of it, of bringing things to life, and how you have in The Force Awakens, you have a lot of puppetry, a lot of human beings inside things operating them. Did you get involved in that much?
Yes.
Too?
Well, what we did was, with each creature, J.J. Abrams would want to come and see it. So what Neil would do is he'd stage what he would call a show and tell, which was a big scene, which I often wrote the script for, a very sort of Star Wars-y script. And we get all the different performers in with their heads, fully dressed in their costumes, with all the animatronics guys with them, and we would act out a scene, and J.J. would walk through the scene. So we would show him what those characters could do when you pointed a camera at them, and how they would look on screen and interacting.
That's absolutely amazing. I love it. Thank you so much for coming, Brian.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. More Star Wars Celebration is coming up in just a moment here on the Star Wars Show Live.
First time
not the first time I've been on a big screen, but
Welcome back to Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration 2016 from StarWars.com. And we have quite a crowd out here gathered to see one of the most beloved men in Star Wars, Mr. Peter Mayhew, guys. It's always a pleasure to have you stop by.
thank you. It's great to be here, and this is excuse me. This is a wonderful set. Whoever designed it has done a very good job.
The Belgian prop builders built it. They did an amazing job. So you've been going to Celebrations for years and years now. What would you say has been your favorite memory from Celebrations past?
Probably the one in Germany, because it was totally different, and I must say, they were very well organised. And I'm not saying that the Brits can't do it, but you know, of the earlier ones, the German one sticks in my mind.
Yeah, they're all a little bit different, all special, huh?
They were good.
So last year was a really big celebration because it was The Force Awakens coming,
Yes.
and you've been a part of Star Wars since the very beginning. What was that like, coming to Celebration, leading into something like that, your big return to Star Wars?
Well, it's indescribable.
Yeah.
Knowing that the movie was going to come out and actually going to do it, and being invited to the LA premiere as well as the London premiere in 48 hours.
That's an insane amount of travel.
Well, we flew to LA, did the LA one, got on a plane next day, came to London, and we were in our monkey suits next day, and here we are. And it's just been wonderful.
Did you expect the fan reaction that came from The Force Awakens?
No. We knew it was going to be good, because we'd seen it and everything else, and the crowds, especially in American crowds, were phenomenal.
Yeah.
For example, Commons Theatre, which is in LA, they closed 5 blocks off.
I was there. There were people lining up for days.
Well,
Just like the old days, huh?
Yeah. They said, "Oh, would you like to do some press?" I said, "Yeah, why not?" And where the reception was, they'd used it as a camera situation for interviews. There were 100 camera interviews there. We did 60 in 3 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Very, very horrendous, but it made it worthwhile to be able to go and see the movie and thoroughly enjoy it.
So when the original cast got back together for The Force Awakens, did you guys pick up just like if no time had passed?
We'd seen them at various conventions, because Carrie does some conventions, Mark does others, so we see on occasions that they are there. Whenever we're booked, we always get together and shoot old times.
That's cool. Get into trouble.
It's a great situation.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to see you here at Celebration, and we will be back in just a minute with more Star Wars from Star Wars Celebration here on StarWars.com.
I'm here in the Tattoo Pavilion at Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016, and I'm here with tattoo artist Adam Hayes. As we mentioned in the interview before, I'm getting a tattoo today. Adam and I are figuring out exactly what that's going to be. I have mostly traditional style tattoos, and doing the traditional style with Star Wars is something that you kind of specialize in.
Yeah, I've been doing it for the last like 10 to 12 years or so. It was kind of the first thing I latched on to when I started tattooing. Is I was always just a dork, but like I still wanted tattoos to look tough, so I kind of mashed them up together so like you could have that old sailor style tattoo but with Star Wars content.
I love that. I'm thinking kind of like a Homeward Bound kind of tattoo, except instead of an old sailing ship, it's the Millennium Falcon. So, want to draw something on me and get it going? All right. I think it's great. It looks good to me. Yeah. You ready to stick me with the needle a whole bunch of times?
Hey man, as long as you're comfortable.
All right, let's do it. So there we go. I am now the proud owner of my very first Star Wars tattoo. Thank you very much to Adam Hayes. And stay tuned because we have more Star Wars Show Live coming to you from Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016 on StarWars.com. Stick around. Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live from Star Wars Celebration 2016 on StarWars.com. And I am now very excited to be joined by Garrick Hagon. Big Star Glider is here, everybody.
Hello, thank you. Brett 3 standing by.
What have you been looking forward to at Celebration this year?
Well, I meet people I haven't seen for years and new friends and also people from so many different countries. This is quite fantastic for me because I don't get around too much. I mean, we go to Europe, but I don't go to America all that much, and it's just great to see guys from all over the world. Wonderful.
So how does it feel to be meeting fans of Big Starklighter 40 years after you played him? The appeal of your character has really endured.
Well, I tell you what, everybody's asking me where's my mustache, all right? And I can't tell you, I've only worn my mustache once in Manchester last year, and I brought it in a box. And I think, next time I come, I'm going to have that little box handy. I'm going to stick that mustache on. I think that's the only thing they remember about Biggs is his mustache.
I think people remember a lot of things about Biggs.
You know what? I feel like this is the nearest I've come to being back in an X-Wing, because when we were in that X-Wing all those 40 years ago, we had a toy that, little lights flashing, as I have on my desk here, and we had no idea what these little lights were doing. We had keys on a little game that we didn't know which key to press, so we just pretended and pushed any key we could look at, and George kept saying, "Look around," and that's what I did. But this is the nearest I've come to being back in an X-Wing, is sitting at this little round desk with lights flashing all over the place, and me not knowing what the heck's going on.
So did it surprise you when it turned out that Biggs had so many fans, that so many people were really attracted to your character?
Yeah, it does. I'm very grateful. And I think I owe a lot to the guys who created the comic books and all the other kind of models and so on, and that Biggs has become part of Biggs' history. And I'm very grateful to guys like Doug Wheatley of Dark Horse Comics and so on, because they made Biggs so much bigger than I really am. I mean, he's a really muscular guy. And I love looking at that great profile that they've drawn of me. And I'm very grateful for it.
So, Mark Hamill used to tell you that
Mark
came
around and said hello. I was so glad.
He used to tell you that you had the best role in the film.
Yeah, Mark. Well, I don't know whether Mark will verify this, but yeah, we met at the costume fitting, and I was getting that lovely cape fitted and the lovely costume I wore on Tatooine. And Mark's line was, "You got the best part. You die." So now I don't think even Mark knew that I should have lived so I could go on and be in the rest of the series. But Mark really meant that, because a death in a film is a pretty dramatic thing to happen.
Every actor's dream.
And I wish somehow I could have been resurrected.
Now, fans have been really excited about the scenes that you filmed that were cut, and have gotten them going later so that they can take a look at them. How does it feel to have people so excited to see those things that you didn't get to see in '77?
I think it's great, because you have to work even harder to see what Biggs was really like. You have to go into the back reaches of the DVD and the CD-ROM. You have to find your way into the backstory of Star Wars, and that's exciting. And some people have said to me, "Is that the most famous cut scene in history?" And you have to explain that scenes are cut all the time. But I love the backstory of Biggs, and I really feel that it's a large part of me, and I know Mark does too.
So, other than coming to the conventions and meeting the fans, how did Biggs change your life?
Not at all. No, it does. Of course it does. It's changed my life in terms of travel, in terms of meeting people, and in terms of, just widening the world for me. I found it tremendously gratifying to go around to places as far as Japan and all over Europe and meet the fans. And that's been a great experience for me.
Well, the fans are very happy to meet you. Let's hear it again for Garrick Hagon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being on the show, Garrick. I really appreciate it. And we will be back in just a minute with more from Star Wars Celebration Europe here on the Star Wars Show live on StarWars.com.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show Live. I am joined now by Chief Visual Effects Supervisor and Chief Creative Officer of ILM, Mr. John Knoll. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So you've had kind of a big weekend, huh?
I'm sorry?
You've had kind of a big weekend, huh?
Yeah, it's been busy.
Now, so tell us, you pitched the idea for Rogue One initially. What made you come up with that idea?
Well, it comes from the opening 2 paragraphs of the crawl in Episode 4, and while it's just sort of exposition for that film, it's hard to read those lines without thinking, boy, that could be a really cool story.
Yeah, and we're all really looking forward to hearing. I mean, I thought about that when I first saw it. Like, how did that happen? So Rogue One looks to be a decidedly grittier Star Wars film. How do you approach the effects differently in that, as opposed to something like a prequel or The Force Awakens?
Well, one of the fun challenges on Rogue One is Garrett's shooting style is kind of a verite, almost documentary kind of style, and that means that we don't plan a lot of this stuff out super far in advance. A lot of times the first time I'm seeing an effect shot is while we're actually shooting it. So there's a bit of a spontaneity to that. There's a bit of a unplanned documentary, sort of you happen to be there to capture it sort of vibe to it. It's going to make the shots harder to do because there aren't always blue screens where you want them, or those kinds of bits of planning but we're rolling with the punches, and I think the shots are going to look kind of amazing because rather than the sort of artificially composed shot to feature a particular thing, it's there.
Right.
And I think it's going to be really special.
Yeah, everything that I've seen so far has this really incredible texture to it. It feels so real. I think that's going to be a really interesting change for fans to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, John, you co-created Photoshop, and you innovated digital effects, and now you've come up with the idea of a Star Wars movie. What's next for you?
Oh, I don't know. My whole career has sort of been just pursuing, that's a cool idea, let me do that for a while. So who knows, whatever the next cool thing is.
And there's a lot of cool things around us here. What do you think it is about Star Wars that makes people want to create all of these props and costumes and really latch on to the saga?
I think it's a really cool world. Or it's more than a world, it's a whole universe. There are hundreds, thousands of planets, thousands of characters, events that span decades. So there are so many different places to go, things to explore. I think it just captures people's imagination that way.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we will be back with more Star Wars Show Live from Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016 in just a minute.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show Live, and right now I am joined by Daniel and James from Blades Toys. They're here with their inflatable RC cars, which is a phrase that I never thought I would be saying, inflatable RC cars. Where did this idea come from?
It was a few years ago. We essentially saw an opportunity that parents wanted something of big value, but also that came in a small package. So naturally, we put an inflatable on a radio control base, and we really managed to bring droids, to life, different characters to life, and other vehicles as well. So it was kind of a fusion of different factors that if you went over to our stand, you can see how much the kids really enjoy it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Your stand's been really popular. I also noticed that you have these in some clear plastic containers so people can see what they're carrying around.
Yeah, we felt it necessary to show the crowds what we're selling. So.
And they're really endearing too. Do you think it's just you take any character, you turn them into a balloon, they're instantly that much more endearing?
It doesn't really work for every character. However, the very first product that we launched with was the inflatable radio control R2-D2. It was such a perfect match for our kind of aspect of product development, and really bringing R2 to life for kids to enjoy, to see have their own droid driving around. It's really life-size for them. Set a real kind of good foundation to add other characters that are right for the product.
And James, you're also in the R2 Builders Club.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm here. It's my pass. Yeah. But yeah, I've got a couple of droids over on the stand. So
yeah, it's kind of a natural job for me to design toys.
Well, thank you for coming over to show us these. Why don't we take them for a spin a little bit?
All right.
Okay. So they're really simple to set up. I mean, it's just a few batteries to put in and they're ready to go. You inflate the character.
And you got these really simple kind of gamepad controls here.
Yeah, it's really simple. You got forward and backwards, and then you can just spin around in circles, nice and easy. So it's good for all ages. I mean, even kind of a 1-year-old can press the button, but you know, it's kind of once you get a little bit older, you can really reenact scenes from the movies with the characters.
Cause a little bit mayhem, a little less mayhem around the house. All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming and being on the show. Really appreciate it. And much more from Star Wars Celebration is coming up soon here on the Star Wars Show Live.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show Live. I am joined now by Ian Lowson, the writer of Star Wars Partworks, and Graham Miller, the head of design for Star Wars Partworks. Thank you guys so much for joining me and bringing all of your cool stuff with you.
Nice to be here.
So for those of you, our viewers who aren't familiar, can you tell me a little bit about what Partworks is?
Partworks is basically a magazine collection. You pick up it weekly or every 2 weeks or every month, and it all comes together to be one big collection. Nowadays, we market them with these bits of model kits that you build bit by bit, or collections like the helmets or the vehicles, and at the end of your subscription, you've got a massive amount of stuff.
Normally over about 100 parts, and it just makes it a lot easier to spend all that money, but you actually get something really worthwhile at the end of it.
Yeah, so you can see either the Falcon or R2 just kind of come to life before over time.
Exactly.
Are these fairly easy to put together? Like, what's the age range for them?
We spend a lot of time on trying to make them as simple for the non-model makers, for the Star Wars fan, rather than the kind of specialist builders.
Yeah.
So we have 4 or 5 pages devoted to one section of the build every week.
Fantastic. And so these helmets are another subscription that they can do. Yeah. How long does it take to craft one of these helmets? Because they're beautiful.
They're fantastic.
I'm not sure the actual modelling is not part of our remit, but they're beautiful stuff and as accurate as they need. It's amazing. They've got the people who are building the actual full-size helmets coming over and kind of coveting them. Well, we're coveting their full-size helmets.
That's
a bit of a
fantastic.
mutual love.
Yeah, the Legion love this stuff.
And how many are there of?
There's 60 in the first run of the helmets, and both of these collect. It takes 100 issues.
100 issues.
100 issues over 2 years.
Fun.
So.
And so D'Agostini also does the Star Wars fact file.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
It's just
There's a lot of
huge
information in
encyclopedia.
here.
That's 120 issues, 121 if you include the index. But it's divided into the history, the aliens, the humans. It all breaks down piece by piece by piece.
Wow, that's
And,
fantastic. So there's really, I mean, there's no end to it because it's kind of exhaustive.
Yes, we could go on for forever on it, and it would be nice for it to go on forever. But every so often, I think recently we just had to stop because there's so much more new information out there that we have to wait for it to kind of amass again before we can.
We're taking a big deep breath just now, and we'll hit it again.
Let it go, and then we'll start again with the Force Awakens and the new films.
So to amass all of this information that goes in these these magazines, do you have access to the archives? How do you go about researching?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. Well, I've got the access to the picture archive, and I was like a kid in a sweet shop. It was just like every single photo from my childhood was there, and I could pick it, kind of draw it, cut it out.
Leland Chi is massively helpful with this, and all the guys in Story Group have been fantastic. And we talk to authors like Jason Fry and people like that, and they give us little snippets of things that we can drop in. So it's like a sort of support network for writers and the Star Wars stuff.
Yeah.
It's great.
Very collaborative with everyone at Lucasfilm. They've been super helpful.
Support network or enablers? There's a fine line in Star Wars fandom. So actually, the Partworks magazine just won an award. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
The Millennium Falcon Partwork won an award for innovation in the whole of Disney Story Group, I think it was.
It covers all their various different licenses, Pixar, and
Marvel,
yeah.
the children's ones. I mean,
That's cool because it is really innovative. I've never seen anything like that where you subscribe to actually create something. It's really fantastic.
They've never been as successful in America as they have been in Europe and this country, but we're trying to push D'Agostini to get it ready and get it actually working in America.
Yeah, that would be cool.
We just found out yesterday there's 8 guys at ILM building the Falcon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
they get their hands on.
Yeah.
You think they'd be able to do it? They're doing it nice and small scale now.
This is their fun project. We're building that.
You do the same thing at work. You do it at home. It's like, I'll go home now and build the Millennium Falcon.
So quickly before we go, what can we expect from D'Agostini and Partworks magazine in the future?
Well, the next big one is R2. That's our next project. That launches here in the UK in January. That's a half-scale model. It has all the electronics and stuff in it. It does by the end of it, you will have R2-D2 in your room.
Wow.
The only thing you can't do is fly.
And how long will that take?
Again, that's 100 issues, so
Okay.
it builds slowly over 2 years. Just to build, it's a payment plan.
We're trying to develop the projector so we can project Carrie Fisher onto different surfaces.
Yes, please. That would be so cool. Thank you guys so much for joining us and telling me a little bit about this.
My
and
pleasure.
we will be back with more Star Wars Celebration in just a moment.
I'm with Gear from the BB-8 Builders Club. Gear, tell us a little bit about the BB-8 Builders Club and what you're doing here at Celebration Europe.
Well, we're trying to show off some of our work that we do to try to make replicas of the real BB-8 from the movie. We are a young club that started a year ago, yeah.
So the aim is to build a fully functional BB-8, is that right?
Well, we can approach the BB-8 a little different than we do with the R2D2. So we can 3D print the parts, so it's more available for more people to do if they want to do a static one or if they want to go the full length with all the automation stuff. So it's something for everybody, for a family with kids to do together and go all the way on as they evolve on the knowledge.
When we saw BB-8 for the first time in that original Force Awakens teaser trailer, I think most people, including myself, presumed it was CGI. And then, of course, we had Celebration in Anaheim last year where BB-8 was rolled onto the stage and we witnessed for the first time that this was actually a practical event. Did that amaze you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the hair was racing, and it was really, really nice to see the gesture and everything that they made. It's fantastic.
Do you think it could be possible then for you guys to build a fully functional BB-8?
Well, we were lucky yesterday to see the original red carpet version, how they did everything inside on a small video on one of the talks yesterday. So now we need to sit down and watch it again and again and find the parts, and then we will, in a month or two, maybe find it and do it as well.
And what makes BB-8 so unique? Why is it more difficult to get your head round to create than an R2 unit, for example?
Well, R2 unit is more driven on a tank system. It has wheels and motors, while this R2D2 will have some kind of drive system inside a ball. And there's several approaches, like you have the Spirotheus, who has the hamster wheel, which is a wagon that runs inside, or where we are going to an axle with a heavy weight and a motor. So this. It's a whole level of different challenges than the R2D2.
Slightly different, but equally as impressive. We have a Lego BB-8 down here. What can you tell me about this Lego BB-8?
Yeah, Laura and Sean Steele has made this Lego, and they also made a full-size R2D2 as well before.
Do you know how long it made?
No, I'm not sure. They started in April 2015, they say, but this is 11,000 Lego bricks. I mean, it's
11,000 Lego bricks. Yeah. Wow.
It's hollow. It's supposed to be running at some time, so we will see.
A fully functional Lego BB-8 then could be in the offering one day. So talk me through what we have over here. We've got the various components of BB-8 on your desk here.
Well, this is James Bruton's third version. He was one of the first to build a running one. He's on YouTube, so you can see all his projects there. So this is his third version that he's done, and this is fully operational. So this runs.
Have you ever considered cheating and getting like a giant hamster in there to operate it for you?
Well, that has been one of the solutions that I was thinking. But some of us that already have built R2D2s and doing the aluminum version we want to do it as close as the real thing, of course, and get all the small facts and things that the BB-8 is known for, the swagging antenna and all the nice stuff.
And the personality is important.
Of course. I mean, what would BB-8 be without this? Wagging his tail along, I mean, it's incredible.
It's like a robotic dog.
Yeah.
Well, Gear from the BB-8 Builders Club, I wish you well in your quest to build a fully functional BB-8, and thank you for talking to me.
Oh, you're welcome.
So now I've learned all there is to know about building a BB-8, I'm going to make my very own. Gear's given me a hard hat here, safety first, and this staff. Apparently that's all I'll need.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Show, live from Star Wars Celebration 2016 on StarWars.com. I am joined now by Doug Chang, Vice President and Executive Creative Director at Lucasfilm, and Phil Shostak, author of the Art of Force Awakens book. Thank you guys for joining me.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a pleasure to be here.
So the art of books are a really beloved part of any Star Wars collector's collection. Can you tell me a little bit about the process of collecting everything and bringing it together and putting it in this form?
I mean, this book in particular was quite a challenge because it's covering 3 years of art development, design development, from late 2012 until the film's release, effectively. So, and there were literally tens of thousands of pieces of art done in that time. So, and this book only has like about 650 pieces, so boiling it down to the essential pieces was a challenge for sure.
And that's one of the great things is that we do so much art because we have to do so much homework. And the art of books are often the only opportunity for the audience to see everything else that's been developed. Because a lot of times, what's wonderful about the book that Phil put together is that it actually chronologues the process really well in terms of showing ideas that we tried, paths that we went down that didn't quite work. And so I think in a nutshell, it really encapsulates the whole creative process.
That's fantastic. And Doug, you've been working on creating the visual design for Star Wars for quite some time now. What What inspires you just to sit down and be like, okay, cool, I am going to design a new corner of this galaxy today?
That's a really hard question because I love Star Wars. I've been designing Star Wars now for over 20 years. And you know what? The funny thing is I just love the story. I love the story, I love the characters, I love the world. And I remember when I heard that this new film was going to be worked on, I immediately had to sign out just because I knew that I wanted to be involved in some part. And I really wanted to become just another artist because I wanted to get in there and just draw and design again. And it's funny because Star Wars is so vast in terms of the universe that the visual palette can be very broad. And it's really for us as designers to find that perfect tone of paying homage to the original trilogy and then pushing it and taking a step forward into the future, projecting forward. And I find that challenge really exciting. And for us, it's also really figuring out, okay, how do we design in a very specific box? Because we often have to think about the limitations of time, resource, and budget. And so it's both of those factors where you're trying to push the creative aspect as far as you can while being very respectful for how we actually execute this.
And I think one of the cool things about The Force Awakens was that you could pick up a lot of the original inspirations from old Macquarie concepts and then see how they've been kind of twisted and expanded and made into something new. What's that thought process like?
That's the wonderful thing about what George did was he archived all the artwork. So back in '89 when I started with George, I had a chance to go through and dig through all of Ralph's sketches, and I was amazed at how much artwork he had developed for ideas that never made it to the film. And so for us now, creating these new designs, we have that ability to go back and look at all of Ralph's work and say, oh, this is really cool. Maybe this will apply to the new story that we're trying to do. Because Ralph and George at that time really encapsulated the world of Star Wars. They laid the foundation for it, and we're really just building on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's become part of the process now with every new film to go to Skywalker Ranch, into the archive, and look at the original pieces, which are amazing to see in person. They're actually, a lot of Ralph's paintings are quite small, surprisingly small.
Yeah.
But they're amazing to see in person.
Yeah, no, it's quite a treat because Ralph is so magical about his technique. He can encapsulate so much with so little. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I really tried to emulate as much as possible. And I have a long way to get there, but Ralph is the master, and we have a perfect leader for that.
And Phil, when you're compiling the art for this, what sort of collaborative process is there in picking out how to tell the story of the film's development?
Well, the first part of the process for me is always consulting with the artists and getting their selects, and then trying to kind of weave the process into the book to show how designs evolve. And sometimes they pass from artist to artist, and sometimes they go down interesting paths before they finally get to the final design. So. Yeah, I just try to show that process through these books.
Yeah. And I have to say, of all the art books I've seen, I think Phil did a very unique job.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, primarily because the amount of artwork and how much you edited it out to tell a very coherent story about the creative process, I think it was really great. Because if you left it up to us, we would have just put in our favorites, and it probably wouldn't have told the right story.
So what were your favorites?
My favorites, actually, I love designing the Jakku desert sequence. There's something about seeing an iconic desert with new sort of imagery on there that was it just spoke to me. Seeing the Star Destroyers on there, and then JJ, when he wanted to have the Millennium Falcon chased by the TIE fighters, for me, that just completely sold it. So that was the one sequence that I really wanted to work on, and I actually spent quite a bit of time with.
Your favorite?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. Yeah, Maz's Castle stands out as being a really amazing set. Amazing new vehicles in this film, and classic vehicles redesigned for a new era. So, yeah, endless amazing designs. Yeah, it's really hard to pick one out.
So, were there design elements from past Star Wars episodes that you knew years ago that you wanted to resurrect in TFA, or was it something that was more organic?
Yeah, no. As far as resurrecting old design, it's a tricky one because it's always driven by the story. So early on in the development, we weren't quite sure where the story was going to go. So we actually had about 2 months of just blue sky concept work, and that was really fun because then that was the opportunity for us to just kind of throw out there a bunch of ideas, imagery that we want to see in the movie, and hopefully one of those will stick. And some of those early explorations actually worked because, I grew up with the classic films, and I've always wanted to draw the classic films. And so we knew that this film was taking place 30 years after Return of the Jedi. We'll probably see some classic ships. And so for me, it was really like, okay, well, what's the next generation of the X-Wing? And so those ideas, we knew that there was going to be an X-Wing, there was going to be a Stormtrooper, so there were going to be new interpretations of the classic designs, and that really appealed to me.
Fantastic. Thank you guys so much for bringing this by. It's an absolutely incredible book, and it tells such a wonderful story. And we will be back with more Star Wars Celebration here on the Star Wars Show live stage in just a second. Thank you guys so much. Welcome back to the Star Wars Show, live on StarWars.com. We are now joined on stage by the creators of Lego Star Wars, the Freemaker Adventures, Bill Motz and Bob Roth. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
So Freemaker is just getting going right now.
Yeah.
And it's a totally new kind of story within Star Wars. It's got a lot of fun, but it still references a lot of the storylines that we know and love. How do you balance that established mythology with this new tone?
Well, you know what's interesting is that, pardon the pun, but they fit together perfectly, Lego and Star Wars. Like, humor is such a part of Star Wars that it is not a stretch at all to bring the Lego-style humor into that universe and make all the parts fit together again. Pardon the awful puns. I'm so sorry, everybody.
And that includes showing kind of characters that we know and love, but kind of twisting our preconceived notions of them, like when the Emperor is giving Darth Vader a hard time for getting the Death Star blown up. How do you approach something like that?
We approach the Emperor as being the galaxy's worst boss. He essentially loves sort of abusing his underlings.
Out of touch, upper management.
Yeah.
Like the guy at the top who has no idea how all the nuts and bolts go together.
Exactly.
But is full of all sorts of opinions about how everything should be done, and zero patience.
I feel like maybe the Emperor's plans would have worked if he hadn't been just such a jerk.
If he could manage his people a little bit better.
Yeah, if he had just better people skills, they all might have worked a little harder for him, and it all would have worked out.
So, and switching gears over to the Freemakers themselves, family is a big, big part of Star Wars, always has been. How is this group, this family, different than others that we've encountered before?
Well, it's different in that when we meet them, they are a family, right? Like, one of the things I love about the original trilogy is you think that first story is just about a kid. And then you realize at the end of The Empire Strikes Back, it's not about a kid. It's about a kid and his father. And then when you get to the end of Return of the Jedi, you're like, oh no, it's a kid, a father, and his sister. And then you go back and see, how that family, what their genesis was. We're starting with a family unit. It's 2 brothers, 1 sister. They are a family. They are embarking on this adventure, all 3 of them together. So we're skipping the stage where Rowan realizes, oh, Cordy's my sister? No, he knows that from the beginning.
I think what's really cool about them is that you watch them go on their own adventures, but alongside elements that we are already familiar with. And I think it's really fun to see how big the galaxy is and how many players there are.
Right.
What sort of inspirations do you find in kind of dipping into those stories?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think, we started off, first of all, I think going to the places that we love from all the films. I personally really was excited about going to, I guess I can say it, to Bespin.
Bespin!
Yes, and because I love Cloud City. So for me, it was really fun to set an adventure there. We've also had some fun making up some planets because I think that there's a bunch that's been in the lore and other things, and so we have brought some of our original ideas and maybe stepped into some, expanded university places.
Well, that's exciting, and I know fans are really, really enjoying seeing those elements that they know and love coming back into the forefront.
Yeah, we're big fans of the Legends universe, the expanded universe, and we want to use our show as a vehicle to, sort of slide those things in so the entire universe feels cohesive.
And another standout from the show is Roger.
Oh, we love Roger.
We all love Roger at the Star Wars show. He's so funny, and Matt Wood does an amazing job with him. But what was the inspiration for Roger?
Matt Wood. No, I mean...
By bringing his battle droids back.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. If you watch the prequels and then the Clone Wars, the battle droids, and it's purely Matt Wood's work, they became these sympathetic characters that were sort of beat down and sad, and they had souls.
And we thought they were hilarious.
And they're hilarious.
We also thought, since the Freemakers are salvagers and they're going across the galaxy looking for different parts, we thought, hey, you can't have Star Wars without a droid that goes along on the adventure. And what kind of droid would salvagers find but an old battle droid?
Right.
And of course, the name came simple
right away.
Roger, had to be that. So
we were like, well, what would the Freemakers name their droid? And
Right.
Of course, they'd be like, what's your name, droid? Roger. Perfect.
Perfect. It's done. So what can we expect from the Freemakers in the future?
Well, what you can expect is the future itself. That, our show, even though it's set in between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, we encompass the entire saga. And that means not just the prequels and the Clone Wars and the Knights of the Old Republic and the Old Republic and all that. We're including the entire saga. You will see things from Episode 7, The Force Awakens, in our
Rebels.
show.
Oh,
So it's going to be cool.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Keep an eye out.
Thank you guys so much for joining
Thank
me.
you for having
Thank you
us.
for having
Thank
us.
you for creating Freemaker, because it's a ton of fun. And we will be back with so much more Star Wars celebration here on the Star Wars Show live stage in just a moment. Welcome back to the Star Wars Show live on Star Wars Celebration, and I am really excited for this next segment because we are going to be drawing some Star Wars characters with my friend Jake from Detonator Studios. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Andy. It's great to be here. I love the set.
Oh, isn't it
How cool is
fantastic? Watching it get built was like the coolest thing in the world. So, how long have you been drawing Star Wars characters?
So, it was 1997. Lucasfilm first hired me to do t-shirts in 1997. So that's a long time ago, I'm sure my age. And then sort of every so often, it's been, different product. I do lots of different things, but the Star Wars thing, I guess, is the biggest thing that I do.
And now you've kind of worked your way up to doing the How to Speak Droid and Wookiee books, correct?
Yeah, so we did the books, which...
Cool. Can we show them?
Well, the books are kind of cool. The books talk, so How to Speak Wookiee, it's a translation manual.
Let's see if we can...
So you learn useful Wookiee phrases, how to navigate social situations without peril.
Oh, look, they're like sitting right here.
Yeah, well, that's pretty.
Does that make me
pretty
bid for tuna?
And then
Let's put that one back.
this is slightly louder. So the follow-up was How to Speak Droid with R2-D2. So we've been doing kids' work.
Yeah,
How to draw droids and Wookiees. So we did one yesterday, and it was really cool because R2-D2 joined me as a special guest.
Oh, I bet.
And I haven't seen R2 since Celebration Germany. And he turned up late, and I'm like, where have you been, R2? And he said he was in low power mode waiting for his master.
Oh, yeah. He does that from time to time.
But, yeah,
These were some of the drawings that the kids did at your
some of
session.
the drawings the kids did. That's amazing.
I
He's
love
also wearing a hat.
The cool droids. You can tell they're cool because they're wearing hats.
Yeah.
And that actually, when you came up here, our producer Scott it inspired him to draw his own cool droid.
Oh,
so
wow.
You can add this one to your collection.
Can I keep this one?
Yeah, you can tell he's cool because he
Thank
has
you.
sunglasses on. It's very, very important to do.
I'm going to keep that in my special private collection. And we got a cool Wookiee. I'm a really, really angry Wookiee.
Oh, that's very good. That's very good.
That's way angrier than mine.
Better than any
what I'm
Wookiee.
doing is hothousing a lot of talent. I'm just going to bring him into my studio when I'm old, and they're going to do the work for me.
It's good. It's good. It's a good recruiting tool.
Yeah.
What would you say is your favorite Star Wars character to draw?
I think it probably is Chewbacca. Now, I like drawing Harrison Ford.
Oh, yeah?
But if you draw Harrison Ford live, it's going to go wrong and not look like him. So I guess, yeah, Chewbacca's my favorite. I've drawn him a lot. And
Chew's kind of hard because the hair texture can sometimes get kind of weird.
The first Wookiees I drew were too complicated. And then when you realize if you simplify everything, it still looks like a Wookiee. The thing with Star Wars, it's so iconic.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to draw every detail. You know, a brown thing with a belt still looks like Chewbacca. So, once you abstract it, it becomes fun.
What would you say is the most difficult character?
The most difficult is... Oh, let me think. No one's ever asked me that.
Hard-hitting questions here at the Star Wars Show.
The difficult stuff is prequel stuff, because I didn't grow up with it. all these guys are in my memory from drawing again and again when I was a child. So when we do requests and a kid says, can you draw Darth Maul? I'm like, I have to look at a photo. So that stuff's really complicated and hard to draw. The old school stuff, I'm good. So the prequel stuff's kind of hard to do.
Do you have any plans to do another book in these series, or what else are you working on in the future?
I'd like to do another book. I don't know what's happening. We were talking about another book. I don't know. We'll see what occurs.
Always
I have an idea for
a
great book. We'll see. Yeah, we don't know yet, but yeah.
So before we go, can you teach me how to draw a Star Wars character?
I can attempt.
Well, yeah. How about you show me, because I probably wouldn't be able to do it.
How good are you at drawing?
Not.
Okay.
Yeah, not at all.
So we'll start at like a sort of basic level.
Okay.
Can you still hear me? The easiest thing to draw in the Star Wars universe, and what we do is, with a lot of the mums that come to the workshops who can't draw, if you basically draw a circle. Now a circle's quite hard to draw when you're close up, so it's going to be a bit wonky, but a circle, and then you put a line across it. You've got a Death Star already.
All right.
Okay? So
See, I could do that. Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah, totally.
And then I make a joke in the workshops about Disney owns Star Wars now, so we get a Disney Death Star. That kind of goes down well with the
Right on.
That's the easiest thing to draw. We do Jawas, we do Jabba the Hutt, we throw it open to requests.
Okay.
But the hard bit is the Wookiee. So we're going to jump straight to
Let's see the
advanced level.
Wookiee.
So a simple Wookiee. The nose is a little bit like a cat or dog's nose. So
But I'm
sort
not
of
seeing
colour
it's
that bit
still
black.
just very simple shapes.
Yeah. And they have the seam like a cat does. That's like the simplest Wookiee you can do. And then we customize them for everybody who's got curly hair or pigtails. So your Wookiee would have a nose ring. Suddenly it's an Andy Wookiee, so you can give it a little radio mic. That's your one. But if I show you how to draw, this is more like the advanced Wookiee, so this is more like
one
I draw.
Okay.
You've got to really pay attention. Do you want to draw along?
I can
No,
try. I can try.
There's another
We'll
pen
see.
here. Have a go.
Okay. Up here with you? Or?
Well, let's see. You could draw there.
Okay, so we have paper?
No paper. We draw a nose. Obviously, it'd take a little bit more time when I'm in the studio doing this stuff, but we don't want to be here for hours. And then the eyebrow. Basically, in Star Wars, Chewbacca's quite groomed.
Right.
He's got products in his hair. By the Empire Strikes Back, it's all falling around, and I don't think you can get kind of hair gel on the Hoth, right?
Right.
So I cheat and use those bits almost like eyebrows to get different expressions.
Okay.
So you do a few lines like that. And then the eyes. Which way do you want him to look? Can we look at the crowd?
At the crowd.
So the eyes kind of go like that. There's a lot of black under Chewbacca's eyes. And then the muzzle. Normally at this point I get a small child to help me colour these bits in.
Nice.
It saves time.
So when you have your drawing sessions with the kids, do they all have their own twist? They put their own twists on these things, obviously, like cool droids.
Yeah,
What would you say? Do you have any others that stick out to you?
I really sort of try to say to them, don't copy mine. And the ones who don't copy mine and go off, they give them mohawks and glasses, and you get some really cool ones.
Cool.
So basically, he has kind of lip shapes, and then I put a lot of black under here, like a little sort of goatee beard kind of thing going on.
This is kind of a fierce Chewie.
And then this.
Have you ever had requests to do Chewie's family, like a little lumpy portrait?
That actually happened.
Really?
But that was a guy who was about 55, and I was like, this is for children. You can wait at the back
It's a
of the
little
queue.
scary.
Yeah. we sort of we give away the drawings whilst we're doing it, and I say, who wants this drawing? And I ask questions, like I'll reference where I'm from, Hull in England, and then who can remember where I'm from, and I'm going to give the drawing away. And there's always like a really nerdy, hardcore dad that goes like, Hull, and I'm like, this is, do you understand this? This is for the guys without the stubble. That's kind of funny. Basically, once we've got to this kind of level, we're just sort of sharpening up bits of shadow. And this is the fun bit. You can kind of put the hair anywhere you want, and it sort of looks a bit Wookiee.
See, that makes it way less intimidating. I'm sitting here going, oh, I can't draw Wookiee, but now I think I could.
So it's sort of that kind of thing. I can't see it because I'm stood next to it, so I can't tell if it's any good.
It's pretty good. It's very good. You know what he's missing, though?
Yeah, that's done.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, sunglasses, okay. What kind? Ray-Ban? Sort of?
Yeah, make him a cool Wookiee. That is a cool Wookiee.
Cool Wookiee?
I like that Wookiee. Awesome.
I think you get to keep that one, right? We trade.
Well, thank you so much, Jake. I'm going to try and do this, and I'm going to send you pictures in the mail, because it seems a whole lot easier now. Thanks for coming by, and we will be back with more Star Wars Celebration here on the Star Wars Show Live in just a minute. Thank you so much. Cool Wookiee.
Celebration stage host, Mr. Warwick Davis.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're making me blush.
That's right.
Thank you.
Sir Warwick Davis. Who do we call about that?
We were trying to make it happen. Now, here's what we're talking about memories right now.
Yeah.
And, you know, Star Wars is all about family. So I'm out here looking at who's got a good family memory about your family coming to Star Wars Celebration Europe. Any families out there with a good family story? We'd like to hear it. I got a guy up here, clap. Who's got a good family story? Good story you'd like to share with us? You'd like to share your family story? All right. You have your family here with you? All right, even better. All right. Tell us, introduce us. I'm going to give you the microphone right now. Tell us who you are and your family and tell us your story.
Hi, I'm Dave. We're from Portsmouth, England.
Yeah.
I've got my 4-year-old and my partner Leanne. So we saw Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher yesterday for the photos, and I had my collection, as we all do, 20 years, 30 years in the making, and what Mark Hamill said on his panel, they're for toys. I'm giving him my collection. All my toys. That's it. It's his now.
Wow, so you're saying you had your collection, you took care of it, you kept it pristine, and he said, Mark Hamill said they're for toys, and you said, you know what, pristine, I'm giving them to my son to play with. Wow, give him a round of applause.
Yeah. Who else we got, Mark? Any other
All right,
memories
moving.
out there?
I'm running to the other side. Another good story. We need another really good story that happened here at Celebration Europe. Another really good story you'd like to share with us. All right, I'm going over here to this guy right over here. Another really good story to share with us. Yes, tell us your name and your story.
My name is Jack. I came here at 8 o'clock on Thursday, and I've only left the building a couple of times.
Oh my word.
And I've loved every minute. You were great, and you were great.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm running up top. I'm running up way up to the nosebleeds over here.
You know, Mark, while you're finding the next person, I'm thinking back now, remembering my very first celebration, which was in Denver, Colorado. Yeah, who was there? Now, do you remember it? It took place in a tent in the rain, and the tent flooded. But still, the show kept going on. We all had a great time nonetheless. And that is the spirit of Star Wars. Star Wars, isn't it? The show must go on. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter. The power and the spirit of Star Wars can take you through anything. It's fantastic, fantastic. Mark, where are you now?
All right, who's going to share the story? All right.
Well, we are so happy. We came from Florida, and this is Kid Krennic, and we actually picked up this costume at 11 o'clock the night before we flew to London. We almost didn't have it, and we're so grateful that this happened to us. We thank God, and we're just so happy to be here.
Go.
Wow, costume came in at the last minute.
So, Mark, how has your celebration been? You've been having fun?
You know what? My celebration has been fantastic. You know, a lot of the 501st Rebels and 501st and the Rebel Legion have been giving me a lot of cool patches.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had a great time, and it's all about the fans. But some of the memories I share, I also share with DJ Elliott. He does something really cool. Elliott, tell us a little bit about what you put together.
So at Celebration 5, that was the first time that Mark and I worked together, and I kind of shot a little video with my phone at the time that was like our experience at Celebration, and it's kind of become a thing. So I kind of regretted it when I got here. Everybody asked me, you're going to do it, you're going to do it. And I didn't finish editing it till about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago before the last panel started, but I think they should have it. You guys want to see it?
Yeah.
So this is Mark and I's experience, how we experience Celebration Europe this year.
You may stumble, trip up, fall on your face, don't hold back. We think it's time you get up, it's time to sit up, come on, keep pace, don't hold back. If you think about it too much, you may stumble, trip up on your face. Don't hold back. We think it's time you get up. It's time to sit up. Come on, keep pace. Don't hold back. World, hold back. Time has come to. World, hold back. Time has come to. World, hold back. Time has come to. Galvanize. Come on, come on, come on. Don't hold back. World, hold back. Time has come to. World, hold back. Time has come to. World, hold back. Time has come to. Galvanize. Come on, come on, come on.
So thank you to all the crew, the audio and video, all the people behind this curtain, and all the folks from Repop, because without them this show wouldn't happen, and they're all very good friends of mine, so thank you guys.
Thank you. I mean, I think that video really captures the spirit of Star Wars Celebration. So big thanks to my partners in crime, DJ Elliott and Mark Daniel. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Now, you know, we've had some fun right here on this stage, but this isn't the only stage at Celebration Europe. And so now I'd like to welcome the hosts from the Galaxy stage and the behind-the-scenes stage, Dave Collins and Amy Radcliffe. How are you? Nice to see you. So, how has Celebration been for you guys?
Been pretty exciting, yeah?
Absolutely amazing. It's been really fantastic. Behind the scenes stage, the Galaxy stage. How many of you got to visit those stages out there?
Yes, you are all our favorites.
Every single one of you, yes, yes. So tell me about the behind the scenes stage.
Well, we really focused on talking about the making of Star Wars and the making of products that are related to Star Wars. So we had a tattoo competition. We focused on fans, the creativity. I saw more than one Salacious Crumb tattoo in a single day. And that is an amazing thing about Celebration.
Really, really. You know, I used to do the tattoo contest, but I missed it this year. But the tattoo pavilion was going, right? And you had the tattoo contest. Fantastic. I had earlier today Lucasfilm and the Art of Storytelling, where I got to sit with all the Lucasfilm creative, the leadership,
I heard
the
about
executives.
this panel.
That's right. And Dave Filoni had almost everyone on the stage and in the audience in tears. He did yet another Star Wars
I think he
sermon.
likes to do that.
I think he does, and he's very, very good at it. That was great. What else? What else?
Doug Chang stopped by my stage on Saturday and did a fantastic presentation on designing Star Wars. Doug Chang, everybody, come on.
Yeah, give it up for Doug Chang.
He talked about a lot of really influences on his work, some of the rules that he learned from George Lucas about design, about making worlds and creatures look Star Warsy, and I was riveted.
Speaking of Doug Chiang, I had Doug Chiang and the Art of Star Wars: The Force Awakens last night.
Yeah, he got around.
Yeah, he did. He did a lot of panels. I had the creatures of The Force Awakens. I had BB-8 on my stage, The Force Awakens. So many great things. You know, of course, I had a wonderful panel all about Ahsoka.
I know.
As well.
Ahsoka's my favorite, so I sent a Both and Spy to that panel to
Oh, you
come
did?
back and tell me everything.
Yeah, Ahsoka was great. What else? I had Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens.
Nice.
That was incredible.
I had Hot Wheels on my stage, and I want to say I learned so much about what goes into the design of the character ships. Guys, they have so many details, so if you have those at home, like pick them up and take second and third looks because they're remarkable, the work and thought that goes into capturing the characters in a car.
Oh yeah, they're geniuses. They actually managed to make Wicket into a car.
I saw
I never
Wicket.
thought that would be possible, but there is an Ewok vehicle.
It's just really, really clever design. I actually peeked in on your stage at that point,
Oh,
and we
that's
saw
right,
the
that's
Hot
right.
Wheels panel. I had, speaking of Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens, I had Lego Star Wars: The Freemaker Adventures on our stage. Did anybody see that? Get a chance to see that new show? It hasn't aired here yet in the UK, but it will be very soon. Really, really funny, charming show. With all of the Star Wars films, I should say 1 through 6, because it takes place in the classic trilogy. But it was really, really fantastic. That was really fun. What else?
And I want to say, I think you stopped by the StarWars.com live stream too, as well.
I did stop by the StarWars.com live stream. That was incredible. That was a really, really fun time.
You think we should check in with them to see if they have some memories to share from the weekend?
I think so. Are they ready? Are they ready?
There they are.
Oh my gosh, we have been having so much fun here at the Star Wars Celebration Live stage. We've just been hanging out with like thousands of our closest friends. And thank you all to everybody watching at home. We've had panels, we've had guests.
We've talked about everything Star Wars from top to bottom. It's a better time now to be a Star Wars fan than it has ever been.
And to thank you guys even more, we have a few special guests that have joined us to end the show. We've got Kathleen Kennedy, Jeb Boyega, and Carrie Hart, guys.
Thank you, everybody. We've had an unbelievable time, and I gotta say, having this be in London has been incredible. And who do we have to say goodbye to, everybody? Carrie.
Yes, because that's what you all were waiting for. It's been amazing. As a fan, this is always feels like coming home to me. And it's just been a real honor to share this weekend with everybody and to share so many things that are coming up that we're excited about. So thanks for being here, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much. As a Londoner, obviously, it's great to invite Star Wars into this city, and I can't wait to show you some stuff with Star Wars Episode 8. We're really excited, so thank you so much. May the Force be with you, of course.
May the Force be with you.
Thank you guys so much. We have had so much fun here from the Star Wars Show Live. I'm just still kind of processing all of this. And thank you all for watching at home and joining us out here. We hope you all had a great time.
Did everybody have a good time?
Awesome. Thank you. Did you guys have a good time? I know you just got here, but...
I just got here, but I had a great time. I'm gonna circle around though.
Fabulous. Awesome. Thank you guys again for joining us and helping to share this excitement. And I'll see you on the main stage.
All right. Keep it up for the Star Wars Show Live.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. They put out some brilliant content throughout the weekend. It's been a great addition to the show.
Absolutely. What a fantastic thing to have a live stream going out to so many people all weekend long.
It really brings the fans into the experience in a way that you can kind of get through social media, but having that live stream, you feel like such a part of the show.
You are a part of it. And Andy said it really best there. It is a lot to process. A lot of Star Wars to process. I mean, and then next year in Orlando, right?
Yeah, we do it all again.
In 2017.
17, which let's see.
2017.
It's I think it's the anniversary of something.
40 years. 40 years of Star Wars next year.
The reason we're all here.
This is our new celebration logo here, or celebratory logo, I should say, of 40 years of Star Wars since the original Episode 4, A New Hope, came out in 1977. I just can't believe it. Here's to another 40, at least.
At least.
Fantastic. That's great to see that. Yeah, 40 years. Amazing. And You know, I'm thinking about Celebration and what a great time I've had here on this stage over the weekend. Anthony Daniels, if you were here for that show, he hijacked my show. We had a blast, it was amazing. Dave Filoni, the amazing Rebels panel, and he practically offered me a role in Rebels, so that's fabulous as well. So I've got some great memories. But you know, the big stars here at Celebration, all the amazing creatives who do panels and talks, you know, they're one thing, but it's you guys, it's the fans that make Celebration what it is. Now, courtesy of our friends at Lucasfilm, here's a recap of what's been a fantastic Star Wars Celebration Europe 2016.
You've taken your first step into a larger world.
Lucasfilm, it's Kathy Kennedy.
We could not be more thrilled to be here today. 40 years since A New Hope was made in London.
I would like to present some of the cast of Rogue One. Felicity Jones! Ben Mendelsohn. Here is your action figure.
I feel very privileged to have joined the Star Wars universe.
Shall we show just a little glimpse of something?
May the Force be with us.
My mind exploded. It's the first of its kind. It's exciting.
Awesome. Got a poster.
It was good. Absolutely worth every hour that we've flown over to go see it. Look at that.
Are you guys ready?
Welcome, everyone!
Gonna see some costumes that are out of this world.
It's such a great atmosphere. And it's you who make it so great.
Oh, I got a Chewbacca guy. Yes!
Supervising director Dave Filoni and voice actors Tiya Sircar and Sam Witwer.
Let's just expand the universe a little bit, shall we? To defeat an enemy, you must know them. You couldn't have grown up a Star Wars fan without encountering Thrawn. I know you guys wanted it, so there you go. Thrawn's back. We got your back at Lucasfilm.
What will you become?
May the Force be with us.
Wow. Even though I was the host of Star Wars Celebration Europe, I didn't do everything. There is a huge production team that worked tirelessly for many months to put on this show, and here are just a few of them. So put your hands together for the team behind Star Wars Celebration. So, on behalf of everyone on the team, Lucasfilm and Disney, I bid you farewell in true Star Wars style by saying, may the Force be with you and see you in Orlando. Take care.
Come on up, guys.
That's it. Star Wars Celebration has come to a close.
And we want to thank all the fans around the world for making this a Star Wars Celebration we will never, ever, ever forget. And on behalf of all of us, our absolutely incredible crew who needs to be coming up here right now, all of them need to be coming up, the incredible prop builders who made this gorgeous set, and everyone behind us who came to say hello and share their love of Star Wars, thank you so much. We could not have done any of this without you.
So, for the final time, until we see you again this April in Orlando for Celebration 2017, thank you, and may the Force be with you.